As 2023 wraps to a close, it's time to get underway for one of the newest iRacing special events. Welcome to the land of the rising sun for the Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 hours as we blast our way through the countryside with GT3 machinery. Delighted to have your company here on RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network as Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Lewis McClay get ready to walk you through the opening couple of hours of the race. Lewis, it feels rather remarkable that it was almost a full 11 months ago that we got underway on the high banks of Daytona, but as the special events rise to a close, I think we're looking forward to 8 hours with GT3 machines here at the Fuji International Speedway.
Yeah, we're rapidly approaching the end of the year. We've ticked off so many special events. We've had so much fun through them, but now we get to start to wind things down for the end of the season, heading into Fuji, which is a tricky little track, just GT3 action. But do you know what? This is probably going to be a lot of fun. I do like myself a little bit of Fuji. I've just seen from the aerial footage there's a golf course nearby as well. I need to go here.
Are we planning our next golf/racing adventure?
Damn right we are.
You haven't even got to Indianapolis just yet, though, so we'll have to pencil that one in. Let's not forget, though, with just 3 special events left after this, it's with an introduction, Lewis, of I think an event that you're going to be looking forward to next week, the Formula Ford 1600 Festival, as we head our way on over to Brands Hatch for a newly added event just a couple of weeks ago.
Look, the Formula 4 Festival in the UK, you know, when it comes to open wheel talent, it's always like a big thing. So to kind of have it in iRacing, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, a lot of racing and stuff, a lot of crazy racing. It's great to have that Formula Ford on the servers, as well as it being like a rookie car. So that'll be exciting. But you know, focusing here and now, I think we've got a stronger entry list than what we were expecting, Arjuna. Because I was kind of taking a look at it this morning. I was thinking, this one's not going to be that strong. This one's not going to be that strong. I've taken a look at it. It's actually some pretty good names on this one.
It's the final endurance special event of the year, and it's, again, the first one of the special events that we've had here at Fuji, so I think that's where some of the intrigue is coming from. Let's not forget Winter Derby and the Chili Bowl still left to come, just highlighting the diversity of the special events. You can go oval racing, you can go dirt oval racing, and I'll just be honest, that Chili Bowl somewhat highlighted as a personal highlight of mine, but that's got just the one car. You've got the plethora of options to pick from when it comes to the GT3s now on iRacing, and that always means that you've got to bring in the balance of performance, and it made me no surprise. The one car not getting the Bop Wop Police is the Ford GT. Every other car, Lewis, gets an adjustment here and there.
And you will be shocked to hear that I don't think anyone's in that Ford GT. I've not fully gone through it, but I don't think anyone's in the Ford GT, which is a big shame. It's a meme-mobile, and we love it. Yeah, exactly. Boo. Wimps. I could say...
We've got a Ford!
We do have a Ford.
Yes, we do. The solitary Ford entered, and we've got to read the full team name here, Lewis. Paceworks Esports Ford OP Farewell Team. Wow.
That is quite a name. That is quite a name. There's quite a few farewells in this broadcast. We'll talk about Urano and such a bit later on. But, yeah, like I say, it's great to have a load of choice. Obviously, iRacing have gone through the whole thing of, like, you can now have more. There's that golf course on the right-hand side, by the way. Shout out. No, you can add more cars now than what we could do, like, even at the start of the year. So it's not just, like, the 6 cars. You can actually have 8 or 9 or so. Thank you, Arjuna. So... That's great that we get to see so many cars out on circuit and a lot of variety. That is what I would rather be doing.
I mean,
now I've seen a golf course there. That's what I'm thinking about.
I'm not going to lie, it is 4:30 in the morning, which, let's be real, is wake up for golf time in most places, if you're going to wake up at this ungodly hour. Now, having said all of that, we've talked about the BOP, we've talked about some of the teams that we're seeing. Qualifying is underway right now, and maybe a slightly important qualifying session just to stay out of trouble early doors. But much like with Spa and with Bathurst, Lewis, this is somewhat of an unusual special event in that just one class of car. We'll see traffic, yes, play its part. It's going to be slightly different than I think what we would usually be talking about.
Yeah, one of the most exciting things of special events generally is the multi-class chaos that goes with it. Here, though, just to have the single class. Yeah, sometimes it's always good to spice things up. I say this when we have some races that have safety cars and some races that don't. Obviously, no special event has safety cars, but unless they're on the oval. I like the idea that we do these special events. There's no safety cars. Sometimes we can spice them up and have them where they are just the one class. Something different, something that you need to for some of the bigger teams, sometimes think outside the box a little bit as we ride on board with Alessandro Bico, who I think is one of the, how many, was it 5 drivers that have got over 10k at the moment in this race?
He's no longer over 10k, unfortunately.
Oh, is he not?
No, he's dropped back down to 9,400, so no longer a good iRacer according to that metric. But as you saw, we're using the chicane layout of Fuji, which is, yes, a bit more normal, but just to highlight to anyone that maybe thought we would be a bit more fast sweeping through into the final sector. But also note, just on the left side of the screen, how diverse the times truly are across the board. We often see in these GT3 machines the first lap being used as a bit of a bank or a throwaway lap, and the second lap where really the drivers got to nail things with how the tires get brought up to temperature. So the statement made, and instantly from Bico to the top, 137.829. Where are the rest of the drivers going to stack on up?
Yeah, obviously a couple of switches. Sontech now go into second. Solid lineup from them. Grid and Go up towards the front. I expect to see the #1 car, which is the Drago racing car, move their way up. Of course, they've recently picked up a new acquisition, and by recently I mean it was literally like yesterday that we saw Aaron Vasquez signing for the camp. They go into 5th. The Parker White-driven Apex Racing Team car goes to 13th. Quite tight up there, but Grid and Go looking really strong. 1st, 2nd, and 4th.
I will talk about some of the surprises maybe for some in qualifying, but great to see Brody Kostecki entered in one of those Team PGZ Audis. And of course, there is going to be a brand new Audi that jumps its way into iRacing, hopefully in the near future. Kostecki up to 6th. That's a pretty decent qualifying attempt. And the scary thing about qualifying at this level, if you're slightly off, you are way off. Half a second, Lewis, splits the top 17 machines.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, if you're going slightly early on the brakes, going into the first corner, if you're not resting it around, some of the corners in the midsection, especially that final sector, you can lose a couple of tenths here and there, and a couple of tenths doesn't sound like too much. I mean, if you're on a lap time to get you onto pole position, well, it'll drop you into 10th position where Gustavo Ariel's just put himself in the Texaco TK racing car.
That's the first time in solidly 6 months that I think I've seen Gustavo on iRacing, so great to see. Yeah. I think officially his ESLR1 season has now come to a close.
Correct.
So yeah, unfortunate for him. That's Kazuki Fujita in the Versus Esports team with Drapagy number 32 that will make its way to 38th in the qualifying session, and basically now the order settled with a SimCity Racing still out there but on a 3rd lap. Sorry?
What a name.
I mean,
SimCity Racing.
Ooh, you've never been exposed to SimCity Racing?
No, I've not. Now I just want to go and play City Skylines, to be honest.
You've never seen their wonderful paint schemes, and Lewis, I've ranted about them on complained. You know what I'm going to complain about their liveries being too similar to one another. So what did they do for the next week? They actually went and changed their liveries.
Well, this time it looks like they've not got one, so
No.
we can't have that discussion. That's fine, that's fine. We're going to have a lot of similar liveries towards the front, though, mostly courtesy of how Grid and Go have got in this qualifying session. It's a bit scary for the rest of the team to have 3 teams of the same squad all up at the front.
And the scary part is Lamborghini, McLaren, and Ferrari. They're all split across 3 different entries, so clearly it's not isolated to the setup. They just understand this track. ATRS Esport as well. Lewis, that was a bit of a shock to me. Fast on that first lap and fast on the second lap as well.
Yeah, normally, like you say, the first lap's thrown into the bin. Essentially, you're doing the first lap to get the temperature right in the tyres. You don't typically see 2 solid lap times back to back, but yeah, to be fair, that's almost something that I'd be a little bit concerned about from other, like if I'm in other teams, seeing someone being able to do 2 solid lap times like that back to back. You'd be like, they're not going to have tyre wear problems in this race.
Well, I think tyre wear not necessarily a factor over the 1 lap, at least hopefully. Let's take a look at how they completed the qualifying session. Sven Haase, fastest of them all for the gridandgo.com esports 001. It's a 137.622. Go Vankini alongside in the McLaren, and then the ATRS number 7 alongside the 002 gridandgo.com esports completing the top 2 rows with Jarno Koch behind the wheel. It will be Lasse Urano and Brody Kostecki then sharing the 3rd row of the grid as the Audi makes its way on forward in what's a rare occurrence in one of our iRacing special events, to be fair. And Aaron Vasquez no longer with Altus, now with Drago alongside Alessandro Bico for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. It's Matti Siepela for Sontech, Gustavo Ariel for the Texaco Racing by TK squad, and then Pure Sims and an additional Mercedes for the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports team round out the 6th row of the grid. It'll be the Alstaro Esports, the Team PGZ cars, 13th and 14th positions, with SimCity Racing swapping drivers for the start. Team PGZ alongside, again, in one of their Audis. Team Hoising-Veld, and, well, the number 99 of Parker White with some work to do from 18th as Maxence Cadino steps in for the start in one of those AMG ART machines. Another one of the ATRS McLaren slightly further back in qualifying alongside the BMW for Team Hoising-Veld with Impulse fiercely forward. Vlad Kimichev for Urano all the way back in 23rd. Boy, they've got some work to do and what is a big day for them as a team. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time with Boost and VDS by Undercut alongside on the 12th row of the grid. A second SimCity Racing McLaren alongside Mercedes AMG Team Urano's a second entry. Doors Academy car alongside Boost and VDS Undercut, Wave Italy, and then ATRS Academy through the top 30 with Beckham Jasira in that yellow front end for the Williams Esports Academy car, switching over into that 77 alongside Precision Racing Esports, Impulse Racing, Absolute Motorsport, 07 Racing, and Paceworks Esports. Ford OP, farewell team. The team so OP, you've got to read the entire team name. Still within 1 second, the likes of Pure Sims versus Esports, Astro Racing, Satellite Racing, Mercedes, AMG Team ART, and Kyle Valero having some work to do, Door Academy, and then the DRS Esports, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, Paceworks Esports, Altitude Esports, and Liper Esports Squad. We work our way through the entire field, and Lewis, we don't really get to take a breath because the driver's already on their shortened formation lap and getting ready to go for this final special event endurance of the year.
Yeah, they start in this, honestly, what I think is a horrific final sector, but it's fine. They run their way through it, they get themselves on the start-finish line, and they'll begin this run down towards the first corner. Depending on when you go, this is a really, really long run down towards T1.
And this is where you were talking, the field still's got to catch up, it would seem, as we come through the final corner. Very quickly, 3 Grid and Go cars at the front, they can control and dominate the start.
Yeah, exactly. They can communicate between the lot of them, and I'm sure they will be, absolutely no doubt. This run down towards the first corner, it could cause a lot of drama, a lot of concertina in the back. Well,
I think it's an early jump, and what can ATRS Esports do at the start of the Coach Dave Academy iRacing Fuji 8 Hours? 3 Grid and Go cars look to the left-hand side and get their way down into turn number 1. We're fanning back and forth. We're bobbing to the wall in the case of Urano, flashing the lights. Aggressive at the start. But it's 1, 2, and potentially 3 for Grid and Go down out of turn number 1. It's a nice tidy start for the majority of the field, though, as we scamper out of that opening corner.
Drama.
Right on cue, spin around there, maybe involving Miguel Costa in one of the fiercely forward liveried entries. But now through Coca-Cola, first time of asking single file for the top 10, Lewis.
Yeah, that was, like I say, a little bit messy in the back, but nothing too major. Saw Vlad Kimichev getting really aggressive in the Mercedes AMG Team Urano esports car. Of course, their last special event in iRacing, so we'll see where they can get to again. We'll discuss that a little bit later on. Couple of switches as we expect as they come down into the hairpin and begin this little run towards the third sector. Watch out for this chicane. It is very narrow.
So Brody Kostecki's gone in front of Aaron Vasquez, and look at the entry as well to that chicane. It's so wide and inviting. Vasquez sees the opportunity to try and maybe get back past potentially Gustavo Ariel, but now off the track on debut for the Drago Racing car, and you can see the puff of smoke as it tries to rejoin. Also going around was the slow Impulse Racing 68. A pretty difficult start for all things considered through the field. Remember, 8 hours of racing, probably a good 290 laps. This first lap not that important in the grand scheme of things, but take a picture right now of the timing screen, gridandgo.com esports. 1, 2, and 3 at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, I did see the Impulse car. It was a little bit of contact with Maxence Cadino going into that chicane. Whether you could say there was space between them or not, again, it's kind of hard to tell. It would have been contact anyway, so it's one of those kind of deals. Right now, though, like you say, Grid and Go, they have the control of the race. Would be much nicer if second and third switch round, I said, just because it would do my OCD a world of wonders. But right now, they're in an excellent position. It's more just about, ticking off the laps, saving the fuel, and they can control things from here. If you've got 2 cars running first and second, you can control things a little bit. When you've got 3, you are in the in the hot seat, basically. And
much like these drivers find themselves right now, please figure things out. Pearson's backs out of it in this battle for 28th position as Astro Racing in the Ferrari 296 will lead them forward. It is interesting to note that we do have a nice little healthy mix-up of all the different manufacturers up towards the front of the field. although the first of the Mercedes AMGs is the Williams Esports 155 with Alessandro Bico, still nestled in that 7th spot as we head off to that chicane for the second time of asking. It's a endurance race, Lewis, and you mentioned lack of safety cars. The one thing that I think we can probably assume is there's some fuel saving going on for some of the drivers through the field.
Yeah, once the green flag is waved, the next flag that you will see that controls the race is the well, it's the white, but then it's the checkered flag. It's all the way to the finish for 8 hours. You know me, I like myself a safety car. I do like spiking up with a safety car, and an event like this, you're just not going to get one because of how the events work. You know, for a safety car, you really need someone like watching over the race and then picking things apart. These are just open races, as everyone knows, with the special events. So it's just it's whatever's on the iRacing service, so it makes more sense to have it as no safety car. And to be fair, I kind of like that in this event because it is just sort of like, well, whatever strategy you've got now, you can't make a mistake really. If you want to win this race, you really just can't falter. I
was going to say, Lewis, have we not seen this site before when it comes to the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports team, and that site being the lack of a front end and a black void instead?
Eek, yes. That's not great. That's going to cause what I can only describe as a significant amount of understeer for Matteo, who we're riding on board with here at the moment. I don't know where that would have come from.
I'm guessing
I don't know how
one.
he's got this much. I don't know how he's got this much speed with that missing.
We saw a lot of this in the IMSA Esports Global Championship season opener, which, by the way, iRacing Esports Network, 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, aka 7 p.m. UTC, because daylight savings is a thing that wants to confuse people around the world. We head to Watkins Glen, but that's tomorrow. This is today, and that was kind of why I think we were so surprised, Lewis, about the strength of the field. We thought some of these teams would be focusing their efforts on tomorrow and racking up points in what is a pretty short season.
Saw it last week in the BMW Sim Cup, where we obviously that was on the same day, so again makes more sense. But where we saw a slightly reduced entry list of the stronger participants because everyone was getting ready for IMSA. Hilarious then that the same team won both races. We won't talk about that too much. Yes, these events take an awful lot of preparation, and then when you take into account one of the biggest esports championships we have of the entire year happening again, the second round of it tomorrow. Obviously the teams, they'll want to focus their full preparation onto that, especially if they're racing in the higher class, in the GTPs rather than the GTDs. Because if you're doing GT3 racing on back-to-back days, it's not that bad. But if you're jumping completely between a different car, you want to spice things up a little bit and just focus on it, I guess.
Yeah, no, because at least some of these drivers will be swapping across from GT3 machines, but that's easier than switching across GTP to GT3. So that, I believe, is Vlad Kimichev and that Urano Esports Mercedes up the inside and 4 wide. Never ends well. And it's boosting VDS by undercut. One little bit of contact. And then someone else slips wide as well. That might have been Bruce to Carvalho. And what happened to some of the other drivers? Take another look at it. On board with the fiercely forward car of Miguel Costa.
Yeah, see how this one got spun around. Obviously, you think at this point into T1, you're 3 and 4 wide. That was where at least one of the Urano cars, I don't remember if that one was Kimichev, but I think it might have been. He was getting quite aggressive into T1. It's kind of one of those ones, when you're on the outside there, you've almost kind of got to expect that you're probably going to get clouted a little bit. And I know that sucks, but especially when you're in the mid-packs, why you need to qualify well is one of the things we were discussing.
And it kept going as well. That was the Williams Esports Academy car that took avoiding action and fortunately got through safely. So it could have been a lot worse, all things considered, down through that opening corner. And I think that was only a peak of the action that we had on the opening lap. You can see left side of the screen, not just the team names, but those driver names as well. So Sven Haase from Go Vankini in the top 2 for gridandgo.com esports. Don't forget, you want to follow along with your favorite team and driver, head on over to timing.RaceSpotTV. You'll be able to track the strategy battles that we will be talking plenty about, of course, over the course of the day, but some teams having to work on forward after disappointing qualifying performances. Maxence Godino's already up to 14th spot, plus 4 since the start of this one.
We should join this team, mate, because they've stolen our number. That's fine. The Alastaro Esports Green. Kind of taking a little bit of a look at the rear end of Maxence Godino. Like I said, got involved in a little bit of chaos going into that chicane. Kind of one of those things that happens looking backwards towards Sandwood. Got to give a bit of a shout, by the way. You said about the Williams Esports Academy car. I do believe Kamil Grabowski is going to be driving that car a little bit later on, and I do also believe it is. I'm not sure if it's his 18th birthday, that's what Facebook tells me anyway, but it's his birthday today, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday indeed. Are we getting three wide birthday celebrations? Brody Kostecki gets pushed wide. That's some pretty typical supercar stuff, but it's Gustavo Ariel with the confidence after jumping into a radical SR1 and finding out his speeds translates from virtual to reality up the inside on the ATRS number 7, and I've got to say it's great to see the Brazilian dicing his way on forward, but the move up the inside will always compromise you down. One of the longest straights in global motorsports, and now the run in towards turn number 1 is going to be frenetic in the battle for third.
Yeah, Brody Kostecki also did the same move in Alessandro Bico. So, at this point, it's about whether they want to fight super hard at the moment for all these spots. You can see there, Bico getting back to the inside. It's on the furthest left, or the furthest right as we look at it now, as we go 3 wide into T1. That is Brody Kostecki going out wide. Max Siepelen might look down the inside as they head their way through this first corner. Thankfully, Siepelen's got his teammate directly behind him, so they don't have to necessarily go fully on the attack.
These drivers have lost 3 seconds to those at the front, and this is where the fuel gains will come into play. Ignore the fuel being burnt in the form of the flames coming out the back of the McLaren. That does not factor into the fuel mileage equation that all of these drivers are thinking about. But when you're stacked up this much, these are not just handful of margins that the drivers will be getting in terms of fuel. This first stint, Lewis, is the one that they'll potentially be trying to push as much as maybe 2 or 3 laps of saving to try and make some benefits in the long term.
Yeah, it's easier to save at the start of the race for 2 big reasons. Number 1, with the concertina effect, you're not actually on throttle. If you don't want to make the pass, you can kind of you lift up a little bit early. You kind of go with the flow of the pack. You don't burn as much fuel in the pack when you're kind of doing all that concertina effect anyway. Counter to where you would be an hour or 2 hours into the race when you're kind of in one big train. There's less of a concertina in that than there is at the start of the race. You can save fuel on that one. And then there is the obvious one. You're absolutely going to be in a pack at this point, meaning you're absolutely going to be getting a double slipstream, basically at a minimum, maybe even a triple slipstream. As you can see, Brody Kostecki dropping backwards a little bit down the order with one of those ATRS cars. So a bit of a shame for Brody, or is it that's him trying to get past, isn't it?
I think it is the attempted move, but has dropped back somewhat since the start. Gustavo Ariel with the half look up the inside as Kostecki is going to clear himself for 6th position. Siepelen half looks to the inside and pushes Gabriel Ardeli off the track, and that potentially could even be an off track there. Gustavo Ariel tries to look the long way around at turn number 3, and this is all just about the switchback, the long right-hander. Can't read what car number it is, unfortunately, for Gustavo Ariel, but you can tell what livery he's got. He's looking to the inside, and he's hungry. He doesn't want to let those top 2 pull away. He's not so concerned about the fuel saving. Off for the corner, though, it's still the 002 with the inside line.
Yeah, like you say, there's a little bit of a concern that the top 2 are clearing off. This is where, like you say, controlling the race, getting on the brakes and trying to go for the switchback. That was almost perfect. And in fact, actually, I'll say, no, it pretty much was perfect, except Gustavo Ariel just absolutely slapped him off the road. That was a bit naughty. I would think that race control wouldn't look too kindly on that, but not such a consideration in real time for these drivers. And now that 3rd grid and go car displaced from the podium and instantly under fire. Big send there from Matti Siepelen in the 13 Sontech car to get past the ATRS machine that's starting to drop a little bit like a stone. Out of the final corner, rising to the line once more. Going to be some bumper cars being played, you have to imagine. 5 seconds the margin out front. That's why Gustavo Ariel was so hungry, so willing to be aggressive to try and look on forward. Here's some of the drivers pushing their way on forward, though. It's Nicolas Matteo with no front end, but no worries for the front end of the 153. Yeah, it's weird. Like I said, we've not really seen where it's come from, and normally speaking, you'd assume the front end would really cause some straight line speed issues. Kind of makes you wonder if maybe it's on our side, it's not really happening on this side, but that doesn't make any sense because that's a very rare thing. We don't see that too often on iRacing with basically server side damage or whatever. I don't know, it's a bizarre one to me. I would be expecting that car to be going much slower than it presently is. Either way, toward the front, so we've seen Jarno Kok drop back down the order quite a bit for the Grid and Go esports team, now down to 6th position. You can understand the desperation for Gustavo Ariel to get through here, because basically Koch was basically blocking the road and allowing his two teammates to run off into the distance.
Unfortunately, that was seemingly how it was playing out. The second of the PGZ entry, Sam Ward in the Audi trying to defend, as that's a big look around the outside from Francis McGinn for Pearson's in there at 116. He gets it done, I tell you, though. Not going to be completely clear just yet, but as Urano's Sam Coiter up 13 positions already since the start of this race. Watches Sam Ward is the one that goes around, but fortunately keeps himself on the inside of the corner, doesn't spin back into the path of oncoming traffic. Urano now plus 15 and almost into the top 10.
Yeah, apologies. I was looking at the timesheets. I look back over and I see one of the Team PGZ cars just completely backwards. I was like, is that Brody? No. It's Sam Ward. So Brody Kostecki fans, don't worry. He's still on the road. Take a look at some of this. That was where the spin came for Aaron Vasquez. Just a little bit of a tap in just the worst possible place for him. You kind of see. I think that was the Impulse car as well. Wasn't as much earlier on in the race.
Yes, this is as well as they head off to turn one, Sam Ward's aftermath, and he's on the inside, so there's contact with the Pure Sims car.
He kind of just tries to run the Pure Sims car. It's very easy to do, though, as you come up and over that crest. It pushes the front of the car out that way anyway, especially you might be catching a little bit of oversteer. So I don't really blame him so much for that one, but it's kind of like I'm looking at it being like, yeah, well, you kind of got what you were asking for.
Yeah, I mean, the onboard, I think, does show from Francis McGinn's perspective there wasn't really too much that he could have done differently in that situation. But no. We rejoin the live pictures, again, plus 15 for Coiter in that Urano esports car. Yeah, I think big shock to plenty. The news that dropped on social media earlier this week that at the end of 2023, after bursting onto the scenes in 2020, Urano Esports will be no more, Lewis, and it comes at the end of, let's be real, what is their most successful year as a team.
Yeah, it's been a big year for them. We especially over the last sort of 18 months. We've seen them take it to some of the biggest teams in sim racing, like Redline and such. I remember, VCO, Infinity, and all that lot. Yeah, they've been an incredible team, and yeah, when it comes to things, say for example in the GTPs, they are pretty much arguably the best team in the GTPs at the moment. It's a big shame. It's a big shock. Like I say, we don't know what's happened behind the scenes. It's in the same kind of vein for me as to when Kova basically got detonated from the world of esports entirely last year. It's a big shame. It's a big shock. But where one team leaves, other teams will join. That position will be obviously filled. But it's just sad, isn't it? We like the Urano esports team, and I still haven't got a shirt from them.
I was going to say yes. We'd like them a lot more if we got shirts. Yes. There's still time, but yeah. I guess Kova was a bit more instant. It was kind of like Thanos snaps his fingers and instantly Kova
that was gone.
That was pretty brutal, and it came midway through last year's IMSA Esports Championship as well. But it raises some questions, I guess, about the viability of some of these teams. And I mean, let's look on the positive side. Urano, I still think back to VCO Infinity, where they pushed Redline to the cusp and then almost pipped them to the inaugural crown there, and really made a statement for what we have seen in 2023. But so many talented drivers now, Lewis, are up for grabs, and as much as I don't want to rejoice at the demise of Urano, some of those drivers are going to land on some new teams and are going to do some great things in the future as a result of everything that they have learnt courtesy of their time at Urano.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is you kind of got to look at them and look at the landscape of sim racing and think as to where they'll go. And this is pure speculation. But, I'm sure a lot of people are sat there being like, well, I'm sure Redline will take on one or two of them. I don't think Redline have the space to really take on one or two of them. Because when you consider Redline's position as a car comes out of pit lane after some damage and such repairs for the first 50 minutes of the race, but if, say for example, Redline with their newer partnership with the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports side of things, with that whole merger sort of thing, it's all very confusing and very complex behind the scenes. They've already taken on an awful lot more drivers in a very short period. I don't think they could pick up more, so I don't know if they're probably not even going to be looking at that. Does mean that then some smaller teams will be able to maybe jump on a couple of those drivers. It's very, very interesting. And do you know what? I think this really starts to kick off what
no.
we saw last year,
Yeah.
or towards the start of this year, the silly season, which in sim racing hasn't really been a thing until really last year. Is this the start of silly season really starting to kick off? You know, we've seen some big changes already. Got me scared.
Yeah, we're coming to it, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Who am I signing for, though?
I mean, you've been trying to join Apex. I
know.
They're too
not
wise
biting.
for that, you know.
Not fighting.
They recognise what a detriment you'd be to the squad, to the Corby
They've
crew,
already
as
got.
it
They've
were.
got an opening. Elvis Rankin's gone. That was the seat I was going for.
True. Elvis Rankin, who, by the way, claims that he hasn't signed for anyone just yet. Curious to see where he's going to go. Adds to the mix in silly season.
Yeah. I did message him last night to be, so have you signed any contract or anything? Didn't even respond. Didn't even respond.
I'll just say, I think that's hashtag fake news, but it's not fake news to say that Drago Racing is back on the charge and Aaron Vasquez is going to pass Team PGZ and Loic Rabier. I think we've seen Vasquez race for PGZ on occasion. I don't know what happened to that livery, though, in particular. That's not a very PGZ-looking number 4 Audi, but bullies its way to hold on to the 16th spot for the time being. Watch the move to the inside, though, into turn 3 alongside, and Vasquez is going to have a look as traffic gets out of the way.
That was really scary. Probably more scary because of the angle we were looking at. That's fine. We'll blame the broadcast director.
Whoa, that guy's great.
But no, that was very scary indeed. Ironically, by the way, these two liveries are the other way around for me. In the sense of I've actually got a livery in my side for Team PGZ, and then the Drago Racing car is this actual shade of pink as well. On mine, it's very confusing. Yeah, for Drago Racing, by the way, to pick up Aaron Vasquez, I don't know what that means for him in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, which of course still has 3 rounds left to go, where he races in the championship and he races for Altus. I'm like, is he going to continue the season and finish the season for Altus? That does tend to happen if you sign a contract, because you're always in the middle of a season, and we do typically see people move to a certain team, but then kind of finish the season that they're in with the
right.
There's some very weird scenarios that happen in sim racing. I'm curious to see what happens to that one.
Well, my suspicion is that you're going to be having a new driver to commentate over, Lewis.
Agree. I agree. I think that is something that will happen, that happens less in
Yes.
sim racing as contracts become more professional and as they become essentially legally binding.
Well, I think that's also part of how the championship itself is determined, right? I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the rulebook states for the British Formula 4 Championship, but at least when it comes to IMSA, as an example, Vasquez is out for this weekend. A new driver steps on in to the Lamborghini that they run. He'll be replaced by Simone Marceno,
Nice.
the Italian stallion, tomorrow, so that will be fun.
That will be fun. Yeah, no, like I say, it's the whole contract side of things and all that kind of side is where things become very, very confusing. He's a driver who doesn't care about sim racing contracts or any of that because he's too busy dealing with real-world big motorsport contracts, and most notably a real-world championship. Very excited to see what he does. It's a couple of weeks away. Is the season finale for V8 Supercars, of course, championship leader over in that side, trying to beat off Shane Van Gisbergen for the title. And to be fair, it's been very exciting this season, so we'll have to wait and see. They both shared the exact same points at the last round at Surfers, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Absolutely, and of course, if you're going to beat off anyone, to beat off Shane Van Gisbergen is not a bad thing, all things considered. I was just really thinking that it's funny that Brody Kostecki is a real-world racer. Yes, I get that, but in some ways, I look at him as a hardcore sim racer as well, and not just because he's done his fair share of sim races, but he still actively is helping out behind the scenes when it comes to the eNASCAR Road to Pro, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, building setups, doing the hard work and those hours in sim racing that we talk so often about, Lewis. And that's why it just sometimes boggles my mind that you can have that much time to go and be quick in the real world and the virtual world as well.
Well, it's where some of sim racing side, it is a business. I've always said, we kind of discussed this as to what's the largest side of sim racing that's actually a business. And I've had conversations with a lot of drivers, at the highest level. And what I mean by that is What role in sim racing effectively earns the most money, which is obviously not really it's very much a taboo topic. A lot of people say, surely it's the highest driver, they'll be earning the most money. Obviously us, we earn $1 million a broadcast because we're rich or something. It's not true. But where I've spoken to a lot of people, the reason why they end up in this, it's setups. It's making setups, because it's one of the hardest things to do. It's very much a skill-based job, and to make a setup that works for certain people, you can. That's where you've got a lot of setup shops that we've seen pop up across sim racing. Obviously, you've got VRS is one, you've got the Apex is one, you've got Hymo setups who have recently moved over into the iRacing side of things, picking up a couple of drivers as well. Obviously, they were racing with Will Chadwick in the Contender Series, the Porsche Contender Series, trying to get into the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Unfortunately, missed out on that one. But that's where we're seeing a lot of successful businesses happen in sim racing, because everyone's looking for setups.
Yes, everyone's looking for setups, the little edge. And I will say this, on the oval side of things, setup make a lot more of a difference than it does on a road course. If you are 3/10 off of someone in a session on a road course, Lewis, and you think it's set up, you've got some work probably to do on your driving as well, because we say this so often, I say this so often, and maybe it doesn't make me friends with some drivers, but it's just the reality. No matter what weekend we are at, no matter what car or track that we're racing in within a specific team, no matter how strong the entire field is, even if you've got 2 drivers over 10,000 I rating sharing the car, one driver is always going to be slightly quicker than the other over the course of the stint. And understanding that, putting the ego aside and recognizing, okay, that's the case, how do we use that to our advantage over the course of the race? That's where those small differences are made.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I did get a message from Gary Paravani who said photography is the answer to the question of who makes the most money.
Oh, I was thinking it's definitely not us.
It's not. Obviously, Zainam, you might see a lot of Gary's photographs appearing all over the place. He did also point out that I mentioned all those setup companies, and I didn't mention the one sponsoring the race, which was because I was saving it for a different point.
That's a good point.
Where I was going to speak about Coach Dev Academy and their push over from the ACC side into iRacing. We've seen them in iRacing a fair few times, like in sponsoring events and stuff, but that kind of leans more into less. Obviously, there is setups and stuff. Less so into setting, more so into coaching, which I think is a whole different ball game onto to what's kind of like where you move to in your sim racing. If you're kind of sat there like half a second off of the very, very best and you can't figure it out, that's where you need coaching. A setup's not going to help that.
Yes, exactly. Well, and maybe it is coaching to learn to make setups as well. That is part of it, right? Understanding how to translate your feedback into actionable insights to the car itself. So, and Coach Dave as well. Let's just, I'm going to make sure I clip this moment, Lewis, so that I send this over to David Perel and I get you in trouble.
Cool. No, that's fine. He already hates me anyway. Obviously not. No. I will say, we all the drivers and stuff in sim racing. Obviously, you've got like Brady Kostecki, a lot in this race. People like Perel, they're not involved in sim racing in obvious ways, right? And that's kind of one of the things that we kind of don't really talk about enough. Is that David's doing stuff behind the scenes an awful lot more than people think, and getting really involved into the nitty-gritty of sim racing, which is making sim racing better for everyone.
Yeah, these are
clip that and send it to.
These are plugs that we're not being paid for, but like
it's true.
SimGrid, that's a great place for you and anybody to basically go and get a series up and running with some of the tools that they have available to you across of the different platforms as well, iRacing included. What's the new one that he's recently launched? Is it SimTrader? If you're looking to either buy some used sim racing hardware or maybe pass on some of your older stuff now that you've upgraded your equipment to some other people in your community. So there's all these different ways that you can get involved. Yes, but I can guarantee you that commentators are definitely not the ones getting paid a lot of money out of sim racing. If you want to change that, you can go to my Twitter account and I'll drop a link to my PayPal coffee donation link, so you can keep me awake over the next 7.5 hours.
No, just come over to subscribe to me on Twitch.
That's also not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I want. Now we're self-advertising. We've got to get off of this, otherwise we're going to get in some serious trouble.
I mean, we're doing all the sponsor advertising, right? So we can slip in a couple of the personal spots in there as well. I mean, we're talking plenty about IMSA Esports, and that seems like, yes, a plug in some ways, but also a bit of a personal plug. Looking forward to that. Of course, Lewis, we were on the call for the opening round last week. Urano Esports coming out on top in a wild GTP opener where strategy, race control, a little bit of everything played its way out. And then in the GTDs, it was Team Redline up against the Mercedes AMG Apex Racing team, and Ollie Steinbraten really put up a charge, but Luke McEwen, Alejandro Sanchez able to grab the victory in their 5th in a row for the Apex Racing team in that GTD class. Tomorrow, Watkins Glen, it should be fun, and well, Team Redline have some expectation and some pressure, because you know who's joining their watch-along tomorrow?
Max Verstappen,
and that's certain. Yes, now.
So he's not taking part in it?
Unfortunately not. We'll try and get him in for maybe Daytona, maybe Sebring, but for tomorrow he's just a bystander rather than a participant.
All right, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. It's going to be an exciting race. Hopefully there's not going to be enough bowling. Because yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a real stretch. It's going to be a lot of fun, that one. Probably a bit more fun than what this race is at the moment, because everything's calmed down a little bit. We've got 6 seconds up towards the race lead with those 2 grid and go cars. It's quite chill and quite relaxed. There we go. We can see that golf course. I'm trying to see if there's a nice little cute path through. There's a little path through in there. It's fine. Again, I'm just like eyeing up the golf course constantly.
I mean, to be fair, there are 4 holes inside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway of the Brickyard Crossing. I mean, Lewis, I got to play it on was it Wednesday when there were no cars driving around, and it was cool. Then we were walking around the inside of the infield. We were walking from basically turn 1 through to turn 3, all the way past turn 2, etc. And we walked past a bunch of people who drove past us on golf carts, playing the course as the cars were running on track at 220 miles an hour, and I've got to say, I don't think I've ever felt so cool. And so next year, you best believe that you, me, Fast Friday, cars going at 220 miles an hour, us hitting golf balls 220 feet away from where we meant to hit it.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, I was about to be like, are you going to say that we're going to hit balls at 220 miles an hour? I can hit 175, but 220 is a little bit fast for my blood, mate. Not a chance. Not a chance.
Well,
goodness me.
That's all for next year, and for YouTube. What's your golf channel called again?
Oh, I don't really upload it to us. We're not going to talk about it. It's fine. We'll move away from it because it's horrendous.
It's a great watch is what it is. This second group of cars, yes, Gustavo Ariel was, let's be honest, quite aggressive in wanting to work his way forward to 3rd position, but he's not really closed on the grid and go bumper car train at the front of the field that's pushing themselves clear of them behind. You can see Ariel runs a little bit wide compared to Kostecki, that's a little bit tighter, and it is maybe slightly unusual, Lewis. We don't often see many of these Audis in iRacing special events nowadays. And of course, the news being dropped by iRacing recently, the new Audi Evo expected soon on the iRacing platform. Will be interesting to see if we see a few more of these 4 rings moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Audi R8 is a classic GT3. It's kind of one that's like one of the more recognisable GT3s in a sense. I guess is the way of putting it. It's just it's a cool car. Everyone likes it. Also, it's a screamer. Everyone loves a bit of a V10, don't they? And she makes a lot of noise. I obviously, having commentated on GB3 and GB4, we go to a lot of the British GT weekends. So I've seen a lot of them. GT3s going around, whether it is Audis or Lambos, Mercs, and whatnot. It's all very exciting. I'd like to see some new GT3s there, obviously, because getting an update for the Audi is obviously very good.
Ford Mustang.
It's just not no.
Yes, Ford Mustang, please.
The thing is with the Mustang is I'm kind of like I don't know. There's something that's like deep in the back of my head.
It's not about the car being good. It's not about the car being good. It's for the sole reason of being able to put a car out of its misery at this point. Yes, I know that no one wants to say goodbye, but sorry, Paceworks Esports Ford OP farewell team, it is time to say goodbye.
No, keep the GT. GT will never die. We know with no Mustang. We're keeping this car on iRacing forever. Forever.
Look at this, Lewis. It's so old school, it doesn't even have paddle shifters.
Okay, that I didn't know. That's hilarious. No, we need to keep this car. It's a piece of history. Although that said, we do need to bin the MP4-12C.
Okay, sorry. Why is it okay to ditch the fire breather, but leave the 4GT in? And the fake 4GT as well.
It's more of a meme machine because it's an iRacing special.
That is true. It is an iRacing special.
It never really existed, so we get to like play with it and stuff. Also, it just looks ridiculous, and it has the number 69. Nice.
There are a lot of things going for it. The one thing that's missing.
Speed.
Brutal hashtag. No, I was going to say a livery.
It is missing a livery, as are a few of the teams. So I'm sure we'll go through livery watch and absolutely eliminate some people in the next hour for not bringing a livery in. Altitude Esports, the team name which changes depending on where they are on the circuit. At the moment, we're high altitude. Not even that funny.
It was so bad, actually. Like, there have been puns on RaceSpotTV. That's amongst them.
I've dropped a couple on this broadcast so far.
Oh yeah, you've tried.
Yeah, I have. I nearly caught you out with one.
It's been rubbing off on me a lot of it as well.
Oh dear, goodness me, Arjuna. We need to be more professional. This is behind that SimCity racing car, which I can tell because of the white and green. It needs an actual livery on it.
Oh,
I want to see what the livery is.
This is the shame as well. It is a stunning livery that we often see here on RaceSpotTV on Tuesday nights in the Precision Racing League. So, Lewis, it runs at about 2 o'clock in the morning local time for you. I'll make sure to send you the link, and yeah, you can get it all dialed up. Again, the really fun thing about them is that they usually keep things a little bit more distinct. This is their number 6 back in 31st position, and this is the number 12 in 16th position. It's unfortunately identical.
Yeah, of course, you're doing a very good job of controlling yourself. By the way, talking about liveries and stuff, I'm going to. Do you know what my favourite livery on the grid is at the moment? I wonder if you can work it out. I wonder if, in fact, actually, click what you think is my favourite livery on this grid right now. I wonder if you can. If he's going to get it right.
I'm trying to think if this is serious or not.
No, it's deadly serious. Deadly serious. What I actually think probably the best livery is on the grid at the moment, right this very second.
I'm trying to think of who's actually submitted liveries. That's half the challenge right now.
Yeah, that is difficult. That is difficult. I'll spin, and then whatever car you go to next will be the probably won't be because you've got it's a wild stab in the dark. But there is one.
There's 47 cars to pick from.
Yeah, but come on, you know me. There's 3 proper contenders. I know, like, Cam Roger is probably sat there being like, I think he knows roughly what way I'll go because it's about certain colour combinations and such.
So it's not Urano because black and red immediately, eliminated there.
Correct.
I kind of want to say it's grid and go.
It's not grid and go. It is not. Well, for one of them, one hasn't even got a livery.
Yeah, no.
I would say I do like the grid and go livery. No, it's the Williams Esports Academy car because I quite like the. We've discussed it before.
Yes. Okay. That was. I was thinking, but like. This is that's not normal for Beckham Jasir in the 77, but it's a kind of normal paint scheme for me to see at this point. Yes, I know the yellow's not identical to what Jim used to run back in the day, as Gustavo Ariel drops behind 2 machines and Matti Siepler tries to take advantage and get on through as well.
I think there might have been contact that sent him down the order a little bit. Maybe a little bit of contact, a little bit of the concertina, or maybe it's just now is the time for someone like Alessandro Bico or Brody Kostecki to start moving their way a little bit forward and try and close down a little bit on Sven Haase and Govan Keeney, who are running first and second. Right now, the gap's 6 seconds, so it's grown a little bit on it. We'll take a little bit of a look. Obviously, Brody Kostecki's directly behind Gustavo Ariel at this point. Must be a solo mistake, unless there's a contact on the rear.
Oh no, it is solo, and that's the McLaren. It's a mid-engine car, let's not forget, but you do have to be somewhat careful with how you roll your speed through and off of the brakes into the middle of the corner itself. And so Ariel now drops back to 5th position. This group of cars now drops slightly further back in the queue. And I did see, as a subsequent result of all of that, let's go back to the replay just very quickly, but not to focus on Gustavo Ariel, but to focus on Brody Kostecki for a moment here, because there's not really much to talk about when it comes to track limits. However, if you push too far beyond the limits of the track, you get your car airborne.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that looks like a bit of a meme. It looks like a bit of fun or whatever. That can actually damage the car. Absolutely. You can get some damage underside of the car. I mean, you can even just damage the splitter and such. That is quite a big hit. I think he's got away with it fine, no problem. But they do actually have to be careful.
No, he didn't.
Over those.
His front splitter, without a shadow of a doubt, has got some. Yeah, I was just super slow-mo watching it, and I do think there's some damage now on the front of that Team PGZ Audi. It's hard to tell when the car's in motion. We've got 20 minutes to go, though, Lewis, before they'll head down to pit lane, and the drivers can actually assess any sort of damage.
Well, thankfully, with the idea of modern technology, I can be in game and I can investigate myself. And from what I'm seeing, I think it's definitely bent a little bit, especially if you look around the where essentially what the number plate would be on the front. If you kind of look in that sort of area, you can actually really see that it is slightly bent. The left-hand side of the bonnet, you can see is bent down a little bit there, and you can see it's bitten into. That's where the primary part of the damage is. So it's a little bit on the front. Won't cause too much, but it will add a little bit of understeer, especially in sort of like the medium speed corners. So it's not ideal. Nice pen.
I'm breaking out this epic pen. It's pretty epic, as
Most
the name.
is the colour in the golf course, I see.
I'm just trying not to get too distracted by the golf is the problem, because
I see.
I've played golf. Is it twice this year? Both times were actual full rounds of golf.
Goodness me.
Yeah, it's not been great.
No. Well, to be fair though, I think of all of the people that are watching this, whether it is on the iRacing Twitch, whether it is over on YouTube, whatever, I can guarantee absolutely no one cares about golf unless it's me, you, Cam Roger, or Pete Berryman of all people. Interesting.
Peter Berryman's a golfist.
He does like a bit of golf. I was discussing with the Apex Racing team about coming up to Corby, and maybe we go to the range or something. Turns out the range they go to, I've already been to twice with a couple of GB4 drivers.
Interesting. So clearly a popular port for people that like to go fast, it would seem, as we check back in to the other PGZ entry where Sam Moore's trying to recover his way back on forward. He's got the Team Hoisingfeld 35 in front of him, the Door Academy, the Wave Italy racing car tucked in behind, and of course some of these drivers have actually remembered to submit liveries as well, so it's possible to differentiate them amongst the sea of GT3 machines. 47 started, we still have 46 out there. It's Libret Esports, the sole retiree so far from this race, and only one team left off the leading lap as a result of things, but what that really means is as we get ready for that pit stop cycle to get underway, there aren't really too many pockets of clean air for drivers to bob their way down on into, Lewis.
No, certainly not, and I have just received a message. Gary Paravani stepped away from taking photographs for a couple of minutes just to message me saying, I don't care about golf. So at least we're boring him to death, that's fine. But obviously, yes, you're absolutely right. We're moving into the strategic phase. A bit of a look down the inside. Sam Ward and his recovery driver up the order, trying to get himself up a few more positions before we head into that pit stop phase. It's going to be a little bit interesting from the Wave Italy car, straight down the inside. That was brave, let's put it that way, on René Lenz. Thankfully, in that occasion, Team Hoisingfeld car was not going to fight them too much into the apex, into that corner. But yeah, but it's a bit early for those kind of moves.
Yes, maybe a tad. It maybe shows what we've missed for some of these drivers, though, in terms of the level of action, the level of intensity. Although that's a rather clean BMW M4 GT3. Yes, missing the traditional Team Hoisingfeld paint, but iRacing Paint Shop at least provides at least some of the sponsorship coverage for the 101 machine, the second Hoisingfeld car slightly further up the road, of course, as well. So we've got 40 minutes complete. It's been domination so far from the Grid and Go 001, the 003, but it's the McLaren that's been towed around for the majority of this race so far, saving its fuel and biding its time, something that will help its cause, of course, with 20 minutes to go until the pit stop window opens. The traditional norm is try and get these GT3 cars to go an hour and keep it as simple as that, but every lap that you can do beyond that, Lewis, makes your final pit stop just that little bit shorter.
Yeah, I think with an 8-hour race, if you're insanely good on fuel, there is the chance to potentially stay the pit stop, but it's really not likely. I mean, you have to save like 6 minutes, which is basically you have to say like 4 laps of fuel over the hour per stint. Not really likely. It's not really likely. You have to be getting it to, like I say, basically a minimum of an hour and 5 minute a stint, and even then you're touching it quite close to the point where it's just not really worth it. But it's more about just saving the fuel. So that final stop is a splash. You're getting that final stop to being as close to a splash and dash as possible. Yeah, I'm sure all those kind of strategies, they're all going in the drivers' minds. Unlike a 24-hour race, something where you kind of like just go with the flow for a little bit. In this, you're essentially running your strategy, and you know when you want to make that last pit stop right from the start of the race. You have to play the whole strategy out in one big go. You can't. There's no really room for adaptation in an 8-hour race.
What's the track conditions like? That's something that maybe could be quite intriguing. I know the strategy element has somewhat been diminished with the fact that now in iRacing you take tires and fuel at the same time, and well, it probably wouldn't have made a difference here in the cool winter of the northern hemisphere. Let's not forget Japan is actually quite far north when you actually look at a globe and the way that it wraps around a sphere, because
ooh, geography.
I was going to say no flat earthers in the broadcast booth, right, Lewis?
Oh no! Are you outing me? No, obviously not. That is absolutely going to get me. What sacrilege? No, I don't. I know that we're on a sphere. Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry, I did not. I just meant that as a joke.
Brutal.
To be fair,
that was brutal.
It kind of popped into my head because have you watched For All Mankind?
No, I've not actually. Although I've heard that the last season's quite good, the one that's just been on.
It's a very good show about a fake multiverse where space race stuff actually became interesting. And the most recent season has just debuted on Apple TV Plus. This is not an ad. I was
going to say.
I was legitimately watching this last night. But it was so funny because, Lewis, you know who I talk about the show with? Other sim racers who are space nerds.
Really?
Yes, it's the main target audience, apparently.
There are a few sim racers that are space nerds. I certainly do enjoy the odd science fiction show and such.
But not the science itself.
No, it's definitely fiction. The science, I was. To be fair though, on my stream sometimes I talk about like random stuff, and I end up the other day I was talking about different sizes of infinity and how some infinities are bigger than others, and I genuinely went into like a full 5-minute explanation as to what a countable and uncountable infinity is.
Are we
Very
doing
boring.
Mathematical proofs on the Lewis Blade Twitch stream?
Oh, yeah, it was honestly, it's always horrendous.
It sounds fascinating.
It's if you ever want to just not be educated, it's always good to listen to us commentators because we don't know anything.
No, we know absolutely nothing. There is actually one driver that you've commentated on, Lewis, that has some sort of a history and actual affiliation with space. Do you know who it is?
No.
I'm going to let it fester. I'll bring up the nickname, the Worm Man, to see if it rings any bells. No, as Gustavo Ario gets a little bit of a wiggle sweeping through the long right-hander. The balance on his car has definitely got off. I'll give you 5 minutes and we'll circle back to this discussion point because
I have no idea.
It's going to blow your mind, I think it sounds like. But it also blows my mind that we still see this McLaren on the grid. You mentioned wanting to get rid of it. No, Lewis, this is the car that has earned its spot on the field, as opposed to that fake Ford GT, which has never won a top split iRacing special event, as far as I'm aware.
No, probably not. Not even when it was fairly new.
No.
Like, what was 2016, wasn't it? 15? When the Ford GT was new?
Wasn't the Ford... I'm trying to figure out if when the GT3 iteration was actually introduced, because like you mentioned earlier, slightly an iRacing special converted GT2 machine into the GT3 car, so I'm not actually sure. It's a good question, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, so I remember the Ford GT, it has won races in some big events. I don't know, obviously not top split stuff, although maybe it would have done back then, because I remember Glacier Racing used to race it quite a lot.
Right.
And they were rapid in it. Obviously, this was when it was...
Fake team. They never existed. It's a long time ago.
It was when it was the GT was like the world championship along with the iRacing Drivers World Championship, which was on the Grand Prix side of things. God, again, that's really
See,
that's tested. That's tested my
but if
I
we're
was not involved in iRacing stuff back then. Let's just go with that.
And I wasn't in the broadcast side of things. And, to be fair, I wasn't actually
We weren't
seriously
even sim
competing
racing.
at all. I was in sim racing back in those World Championship days, but just not seriously sim racing. It was the, oh, I'm going to rage quit out of the race on the opening lap because I didn't understand how iRacing worked kind of deal at that point. But if we're talking those days, Lewis, those would have been with the GTE machines, right? Correct me if I'm wrong initially. So we would have already had a couple of GT3 cars, including this McLaren. To which I'm saying that I know Glacier Racing would have been in the Ford, but someone who's got access to an iRacing history book is going to have to actually prove to me that the Ford won a top split special event.
Yeah, no, honestly, I could not tell you.
Uh-oh.
I could not tell you.
Uh-oh, Go Vankini's gone around, and now, yes, it is still Grid and Go at the front, but it's Sven Haase all by themselves as the 003 drops outside of the top 10.
Yeah, did see the comment in chat about what's happened to the third Grid and Go car. Go Vankini's going through a very painful wait here. I mean, to be fair, if he really wanted to get up and go again, he could set it into reverse, drop down the hill a little bit, not accelerate straight onto the apex. Could have got going a long time ago by reversing a little bit and then just turning more left. But it kind of makes me think if there's more of an issue for Go Vankini right now, because he remains stationary literally on an apex, which is not annoying to see at all. And now all the cars have gone. Now starts to get going again. Disaster for Go Vankini. What happened as well to the other one? Janakok didn't really have the pace of Sven Haase and Go Vankini. He was just dropping back through the pack of Brody Kostecki, Alessandro Bico, Gustavo Ariel, Matti Siepola, and Lasse Urano.
So here's a look at the replay. And it looks fine until it doesn't, really.
Nah, it's no, there wouldn't have been a technical thing.
No.
I think, was he just offline?
That's too much speed, I think. Let's ride on board over the shoulder and we'll get a better kind of a perspective here. Yeah, too much speed.
Oh, yeah, it starts going. And he steers more left? What? Sorry, does the car oversteer and then he steers more left?
I mean, they do tell you to steer into the slide. This is where I'm getting a bit confused.
Yeah, they tell you to steer into the slide, not steer. like, what? I don't understand why he didn't stick it in reverse and drop it back down the hill a little bit, unless he couldn't get it into neutral for some reason.
I mean, it's not like the real car where you actually have to struggle
surely
to
not.
get it into reverse, so that's a little bit weird. But regardless, that car is now back in pit lane and done, it would seem. So, Grid and Go lose one of their 3 shots in the barrel. It's a good thing they still have a 6-second advantage up towards the very front of the field, but we were getting quite rather into our Arjuna and Lewis podcast discussion, and Go Vankini says, hold on, guys, there's a race going on.
Yeah, that was not ideal for Grid and Go, but they do still have Sven Haase at the head of the field. Obviously, we'll see what Sven Haase is like when it comes through going through traffic, and we will get a little bit of traffic in this, mostly obviously lap traffic, which kind of will probably have to more jump out of the way. That's where the gap might disappear more so. But now he's got... I was going to say now that he's got no assistance from behind, maybe the gap will close, but it's not as if like Go Vankini was pushing him further off. The only issue is that if Go Vankini was sat behind Sven Haase saving fuel for all that stint, and they were going to switch them at some point so Sven Haase could save more fuel, Sven Haase can no longer do that as he's got no one out there with him, so might have to save a little bit of fuel and sacrifice some of the gap. So interesting as we ride on board with the highest placed Mercedes in this race. I am being told, by the way, Reika from Mercedes is watching and paying attention and waiting for photographs of these Mercs. So Gary, get on it.
So many people behind the scenes, of course, making all of this happen. It was really cool in the aftermath of that first round of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship to see press releases going up on IMSA. Totally not containing quotes from yours truly that will come back to haunt them in the future. You best believe that.
What have you said?
We talked about it on the broadcast last Sunday, Lewis. I made the claim that this is not going to be a season in IMSA Esports where any one team is going to dominate, and then look at Apex Racing Team. Yes, I know Redline pushed them, but they were pretty dominant in that GTD class, all things considered, a week ago. But they put out pre- and post-race press releases. Mercedes celebrated the fact that, of course, their charge, the Apex Racing team, the defending champions as well, came out on top. So it was rather exciting to see all of that. What are we going to see happen, though, slightly further back in the... oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, good. That could have been a lot bigger.
It still took a bit of damage on the a big whack on the front right. And yeah, you can see that car is pretty toast. I mean, you say it could have been bigger. It's still the end of the race.
One more look, and just ran way too far out wide, and bish bash bosh.
That is a solid F, unfortunately for Pure Sim. So they'll lose a car. You can see that suspension is toast. By the way, I don't know if you've seen our little group chat. Cutie Patootie, Ewan O'Leary has just said the GT2 Ford would have won Le Mans back in the day, and that counts. I don't think that counts.
No, we're talking the GT3
we're
car
talking
here.
the GT3, yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
No, I will be honest in saying that, yes, I thought about that, and I was like, no, I'm not counting that. That is a real car that raced in the real world. This is a fake real car. It's a fake real car, let's be honest. It's an amalgamation of what did somewhat compete, and then an application of a rule set that maybe the version that we have never really fit into. But yeah, Cutie Patootie slightly wrong there when it comes to the stat. I did see that.
Hate that.
He's not going to like that at all. I did see that someone suggested that maybe go back to like 2012 or something. Maybe there would have been something, but I don't think iRacing had a GT3 class 11 years ago. But again, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think the Ford GT was only added to the GT3 class quite a bit later. Like, I think, as much as it's not a new car on the service, but I get the feeling from memory that Ford GT was only added to the GT3 class sort of like, unless I get the feeling it was something around like 14 or 15. It was when I was still fairly new to the service, because I'm pretty sure it was added like during my time being a member. And Ewan is quite right. We also didn't do 24-hour races back then. The first one was...
well, 2014, 2015 is when we started getting those 24-hour races, starting with Daytona. But the iRacing World Tour will still technically count that, I guess, in its own special way. Winning this race doesn't technically count as winning a 24-hour race, so, you know, not all specials...
That's true.
Not all specials are 24.
Weirdly enough, it's an 8-hour race.
Can we shorten the clock down based on the type of racer that we're going to see, just so that we can get all of the fuel mileage games to happen, you know, in a shorter span of time? Because it is going to be a rather long 6 hours, you would assume, all building to the final 60 minutes. But it's kind of what special events have become, Lewis. No safety cars. It's an 8-hour sprint, basically, like you mentioned, from the drop of the green flag to the signaling of the white flag, and then finally the dropping of the checkered.
Yeah, Barney's got absolutely nothing to do. He could pop off to the nearest Macca's, sit down and you know have a nice little snack, maybe go around, do 18 holes, come back, get ready with the white flag, and get ready to chuck it around. He's got a great day ahead of him. Obviously getting paid a full rate as well. Go on, Barney, the flag man. But no, obviously, you know, for a lot of these teams, these races are incredibly strategic. You can't rely on anything else except your own pace, right? You can't rely on there maybe being a safety car, or maybe being an instant, or maybe being anything. It's all about what you do, the fuel you save, the tyres you save, and the attacks that you go on. You know, and timing is everything in all of this. We've got a trio of McLarens in all of this one. The Sontech cars are kind of just staying out of trouble a little bit, which is, I guess, kind of what we'd expect from this lot.
Yeah, relatively new team, of course, so we are somewhat tracking their progress and keeping an eye on how they continue to run their way on forward. Interesting to note that they've got 2 entries today, because the most that I've ever seen representing them, Matti Sieppula alongside Lasse Urainen, but Lasse Urainen paired up with, trying to just read my timing screen and the tiny text, Jesse Hilaio, and then in the other car, the more interesting pairing, if we're being maybe totally honest, is Matti Sieppula, and guess who? Sammy Matti Trogan jumped in alongside in that number 13.
Yeah, I was going to say, because obviously Matti Sieppula we've seen recently driving for Heroic, and then Sammy Matti Trogan, again, this is the whole thing of like, this is the whole thing with all the changes and stuff in sim racing. Everyone's just sort of like, that happened like 3 years ago. And I'm like, did it? Because I still, Sammy Matti Trogan to me, still a Williams esports driver. You know, like in my mind, it's still like stuck in there. As
both the Sontech cars get past Gustavo Ariel, so the pace at the start now dropping off. I believe Sontech is a real-world team as well.
Right.
So I wonder if Sammy's affiliation here is crossing and blurring those lines of virtual and reality as Sontech holds on to now 4th and 5th positions. But I've just gone onto the website, sontechracing.com, and they have 2 drivers listed. Sammy Matty Trogan and Matty Siepola.
Okay, fantastic. Basically, where we were going there, it was pure speculation that has worked out. A treat.
Yes.
Fantastic.
But does this actually mean that Sammy Matty Trogan is no longer with Williams is the question?
No idea.
Because I have still seen him racing under the Walkenhorst Motorsports banner, and I would assume he's probably going to do so again for another year of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series that will kick off for as Gustavo Ariel clambers over the curb once again and almost half spins that McLaren. Yes, sim racing silly season is well and truly upon us.
The thing is people don't fully understand that sometimes we'll be doing a broadcast together, like, for example, IMSA last week. And then you're like, oh, yeah, Florian Labiga's just got behind the Team Redline car. And you said it so naturally and so calmly. And I was like, sorry, has this been like a big post that I've missed on Instagram or something that I've just not seen it happen like 3 months ago? And then they put the post out like 2 days after the race that Florian Labiga's joined Redline. I was like, oh, right, fair enough. And this is the whole thing, is that from our point of view, there's so many driver switches and stuff. We genuinely cannot keep track of it. It's absolute madness. And so sometimes, like, if you've switched team recently and been like, they've not spoken about it on broadcast, it's because we're not sure if it's happened recently or if we've just missed it and it happened ages ago and we don't want to come across as total idiots.
Or if we're not sure if it's alone and you're just there doing a one-off race.
Everything.
Yeah, so I went to Sammy Matty's Instagram account. It says Sim Racing with Williams Esports. So
Bill says Williams.
That lines up, and I also legitimately just got a message from the team manager, Jake Hammond, over at Williams saying, Sammy is still part of the Williams Esports camp. Sontech is one of his real-world sponsors, and so he's just being loaned out for this race. Williams have plenty of cars, so they've got plenty of drivers as well. Sammy can be loaned out for this one race, and we'll see how he goes up, of course, behind Alessandro Bico in the train of cars. But I heard the klaxon go off on pit lane. We're almost towards the close of the first hour of this Coach Dave Academy iRacing Fuji 8 Hours, the first of the iRacing special events here at the Fuji International Speedway. And you know what that means, Lewis. It's time for pit stops.
Yes, indeed. Whether we'll see Sven Haase come in straight away. This is where we're going to be curious to see if there was any fuel saving. Bearing in mind the gap, it's come down from 6 seconds to 4.5, telling me that Sven Haase has been fuel saving recently. And you can see remaining out on the racetrack. Brody Kostecki will be remaining out. It'll be quite obvious when they come in. I'm not shocked to see everyone staying out at the moment. It's more about like who can gain that extra lap or two right now, because it'll pay dividends later on in the race.
So the Precision Racing Esports team, the only team that has come into pit lane, and you can see them there rolling away and will emerge just inside of the top 8 or so. And it's rather dangerous as you've got to say for the likes of Maxence Godino potentially in that Apex Racing team car. There's Urano and Sam Coitet on their charge up through the field, now at 14 positions so far today. But this is the danger with qualifying poorly. It's something that we've often talked about with the GTP and Dominic Hoffman in particular, and charging through the field. You can't always afford to lose out at the start here. The 91 is a good 16 seconds off of the race leader, Lewis.
Yeah, and also I did want to say is that Aaron Vasquez works his way up the order ever so slightly. So now inside the top 10 for Drago Racing. A good debut at the moment showing for Vasquez. A little bit ahead of this. I wonder if they might gain a little bit of a position as we ride on board with the ATRS car, getting onto, or rather lifting a little bit earlier, coasting into the corner and gaining a little bit of extra fuel mileage. With that Mercedes AMG Team Williams Diesel car, with that damage on the front, is there going to be a required extra stop as Sam Coitet has been a problem at the chicane?
I just saw smoke off the back of that camera shot and I was like, who went around? The answer is the Urano car that we were just talking about. You don't believe in the commentator's curse, do you, Lewis?
No, of course not.
Just bad, exist. Just bad driving, right?
Bad driving and bad luck. Bad luck is a thing. Bad luck is indeed a thing. But you know,
I will send you a clip from yesterday's Radical Cup UK broadcast where Ewan O'Leary was alongside myself, and yeah, I had a pretty bad commentator's curse, and see, lad, that's a weird one.
scientifically speaking, what have I just seen?
I don't think science could explain this one as we jump on board with the Pure Sims 116.
So we were talking about science fiction earlier on. I think aliens might have actually joined the broadcast. Oh, unreal levels of lag, and suddenly the air cannon fired off the front of the car. Now that was some Mario Kart level stuff.
So that
just absolutely, like, was it blue shell? Blue shelled him, red shell, whatever it is. He shelled him.
It's all of the above when it comes to Mario, I feel, rolled into one there.
Wow, that was impressive.
That was actually quite impressive, and for Poiter to hold on to it and minimize the time loss, and compare that again to what happened to Go Vankini in the Grid and Go 003 earlier, where he struggled to get it into the right gear, and again Brody Kostecki just lifts the front end of that car over one of those sleeping policemen. But yeah, Poiter was able to spin it around and bring it back onto the track inside of the top 20. So we're past the top of the hour. Drivers have been able to save that little bit more fuel, but you're right, Sven Haase maybe has been focusing more on the fuel mileage. The gap for the lead is now underneath the 4 seconds for the first time since seemingly the start of the race, and they're going to indicate pit right, and it is a rather, I don't want to say precarious, but it's not the easiest pit lane entry to navigate.
Oh, no, it's not terrible. I kind of want to say it was garbage, but it's not. It's not terrible. It's just a bit scary because you come into it so quickly. If you want to hear me talking about bad pit entries, wait until tomorrow for IMSA Esports, because obviously we've got Watkins, which is one of the worst on planet Earth. And I will tear that one a new one just for about 2 hours and 40 minutes, to be perfectly honest. I hate it. It's so bad. It is deserved,
to be fair. Yeah, guidance from Race Control is going to have to be given to clarify all of that, and I assure you we will still probably see some incidents over the course of the race.
Oh, yes.
So I see the Sven Haase driven car up on the jacks. No surprise to see it take fuel and tyres at the same time, but no driver change taking place after 1 hour complete.
Yeah, which, to be fair, is not too much of a shock. In these kind of races, you don't tend to see driver swaps that consistently. Obviously, if you've jumped in from the world of, like, ACC and stuff, where they do... Oh, F for the SimCity Racing. Not great, not great. But yeah, no, what I was going to say was you would tend to see driver swaps all of the time. Now I'm thinking we might need some driver swaps because I think everyone's losing their head a little bit.
Yeah, that was not one but two little slip-ups over the course of the track. And so as Sven Haase leaves the pit lane, it's all as, of course, that car now has some clean air to enjoy once again. So the margin under 4 seconds come the end of the stint, and here we go. The dance onto pit lane. Who will go a couple of laps beyond? It's Kostecki in, and not followed in by anyone else directly behind.
Now, you remember how earlier on in the broadcast I was saying that maybe if you could save enough fuel, maybe you could save a pit stop. Some of these drivers are in that kind of vein, where obviously the difference is they've been in the pack, so it's been easier for them to save fuel, as we've said over this first stint. So this makes sense. This would actually be, as much as you do a little bit of running beforehand, this would be the longest one. Let's see what happened with the Urano car right on the rear end. Is that Sam Coiter just getting a little bit of a touch on the rear? Was it Sam Coiter?
Yeah, I think it was. It was the 91, wasn't it?
The addition off his air cannon as well.
Right, it was.
Man's fuming.
Let's jump on board. It was Coiter I can confirm, not confuse you with. And it's just the apex speed.
He just kind of drives straight in the back. There's no air cannon involved there. That was just, to be fair, good avoidance, by the way, from everyone. Very easy to just clout that car that's kind of spinning all over the road. What happens after this?
And so was that what happened then to the Ferrari that we saw spin it around as well? So yeah, spool it back slightly further, back into this braking. Oh no, that's going to be car contact.
Oh yeah.
That's a lap car though, getting spun around. So it's the 17, the DRS Esports car that activated its DRS at the wrong place on track.
Yep. That was not fair though. If you are going a lap down, was it the car that was a lap down getting out of the way that got spun round?
That is potentially what happened, yes.
Yeah, so at that point, it's kind of, well, you need to get out of the way better. It's very brutal, but yes. See Alessandro Bico, Matty Siepeler into the pit lane. I think that's a Urano staying. Oh, no, Matty Siepeler's also staying. He got those last little wisps of the slipstream, and they remain out. So Sontech 1-2 in the race, but most importantly, they're going further than anyone else. Could they shave a pit stop off?
I still don't understand how much time they'll need to shave off. What I have just realized, though, as we check in with Brody Kostecki back out in the Audi, he has lost ground to Go Vanchini, mostly just by virtue of that pit stop time. It's not a full service that Go Vanchini took in the pit stop. Rather, Go Vanchini's teammate took in the pit stop cycle. Getting myself confused with the 3 different grid and go cars that we have. And that's an interesting number, Lewis, to keep your eye on, because obviously they recognize the fact that they're not cutting a pit stop out, and well, they need to account for that.
I was going to say, if Go Vanchini's jumped him in the pit stop, he's done a very good job, considering he's basically at the rear of the field now after being stationary on an apex for about 3.5 hours. Yeah, no, for Sven Haase, at the moment it seems like fairly perfect execution. Although, I mean, look at the position count. Let's see the position count once he's actually at the end of pit lane to understand. So there are 11 cars still out on circuit at the moment. That is quite a high number of cars that are going for an extra lap or two, as we can see the Williams Velasano Bico rolling out of pit lane, still remaining behind Brody Kostecki.
Yes, that is the Williams car that has a front end, by the way. We were wondering what would happen to the second Williams eSports car. Well, unfortunately, we don't have an answer just yet because they're not into pit lane, but we might get it this time around. And see the traffic starting to play its part without a shadow of a doubt now because of the overlap, the length of the pit lane as well. Again, it's a long pitch straight, and therefore the amount of time that you lose by going down at pit speed, definitely a factor to keep in mind. Into the box, nice and tidy. Onto the limiter comes Nicolas Matteo. Follows in the Drago Racing car, but wow. Sontech Racing onto the 42nd lap of the run, and Lewis, I'm not sure if this is going to play out, but it's something they're committed to, that's for sure.
Well, they're definitely shaving a pit stop, right? So that's the important bit. And it does mean then that for Sven Haase, if you look at that gap now, right, at least a 001 car, if you know that these two are shaving off a pit stop from the race, then you know that 60-second gap is the gap that you now have to close in the next 6 hours and 50 minutes. Right? Simple as that. Not that simple, but
are you trying to make me do math right now, Lewis? Goodness.
No, well, no, that's just how it is. It's as simple as that. If they're going to shave that pit stop off, then basically you need to gain the time that you're because they've made a stop. You've made a stop and they haven't. So you've got that 59 seconds to close down over the final portion of this race. Obviously, it's there's a lot more to it, and everyone's just running their own strategy. I think it's just very impressive that Matti Sieppula and Lasse Urano have been able to go this long, showing the pace that they've had. The fact of someone going this long is not actually a shock. The fact of them doing it this quickly is the shock. That's the surprise. They're actually in contention for this.
And I guess the question will be, how do they keep up the fuel saving now that they potentially will lose the draft of those around them? That's going to be a factor. You still see Kostecki and Bico. They're relatively close to one another, but as they roll their way through the middle sector, it's all as onto pit lane. 42 full laps. Not just for Sontech's 13 and 113, but for Beckham Jasir in that Williams Esports Academy car as well. Lewis's favorite livery on the grid. If you're doing these longer...
you said it then.
If you're doing the longer stints, though, is he out of fuel? No, he's not. It was just the camera shot. It got me a little bit confused there for a second. Although Beckham Jasir has just gone an extra lap as Sieppula, without a shadow of a doubt, did splutter into the box.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, at this point they are going to be spluttering in. So for Jasir, it's again very impressive opening run into the race. The way you said, like, my favourite, you almost said it as if like it's not actually. That's like how you would say that the I don't know, like the Furia car in a certain other championship is my favourite livery on the grid.
It's not a bad livery, that one.
Terrible livery.
I mean, it's...
Although, to be fair, I cannot say what I was saying on my stream about it. So, it's not great. It's not great. 2 out of 10.
It could very well have been done by an AI being told to randomly generate some stuff, but that's just beside the point. Sontech, where do they filter out then? Sieppula behind Kostecki, directly alongside with Bico.
That is mad.
It doesn't get much more perfect than this. And same goes for Urano, who feeds out alongside the Grid and Go and Texaco Racing machines.
Honestly, I'm baffled by that from Sontech. The fact that, like I say, a car, as we've said before, a car going longer is not necessarily the shock here. It's the speed they've been able to keep up and going longer. That is the terrifying comparison. We've seen that in a lot of high-level esports championships. Be it whether it's in other special events that we've seen before, be it in things like Le Mans Virtual, whatever. When you see cars going longer and managing to keep the same speed, basically everyone's just sat there being like, brilliant. There's literally nothing I can do for the next 6 hours and 50 minutes. Fantastic. Yes, the gap between Sontech and Grid and Go is fairly large, but unless something happens, and again, I don't believe in the commentator's curse, so I can say this, unless something happens between Williams and PG, they're almost basically out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to wrap my head around this as well, because I was thinking it would be quite interesting to see how it would have gone without them in drafts, as there's Jasir up on the jacks as well. We'll see how he feeds out, but he was a good 15 seconds behind the pair heading into the pit lane cycle. Is this now a blinder that's been pulled, or is something else going on? Well, I'm sure the rumor mill will be abound with chat as we focus in, though, on the front end of a certain Mercedes-Williams car. It's back in one piece, albeit
it's bent.
Missed. Yes, I wasn't going to say perfect shape.
Do you know what I think that is then? I think when we were missing it over the first stint and we were curious about this, I think it was always there for them. I think that was on our end that we weren't seeing the front end. I did say you really rarely see that on iRacing, to be perfectly honest. But I think when he's come into the pit stop, it's kind of reset it a little bit and it's put the front end back on. There's no way that they would have had the front end put back on the car and he would have damaged it again without actually losing any major time to like Drago racing and stuff, right? So that front end was always there. It was just always damaged. I think on our end, it had just kind of assumed that the front end had been damaged enough to remove it. It explains why they had the speed over the first stint. So that's one's settled, at least.
I was going to say, you say that, Lewis, but I'm just trying to imagine how things could have gone through traffic to potentially get a new front end, ding it up instantly, and it's not that unrealistic, is all I will say.
It's the time, though. It's the time.
Yes, it is the time. That is maybe the bigger thing.
They would have lost a lot more time in the pit stop if that were the case. Would be hilarious, though. We've seen it before where it's like, right, we'll put this new part on the car. We'll put this new part on the car instantly, into the first corner. Bang, it's gone.
Bang, indeed. I'm just, again, looking through my social media, which is always a fun thing to try and figure out what little news items that we as commentators have missed. I don't think there's anything too major, but Team Redline, of course, for tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship. It will be a bit of a watch-along that you can follow along with Luke Crane, Kevin Siggy, Enzo Benito. We mentioned Max Verstappen, but I'm quite curious, who is Birmingham's finest? Is that Luke Bennett?
Luke Bennett. It's Luke Bennett.
It is Luke Bennett.
Yep, definitely. Terrified of the guy. But yes, he is Birmingham's finest.
Good reason to be scared then.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm petrified. Him and his dad. His dad's actually very nice, to be fair. But no, yeah, like I say, I mean, the Red Line watch-along streams, they're actually pretty decent.
They're more fun than watching us, let's be real.
I think Luke Crane's in chat, though, so we won't give him too much.
Let's steer away from this then. New topic of conversation. Let's talk about the Williams Esports team stream, which I think they'll be having one, of course, today if you want to follow along with a second stream perspective of what is going on. Grid and Go, by the way, question I've just seen popped into chat. Well, they entered 3 different cars in the running order. They're all pretty quick, it would seem, as well, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the moment, you'd be sat there thinking, if you've just jumped in, you'd think, yeah, they're going all right, first, fifth, and wherever the other one is. They were running first, second, and third for the opening portion of this race. The 002 dropped backwards ever so slightly over the opening speed, just kind of didn't really have quite the pace of his teammate as Urano caught behind the wheel of the 002. The other one being significantly further down the order, and I think actually out of the race, is Govan Keeney.
Yes.
Courtesy of going for a spin, stopping on an apex, waiting the entire day to do so, and making us wonder if there was more of a technical issue there, or brain fade.
It would never be with drivers, be it real or virtual, that they would make a mistake, would it? It's never happened before.
No, I actually never make mistakes, ever.
What happened during the iRacing Spa24 earlier this year?
What do you mean?
I heard the stories about the commentator's car.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me
you?
that did it. No, I didn't spin the car.
No,
I
wasn't
spin
you?
the car and drop it in a barrier. No, to be fair, we all spun the car. Okay, we all spun the car. We all spun the car. It wasn't even just a commentator's car. It was myself. It was Cutie Patootie, Ewan O'Leary. It was the Golf Master, of course, Cameron Roger, and it was Enzo Explains, Enzo Fazzi, of course, who's not a commentator at all.
But he's quite adept at explaining stuff, so, you know, he's more of a commentator than any of us really are.
Well, I mean, he does like to comment on certain things, so there is that at least. And yes, we all spun at the same corner. It's just when I spun, I might have spun and rolled back into a wall.
Excuses.
Slight difference, but we all did spin there. So
see, the funny thing is, Lewis is more than willing to give out the excuses when he's the one spinning
that's
it.
so true.
But when it's someone else spinning it, no. You best believe you're not allowed to forget it. How do I know?
Sorry.
How do I know?
Because you keep binning my car and then taking all the fast repairs. Yeah, no, I'm furious.
It's happened once.
Can I just also say, by the way, at least I didn't go, oh, there must be a commentator in the split. There must be someone else. There must be someone said that we're running really well at the moment, because that's why I crashed. The only reason I crashed, the only like plausible explanation as to why I binned it right now is because someone on a stream which has gone out like 2 minutes before, that they've said that I'm running really well, and that's why I've crashed. The logic baffles the mind.
Commentator's curse.
I'm still angry. Anyway,
Lewis making his intentions known.
It doesn't exist.
It does not exist. We've had our fair share of funny moments when it comes to okay, commentator's curse is maybe not the right way to phrase it. I still think back to Isaac Morris, ISOWC at Road America, which
he did get detonated. Yes.
He got detonated, yes. So that was not commentator's curse, but yes, we've seen some rather intriguing things. So. You slid in all the nicknames, by the way, as well for poor Ewan O'Leary, for fortunate Cam Roger, whose nickname is, you know...
Is Golf Master. Yeah,
I know.
Good, isn't it? Golf Master Extraordinaire is the full title, by the way.
I know. What's his handicap?
I think it's higher than mine. I don't actually know. I don't think we've got Cam to a handicap. Mine's 21.7. I think Cam's is something around like 22 or 23.
21.7. Look at that. So this means that, Lewis, when we play golf together next year, you're going to spot me at least 7 holes. 7 strokes. We'll be fairer, not holes.
Lord, no.
So 7 strokes then. Got it. Okay.
Good Lord, no.
I mean...
We'll see.
I can... again, the 2 times I played golf this year, Lewis, I scored under 100 both times. We won't say what I scored, but under 100 both times.
I think the lowest I got was with Cam. I got 93, which I was very impressed with.
But you said your handicap's 21.
Because that's not because handicaps don't work in the way that you think they work like that. It's a lot more. It's a lot more complicated.
You're talking your actual handicap. I see.
An actual handicap. Yeah, what I'd actually be aiming to hit. If we're going around, I'm going to aim to hit about 95.
You're one of those guys that signed up at a country club, submits his scorecards every time.
Actually, my EG, you don't have to be a member at a golf course anymore. You can just do it online, properly with an official handicap.
Golf has changed since when I used to be a proper golf nerd as well. So
I know. We should not talk about this though, because people are so bored of golf.
I'm telling you, Lewis, there's an overlap between people that play golf and people that like motorsports. Maybe not sim racing because obvious reasons, but yes.
You have to go outside. Yes.
Well, not just that. We're talking money.
Oh, there is that as well.
Yes. So, that's
golf
another...
doesn't have to be expensive, by the way.
It doesn't, but you know who really likes playing golf?
Who?
Rich people.
Oh, that's true. I was going to say, I thought you were about to lean into Brody Kostecki then.
Oh, that would be amazing. Mark Tranter, by the way, Apex Racing... is he team manager, team strategist, all of the above? He's jumped into the chat. He's loving this golf chat, Lewis. So he's all about your golf channel. Yes, he needs to know where to find your golf videos.
I think, Lewis does golf, and I've not uploaded in like 6 months, and they were terrible. I've got a lot better at golf, man. That's fine. I'm very defensive now, aren't I? Very defensive.
Your swing is pretty good. I've told you that.
It's getting there. It's getting there. Just some of the progress that I made the other day. Again, we should talk about this. For everything, you need a coach. I need a coach in golfing, and some people need a coach in sim racing, and that's why this race is brought to you by Coach Dave Academy.
Oh, look at that segue. And Coach Dave Academy, your place to go if you're looking for setup help, for driving help as well. But you know what we don't have, Lewis? Is commentary coaching.
Oh, we don't, and we need it. We need it.
The 2 of us clearly need it. I mean, can you imagine, though, what that would be like? Don't swear, talk about random stuff, look at your screen, and occasionally shout a lot.
I think the most important thing, though, above all else, I think you know where I'm going to go with
Friends
this.
in high places?
Yeah, I was literally going to talk about that. It's more about where you have friends. Oh dear. Thank you. I'll return. On board with Matty Sieper then. Battle for second position. Of course, yeah. The reason why we go completely off topic in these races and stuff, and you might think, oh, they're missing all the racing and stuff. Not a lot of racing generally happens through the stint. It's normally bookended by action. You have action at the start and action at the end of the stint. Through the middle, everyone's just holding position. No one's wasting time. That's the important bit for them at the moment. So Siepler will almost certainly sit behind, because do remember this car went for more laps than anyone else, up to 42 laps, which is what, 5 laps longer than Sven Haas, our race leader?
Yes, and I feel like this is where the lack of safety cars is really exacerbated and highlighted, right? Because of the fact that I look at IMSA in particular with the way the wave arounds work, right? To give you your lap back if you've gone a couple of laps down. In these sprint races, then they are sprint races, despite the fact that they have 8 hours on the clock. You are running your strategy from the very start, and so you're not really incentivized to try and push and to make things happen. And so effectively, once you know your strategy, once you see what everyone else is doing in the first hour, from there you know your run plan, and you can go from there. That's another spin. That's a familiar sight to see a car spun around. Can this driver find reverse gear in the versus esports team with Drapergy number 32?
Or can they find any gear at the moment? Which the answer is yes, and they roll themselves back around. By the way, as much as this is just a base iRacing livery, what we're seeing here, this ticks all the boxes for me. A dark colour, a blue in there, and lime green. Ticks all the boxes.
And no red.
And no red. To be fair, genuinely, this livery is better than the official Mercedes-AMG Team Petronas Esports livery.
Oh, okay.
With saying that.
You mean the esports livery? That's not a bold take. Yeah, that's not a bold take.
Not this livery. This livery looks good. The Apex Racing Merc livery looks good. The Urano Merc livery looks good. The normal one, which we don't have in this race, the official Petronas Esports, so their works team. As much as, again, I like everyone at Mercedes and I like the team, I like all the drivers, the livery is trash. Do better. It's
grey and pink for those that have never seen this livery that we're talking about. I don't really know if I can... I can't compare it to anything else because it is so unique and its own way.
If you imagine the Mercedes F1 livery from last year, on this car, as we'll see a little bit of a look down the inside, and Williams will take over second position in the head of this group, which will be absolutely fine. A bit of fuel saving will come in with Brody Kostekis, absolutely fine. But if you imagine like the F1 livery on a Mercedes GT3, and instead of the green have it as pink, you're on the right path. Right, and that's kind of like, to be fair, that livery, if that were the case, I'd be all over it. I'd say it's actually really quite good. But then what you do is you remove all the character and all the sponsorship from it, and there you go. Is that harsh?
No, I don't think so. I think we both separately made our distaste for that livery be known through our various tier lists on various streams. But yes, I think that's pretty apt.
I do want to say, if anyone sat here being like, oh, I'm going to click this and I'm going to send this to Mercedes, like, no, don't bother, because I'll tell them to their face. I have done. Over the whole year, I have done so many times. To be fair, even when I first saw the livery at Sim Racing last year, I like everyone in there. I just think that livery, it needs more.
So this is what I've said when it comes to the Apex Racing Team Merc as well, which is what I got slightly thrown under the bus about when it first got shared, because I got sent an image of the new livery, and I was asked, so what do you think about it? And I responded honestly saying, it's cool, it's nice, but it doesn't scream Apex Racing Team to me. It doesn't scream that 5 years from now I'm going to remember this as the Apex car. It just looked like any other GT3 machine. And I said that in a private message with an Apex Racing Team driver. Not 30 minutes later, DMs start flooding in left, right, and center because that message got posted in the Apex Racing Team Discord. It's not that I don't like it. It's a perfectly attractive livery, but you know what's even better? The Stormforce ART livery.
Stormforce ART livery is pretty hot. It is pretty hot.
It may be one of the best in 2023.
I will say the Apex Racing livery that we've got here, less so this one because again it's the red highlights. I prefer the one with the green highlights, the 98 in this race. This livery's grown on me a lot. I was pretty critical of it when it was new, but I have since grown somewhat fond of it. I actually quite like it now.
This is what I said. It's a good livery. It is a GT3 livery that fits perfectly on a Mercedes.
Will it look good on other cars?
But no.
Yes.
Look, that's not even the thing. It will look fine on other cars. But Lewis, it looks very much like what Artifact Racing is my team now. It used to be called Reverend Racing. It looks very much like a car we used to run.
You're saying it's lost the character of the Apex Racing squad. I mean, I will say this is the whole thing of like if you're making a team in sim racing, if you do have a plan on making a team in sim racing,
we're available for consultation.
Yeah, exactly, and we will tell you if your livery is hot or not. But it's about finding a unique. And whether it's just a color palette or whatever, or even if it's just a design, like you don't just necessarily have to have like blue and red here, right? It's not a unique color palette. Like we've seen cars with blue and red on before. I mean, even the red lines these days, it's not black and red; it's blue and red basically. But it's about what you do with the colors and how you put the designs onto the car, and you've also got to make it transferable across multiple cars. All very confusing and very, very hard. But building that character of your team comes from the livery, not the drivers, not how you race on track. It is so much about the livery, even more so than the logo. It's the most identifiable piece of your car, so make it good.
So what I am going to try and do is...
Oh dear.
I say, you say, oh dear, I say, hashtag, why did Twitter have to make things a billion times more complicated for producers behind the scenes to try and make things happen on broadcast. I want to show people who have maybe never seen what the Stormforce Apex Racing team car looks like. I had to make sure I get my order of the words correct there. I want to show people what it looks like because I know I have a soft spot for it, Lewis. And again, I will make the claim I think it is one of the best liveries in 2023. This is, of course, not on a GT3 car, I will concede, but it just looks really, really cool.
I will say it looks better on that than it does on the Formula 4. This is the thing. I'm not saying it looks bad in the Formula 4, and obviously they take part in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. They're leading the championship at the moment. Luke McHugh and Pete Berryman driving, and Pete Berryman's a championship leader and all that. Speaking of which, he's quite good in that car as well, winning the World Championship in it, right there. I've got to say, with it, it's kind of one that I'm looking at, and I think it's a great livery, but is it transferable car to car? That's the thing.
It does look different on the Porsche Cup car, I will concede that. I have not seen it on the Formula 4, so that is also a very valuable point that you make, that liveries do not always translate across the different cars.
That's the hardest bit, by the way. That is absolutely the hardest bit. To have a design that works on one car, but you've got to remember, like, if you're doing that design, it's got to kind of work on a GT3, on a prototype, on a GTP, or Hypercar, LMDH, whatever you want to call it, and it also has to work on an open wheeler. And getting it to kind of work on all of those is really, really hard, and not many teams actually pull it off.
Daniele Brambilla, by the way, says, is there ever a broadcast where Lewis doesn't talk about liveries?
No.
I don't think there's a broadcast where either of us never talks about liveries, let's be honest.
Sorry, Danny. I did see he did message me earlier when we were having the conversation on who earns money in sim racing, and did bring up liveries and stuff, and livery designers and stuff, and they do make a fair amount of money. Although I will say...
they're also very busy.
They're insanely busy. Like, making a livery is so hard. Making a good livery is so hard. It is so time consuming because you always kind of think about it. If I say, oh yeah, but a couple of pixels, they don't really matter. They do.
Yeah.
They do. And the amount of times, I'm sure you've done it whilst designing liveries, and I've definitely done it whilst designing liveries, where I will open up Photoshop and I'll move a logo, and I'll press like right on the direction keys like twice. I'm just trying to move it like a couple of pixels to the right and resubmit it. And you have to do that on everything, every line over the when you're trying to line them over panel gaps and stuff like that. It takes so long to design a livery, and it's why I haven't designed a livery in probably 2 to 3 years, because it makes me slam my head straight through my desk.
The fuel saving is still going on, by the way, for the majority of the cars. The gap between the top two is up to about 11 seconds or so. But yeah, these cars aren't so bad. The way that the template is built out for them is somewhat simple. I say somewhat simple. If any livery designer that had to work on LMP1 cars on iRacing in the past, I apologize for the lack of sanity that you now have as a result of that work that you did. It was a great service to the community, but I hope that you never have to do it again, because you'd sometimes have to put a logo across like 3 or 4 different parts of a Photoshop file, cutting, manipulating, squeezing it all around. Lewis, I'll be honest, that I don't do liveries. I do decal layers for series and whatnot, and those are hard enough just to get the number boards all in the right place.
Yeah, no, I've seen to be fair, that's not an LMP1 thing. That is a prototype thing, because prototypes are actually really complex. And to be fair, I will also say that's not just an iRacing thing. That's just doing a livery on a prototype in anything. They are really tricky to do, because they're a lot more complicated than just like, oh well, here's the side of a Merc, slap some logos on it, and off you go. Yeah, it's really tricky. I will also say what Danny's just said in chat. The livery doesn't have to look identical car to car. No, it doesn't. But it does, like, what we're talking about here is the character of the team. The character of the team has to be carried over, and by some teams, when they kind of like manipulate the livery to kind of work on a different car, as much as it's got the same colours and the same logos, it's kind of, if you see 2 liveries designed by 2 different people of the same team,
right?
They don't feel like the same team, and it is kind of in that vein. It's about the character and the profile of the team. That's what's important.
And so that's where you can say that keeping a livery simple makes it easier to adapt across different cars. But I'd also counterpoint to that and say that as long as you've got the design motif somewhat consistent, then take PGZ as a case in point. There's the yellow chevrons, effectively, that is their design identity, and so they accent the headlights here on the Audi to just make better use of the space on the car, something they may not do on the other cars, but it's the identity that is shared ultimately. And so that's a good point. Mark Tranter just messaged me, by the way, a picture of the Formula 4 Stormforce machine, and I see what you mean. And you know what the biggest issue is, I've just realized? When you have the Mercedes, and in GT cars in particular, you can have long logos that are sideways. Can't really do that on Formula machines.
No, you can't like jump between GT3s. I mean, look at these 2 that we're looking at here. Obviously, like on the door, because of how like on the Audi you've got the whatever the air, like the intake or whatever, and on the McLaren you kind of got like the whole that whole side section is really narrow. Whereas when you compare it to the Merc, you've got so much space to work with. That's just in the same class. Honestly, that side of things it's insanely difficult. So when I was doing livery design, and I had to design a livery, I was doing like loads of GTs and open wheelers and stuff like that. And then I then did a livery for a V8 supercar, which was before they were like they are now. It was in like it was when not the last Holden Commodore, the one before, and it was one of those in AMS. I loved it because I was like, you've got so much space to play with, almost too much. But you've got like you can basically do what you want on the side of the car, and it's so like freeing to just basically do like, well, whatever design you want, off you go. Whereas this, you've got to work it around an annoying GT3 car.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes the restrictions that you have in place as well with number boards and things like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking back to when I was picking who was working on my livery for my team, and it was basically, who do I feel understands the vision that I'm thinking of and can actually translate it onto the car itself? The wizard that we picked ended up at someone that Lewis has worked with as well, Max Eru Bryce, is a very talented artist in and of his own right, but someone that many iRacers may not be so familiar with. But we talked about money in sim racing. As much as he's worked in so many big profile projects with the likes of Andy Blackmore, built liveries for Rocket SimSport and a whole bunch of other stuff, he decided that sim racing wasn't necessarily where he wanted to spend his time, and I don't blame him, given that he's not just a great sim racing livery designer, but also an epic tattoo artist as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of places where that art form, really is usable, and he was like very like kind of well thought out with all that kind of stuff. Obviously, Bryce Lau. There are a few other livery designers and stuff. Like even like back in the day, and I don't really see them anymore. Does Coda Factory still exist?
That's a name I haven't heard for quite a while.
I know. So no, then that's the answer. Because obviously, when I was still fairly new to iRacing, any good livery. Any high-level livery, for the most part, they were done by Coda Factory. And Coda, I think, had done some liveries on some real motorsport cars. I didn't remember a Ferrari being done by them. And then, obviously, you've got Nico Barkley's done some liveries, a couple of liveries in real life, mostly the Bentley a couple of years back in British GT. If you're doing the livery design and stuff in sim racing, there is that fairly transferable skill. It's not quite as transferable as some other skills into motorsport. You need to be a bit more like thought outside the box, but the design itself can move its way over into a real motorsport livery. I just kind of find those things kind of fascinating when you see those stories of like not just a driver or whatever moving over from sim racing to real. When you see like any other job basically.
I think when it comes to going from designing virtual cars to real cars as well, the thing that many forget is that you're not designing for yourself.
Yeah.
You're designing for the sponsors most of the time when it goes to real world motorsport, making sure they have their placement, they're always visible in the right ways. When it comes to certain sponsors as well, making sure that you're representing them in the ways that they want, using the logos in the intended ways, etc., etc., etc. And so it's more involved of a process than you would think, and it's why I said it last week on the IMSA Esports Global Championship coverage, but the livery that Pure Sims are running for that championship in their BMW M4 GT3, it's a partnership with Michelin, which has got the Michelin man on the front of the car. I love it, Lewis. That is the type of livery that you'd see in the real world as well, I feel.
I was going to say that is the other thing that like with some sim liveries, right? We've really entered full podcast mode on sim liveries.
Oh yes,
that is fantastic. I think it's a fascinating topic. With some, it's kind of, this is a completely subjective side. It's like whether a livery is good or not. Is to whether you could like imagine it on a real race car. Right, and that's where things become like quite interesting, because this is where, like, for example, if you want to take an example in this race, right, and one livery that we've said is quite good, the Apex Racing Team livery. Could I see it on a real racing car? And I cannot put my finger on why, but I kind of can't.
Interesting.
It's a very sim racery livery, and this is why when, like, I say the Nico Barkley one, right. And it's because I saw a photograph of the car before I knew it was designed by Nico Barkley. I was looking at it being like, I can't put my finger on it, but something's weird about this car. And someone was like, yeah, it looks like a sim racer livery. And I was like, it does look like a sim racer livery. And he was like, yeah, it's because it's designed by Nico Barkley. I was like, was it? Are you serious? There is a vibe to how sim racing liveries are, and they don't look the same as a real race car. I cannot put my finger on what it is.
So I need to go and find the original Reverend Racing livery, we loved the livery for the few years that we ran it, and then someone sent us a picture and went, hey, isn't this your livery? And it was basically our livery, just with different colors that had been running in the real world for going on like 5 years at that point. And so we decided it was time to... But the Apex Racing livery does remind me a little bit of that. So I'll find it, I'll send it over to you. But I know what you mean. It's a flick as well. It's an instant recognition of, oh, I can see that on a real car. It would work. I get it.
Yeah.
And I wonder as well if the addition of the spec maps has made it even more wild for these people in terms of the combination and the level of detail that they can go to, because it's very cool often seeing now the real designers come into the sim to actually flesh out their ideas, see how it would look in various sorts of lighting, and then they have to go and do the design once again, but on the actual piece of paper that will go off and be printed into the vinyl.
Yeah, exactly. There's like the whole thing of when livery design was done, 20 years ago and stuff, and you kind of like, you're doing it on the car, right? You're kind of like designing it on the car, which obviously is how it's done now. But you're actually designing it on the car. You're not just putting the livery on the car. You're designing it on the car. Whereas now, obviously, with the ability to put it into sim racing and stuff, because if you put it onto a model and then just sit it there and go, yeah, that looks quite good. it's not even the same as it like being in a race. Like obviously like, a lot of sponsors and stuff, they'll want to see what it looks like in a crowd of cars, so they can look at it and be like, bam, that's my car from an absolute mile away. That's where sometimes in sim racing it's actually pretty good, because you know it's super dynamic to like see that race down towards turn 1 and see if you can spot your car from like the crowd, and that's kind of like one of the important things. But anyway, we can probably talk about sim racing liveries until the cows come home. We've got 20 more minutes left of me on this broadcast. Is it you and Cutie Patootie next?
It
is, isn't it?
It is. Me and Cutie Patootie up next, and then the fake award winner will return to jump in alongside the Golf Master Extraordinaire before my pants will return for the final 2 hours of the commentary broadcast. It has settled into a rhythm, though. That's why we go into somewhat of a podcast mode. The traffic's being the main factor right now in this race for second, effectively, as Alessandro Bico tries to break away from Brody Kostecki, from Matti Siepola behind. Jarno Koch in the 002 GridandGo.com Esports is being chased down by Texaco Racing, by TK and Gustavo Ariel, along with Lasse Urano. But of course, it's the fuel mileage, should we say gamble, strategy from Sontech Racing.
It's a strategy. It's not a gamble, I don't think.
I don't think you can call it a gamble anymore, but I think it would have been fair to call it a gamble at the start of the day.
Yeah, potentially, but the way they've nailed it over the stint is honestly terrifying. Obviously, got bits of lap traffic and stuff, which can cause the odd share of problems here. We're looking at the highest placed of the two Sontech cars. They're separated by about 3 seconds, which actually was about how they were towards when they were entering the pit stop sequence. And there's not been any major changes between those two Sontech cars, and they're remaining in the hunt. The main talking point at the moment is how the 001 has started lighting up the time sheets, or in a sense over the stint, trying to go faster, trying to build that gap, and has built it now to the important one, which is 13.8 seconds, now 14 seconds to the Sontech car, because the Merc Williams car, the 155, and the Team PGZ car, they're both going a couple laps longer than Grid and Go, but the Sontech car is going way long, like way longer, to the point where I'm definitely not seeing him into the pit lane before I depart.
No, definitely not. I don't think we'll see many.
I think we'll see any.
Yeah, pit stops. Well, we might see one, because I think there was one team that came in a good 2, 3, 4 laps before the top of the hour. But yeah, outside of that, no real contending pit stops. Still, Bico has a car between him and those chasing down. That's a 68 of Impulse Racing, and that's an important distinction as well, because single class race means that the traffic isn't maybe as easy to get on through as it would be in a multi-class race. And Impulse Racing, by no means a slow team, Lewis. We've seen them across so many different races, and they're not going to pull aside and get past so easily, as the swap around potentially will happen between the McLaren and the Audi into turn 1, with the traffic being used as a pick.
Yeah, exactly. The lap traffic in these kind of races are a little more tricky, right? It's not the same as blasting past in a like an LMDH or something like that. I will say, generally in this, the traffic should work with you a little bit more than what it does in other races. In those multi-class races, they shouldn't fight you too hard and stuff. Although we do see the odd bits of drama. I think you've kind of got to accept that if you are one of these lead cars, at some point during this 8-hour race, you will come across a back marker that will not be super kind to you, and that will be running just about fast enough to keep you behind for a lot longer than you're comfortable with. And you have to accept that that's probably going to happen, and already calm yourself down about it. If you get stressed out, that's where you're going to lose a whole heap of time.
And you're only, an hour and 45 minutes into this one. We've had this discussion a little bit before. How long does an endurance race have to be to truly actually feel like an endurance race rather than a sprint? But this is definitely one of those where 8 hours at Fuji, I think most of the teams have just pulled the 2 drivers rather than the 3 drivers. I'll be curious to see how they divvy up the race. Expect them to probably be double stinting across the board in these relatively cool track conditions. So as Bico continues to try and work to break the gap to those behind, Sontech finally clear themselves of one of those lapped cars. And now into turn number 1. Next target in sight is the 155. When you're saving so aggressively on fuel numbers, Lewis, I think the one benefit that we do have is the fact that it is going to heat up slightly over the next couple of hours, which means it will be slightly easier to save a bit of fuel.
Yeah, you know, like you say, when things cool down and stuff, you know, all those things, they do affect fuel mileage to certain degrees and stuff. So there's a lot they can play with over this, and they've kind of got to adapt to it. I've said before, when we were talking, I think it was on the IMSA. I love the fact that you know, once the cloud starts coming over, the track actually changes. It's not like a visual thing. It does change on speed, and that affects everything. You know, fuel mileage, speed, obviously tyres is the really obvious one, the main contact point to the road. So I will say it's looking looking a little toastier than I would expect. 25 degrees. I know we were saying this before when we were doing BMW MSIM Cup, because I was disappointed that in November it was warmer apparently than it was when I was there in October. But fair enough. But it's looking pretty toasty out there. Can we go there now?
It's not too bad, is it?
Not too bad at all.
Yeah. If you are going to go to this region as well, there are so many classic racetracks that you could go to. I know if Luke Crane is still watching on the iRacing Twitch channel, he would not be happy if we talked about the region, the tracks that it has to offer, and didn't say Sugo when.
Sugo, it's kind of one of those ones.
He loves it.
I know he does, and that's why I hate it. No, I want to see Sugo in sim racing, right? Because outside of, I can think of 2 places it appears in sim racing. I can't bring up either on this broadcast, so fair enough. But I can think of 2 places it appears in sim racing, and both of them are old, and I would love to see it more. Like I'd love to see it again because it is actually a quality track, and it's also one that Zach Sweeney's never heard of. So
I mean, that's many of them, though. Unfortunately,
he doesn't even know what Fuji is. That's why he's not on this broadcast.
He probably doesn't know what Fuji is, to be fair. Fans of the Paceworks Esports Ford OP farewell team will be disappointed to hear after a technical issue for them. They had to return to the pit lane, but have just rejoined the track after dropping from the race server. So that's a slight misfortune for them in what is, I would expect, maybe a swan song for the Ford. The next opportunity they may have to race it would be Bathurst early next year. Then it would be Spa after that. But outside of that, shouldn't expect to see it in many special events. And as much as I think you don't want to say goodbye to it, Lewis, can we at least acknowledge that the new Ford Mustang GTD does look quite interesting?
No.
No? Not even
no,
that,
okay, so
not even the road-going version of it, which is basically just like a unfettered GT3 car for regular people to go and do wild things with?
Okay, so I'll say I've got an opinion on that Mustang. And again, it's one of those ones that I can't quite put my finger on why, but when I'm looking at it, being like, I just don't see that being like a GT3 car. Like I can't see it like, you know, seeing, oh, here we go, you know, side by side through the first corner. You've got a Ferrari 296, you've got a McLaren, you know, everybody, you've got a Ford Mustang, and I'm like, well, do you know what? I mean, something just doesn't feel right about that.
You're not. Have you watched any of the GT4 Mustang races?
Yeah, because I've obviously won races in British GT, and it's fine. It's fine in that.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask, do you think it was fine there? Because I feel like it's got the same issue there, kind of.
Kind of, but less so because it's GT4 race. GT3, I don't know. It just seems weird. I think it's kind of one of those ones.
You're just an elitist, is what you are, a European elitist.
It's so true. It's a hill I will climb off of. Once I actually see it on racetrack and stuff, once I get used to it, right? But right now, I'm just like, I just don't really see it. Then again, you say I'm a European elitist. Like my favourite GT3 isn't even. It's not even European.
Is it the Nissan?
No. Good Lord, is it the Nissan? Get out of here.
I'm trying to think what's a non...
Come on, think about it. Think about it. Dig deep. Dig deep. It's one that's a little bit more controversial when it was first launched, but I think it's sick.
Is it still racing right now?
Surely it's got to be, yeah. It's not that old.
I am drawing...
It's got to be racing like Super GT and stuff. Surely. No, they almost certainly is.
Oh, is it a Toyota Prius?
No, although that is up there. Oh, my God. Can we get the Prius out? That's ridiculous. No, it's the NSX, mate.
Oh!
Love
okay.
the NSX.
I will be honest, I was trying to think American, and I thought you were going the Corvette route, and I was like, but that's not a GT3 car yet. Technically, you can Callaway I know exists, but you know,
Callaway is up there.
Yes, exactly. But that's European.
That is that is European. That is, as much as American, it is European. So that doesn't count. The NSX is up there. The Prius, though, that's some top level stuff. Some top level.
I mean, in general, GT300's got quite an interest. I mean, didn't they have a Subaru BRZ at one point?
Honestly, they've got some crazy stuff in Super G. I love it. I love it. I love a weird car fitting into the regs.
Yes. Well, that's why it's great that it's basically GT3, but with the flexibility to homologate yourself kind of for that series. I do believe they're going to have some Ferrari 296s entered alongside some Aston Martins. So you could go to a Super GT race at Sugo and see an Aston Martin, a Ferrari, and then a Toyota Prius all racing against one another. That sounds quite cool. The NSX is also very cool, though. Sorry, I was just... that's a cool one to like.
I am going to say, by the way, I understand, okay, before anyone jumps on it, I understand the hypocrisy of being like, oh, Mustang racing with a Ferrari, blah, 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 blah. But a Prius, right, there's just, the reason why is because the Prius is an absolute meme, right? It's just, it's an unrivaled meme. I can't, like, it's different, okay? So everyone jump off that one for a second. But yes, the NSX is I don't know if it is actually like number one, but it's certainly like one of my favorite GT3s. It's definitely a GT3 that I want to see more in sim racing.
I tell you what, Lewis, do you want to loan me $300,000?
Okay, I'll give you the rate that I've got for this broadcast. That's about 300 grand, isn't it?
There you go, perfect. Because
what do you need?
I would really like to buy this new Ford Mustang GTD, the road-going car. I'm not talking the race car, mainly because I think it's a great way to send yourself off this earth.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds, I mean...
5.2-litre V8, active aero.
You'd bin it immediately.
I mean, give me 2 corners.
How long did you have your car before you got some damage on it? I know it wasn't your fault, but that wasn't very long, was it?
Okay, so my current car, I'm not counting the fact that my windshield got chipped.
It was the windshield.
1 week after I drove it off the dealership. Yes, we're not counting that. And then the fight that I had with insurance to say, you're putting Porsche glass into this, not your third-party glass, because I've had this car for a week and it's not getting ruined. Yeah. It wasn't $300,000, though, thankfully.
No, goodness.
If I was spending $300,000, though, you have a choice. Ford Mustang GT or a Porsche GT3 RS. That's the market that Ford has decided to enter into.
It's a wild...
It's a wild one.
It's different. It's not where I thought they were going to go. But no, it's fine. Look, at least you didn't let your car roll backwards into a tree. So at least there's that. That's my claim to fame.
I'm just thinking back to when I was a little kid. You know, manual cars. This is Brody Kostecki, by the way, losing some ground to those in front. But how many manual automatic cars have you driven?
One. It was Cam's, and I hated it.
Did it have one of those buttons where you can override the car being in park?
I actually don't know, because I drove it from Guildford back to Cam's house and then we switched car. Not because I hated it for different reasons, but then we switched car at that point. So I have no idea. I don't drive automatic.
So
I always drive. My car's manual.
Well, so I grew up in Singapore, where every car is basically an automatic. And
America, where every car's automatic.
Yeah, I know. Don't get me started on that. It's more expensive to buy a manual here as well. But I still remember getting off the bus from school. My mom had parked the car on a downhill slope. Got in, and I'm sitting there waiting for her to get in so we can drive away. And the Lexus has this weird feature where you press a button, and even if the car is off and in park, you can move it into neutral. Guess what? I must have been 11, maybe a little bit younger. Guess what 10-year-old me did?
You pressed the button.
Pressed the button, moved it into neutral, rolled down the hill, and bang into a tree. And I didn't.
So you have done what I've done. That's fine.
I have done what you've done, and I didn't realize how bad it was. A, the car was in pretty rough shape. B, the tree had to be completely removed from the grounds of the... Yes, because we had managed to move the roots of it so far. So yes.
Wow.
Yes.
You've literally killed a tree. No, I'm just going to say my one, by the way. I was at Snetterton and I pulled up at the commentary box, but I had to like run into the commentary box, do something, and then quickly get back in the car and then go round to the paddock area because it's miles away because Snetterton's a nightmare. Even though it's actually the paddock to the comms box is actually only about 30 or 40 metres. Okay. You actually have to drive all the way round the circuit. So I was like, right, quick, I'll pull up in my car, I'll go get myself, I'll come back. So I pulled up in my car, I've then gone into the comms box and I've come back out and I'm like, my car's significantly closer to that tree than it was when I went into the comms box. And it's because my car has an electric handbrake, which suck.
Yes.
And from that point on, thankfully it only rolled back about a metre, so the dent actually is not that bad. It's not super noticeable unless I really point it out. So it's fine. It's also breaking a little bit of the tail, that's fine, whatever. It still works. From that point on, you'll be shocked to hear that I always leave my car in gear. Weird, that.
Weird how that works, yes. And it's why I'm glad I don't live in San Francisco proper, where it is very hilly. Where I would actually be a little bit scared if I had a manual car as well. I've just seen some comments in the chat, by the way. They are quite correct that the most recent NSX is more of a HPD, an American driven.
That is true.
But it's more just the, you know, just the lineage. I think of the Acura. I don't call it an Acura, I call it a Honda, even though it is the Acura NSX.
Also, it still goes on to the point of, like, it's not the European bias, so we'll climb off of that one.
This is the funniest thing.
That was the important bit.
I'm meant to be the American on this broadcast.
Your favourite GT3 car is a Ferrari 296.
How wrong that is as well.
I know, of course it is, because no one's favourite is 296.
It's a fake GT3 car as well.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I must say, it looks quite good. It's grown on me.
Yeah. Yes, it's fine.
The rear end, though, and I'm not talking about the design, I'm talking about how you can detach it and change it in about 2 minutes if you do any damage to it. Yeah, that's more a prototype than a GT car, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it does look good. You know, Ewan's also jumped in to say it looks great. I think it actually looks. It does look very. In my opinion, it does look quite pretty. But yeah, the way that it's designed, like how you've broken a little bit on the rear. Well, now you have to take off the entire rear of the car to put a new. And it's like, what? Are you serious? Yeah, the car's basically got 3 pieces.
But the fact, which A is great for making repairs quick, but B, it's expensive. Imagine if you ding one of a little bit of the bodywork, and now you need to replace the entire rear section of the car. And when you're bouncing over curbs like that, you might have to, as we see the 002.
It's a Ferrari.
We're entering the Cars universe here.
Exactly. No, it's great. It is great.
People saying, by the way, that we're binning off any sorts of future manufacturer collaborations. Little do they know that I've worked with Ferrari this year. Hopefully they're not listening to any of my comments here.
I've not worked with Ferrari this year. I've actually worked with too many manufacturers this year, so that's fine. But I'm about to bail because my child is going to come in here and tell you everything about his favourite GT3 in a second, which is a BMW Z4.
Well, that's a car that's different depending on which side of the pond that you're on, right? The BMW Z4 or the BMW Z4. Which one are you talking about? Sorry, bad joke.
Whatever.
Bad joke.
Right. That's terrible. Also, I will just say, either way, it's a hideous car. It's honestly, it looks like a knockoff Batmobile.
It's okay. You've got 60 seconds before we kick you out of the commentary booth, and with good reason. But we've talked about the BMW M4 plenty. Are we really saying that the Z4 looks worse than the M4? Be careful here.
Yes.
Oh, that is bold. And I
think the Z4 does look worse than the M4, yes.
I do believe that you have just infuriated.
I can see the message. I'm just getting bing, 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 bing. Yeah, no, he's not happy. Maybe I'm saying it just to irritate you and O'Leary, or maybe I'm saying it because it's actually the truth. The front of the M4 is hideous, but maybe the entire Z4 is hideous. I don't know. All I know is that I'm right and Ewan's wrong.
And it's on that perfect timing that we say goodbye to Lewis McLean, not just from this broadcast, but maybe from any future BMW events in the future, and say hello to Ewan O'Leary as well. Ewan, I mean, you must be infuriated right now with the comments that you've just heard.
I'm not sure I want to do the next 2 hours.
Oh, your mental state has been challenged by this. I must say, right now, I'm struggling not to crease myself in laughter at some of your comments that, both from you in our text chat, but on the iRacing Esports Network on RaceSpotTV as well. Lewis may just have lost any sort of goodwill that he has with the community.
I've never seen so many people speaking against him in one go. It's amazing. But they're absolutely right, by the way. The Z4 is, not only is it a great car, possibly the best GT3 ever, but it's also miles better, not even in the same category as the M4. So that's unbelievable. I can't believe he's just said that.
It was a take of all time, is the only nice thing I have to say about that, as 2 hours are now complete in the 2023 Coach Dave Academy iRacing Fuji 8 Hours. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary as we close in on the halfway mark of this one. And Ewan, a bit of a stronger entry list than I think any of us were necessarily expecting. A race where we've still got a good 33 cars left on the leading lap after 2 hours of racing, but a breakaway leader forming, some split strategies emerging. It's a rather interesting very first special here at Fuji.
Yeah, there's nothing I enjoy more than a long strategical race, as I'm sure you know. And so I'm enjoying this so far. Sven Haas is about to come in now, maybe a little bit earlier than I expected, I've got to be honest, but he just about makes it in without smashing into the Armco barrier, and that's all fine. So he's in, but it's going to be a long time until the others make their way into pit lane, and that's the real interest in this race so far.
And so it will mean that Williams Esports will grab the lead. Sontech once again in the tire tracks and saving the fuel that they're looking to just work on their number with. It'll be interesting to see, with 2 laps difference between these two cars. The Sontech 13 went 2 laps longer in the first hour of the race, to see when they come down to the pit lane. Now the temperatures have of course increased, so hypothetically it should be a little bit easier to save some fuel, but it's also a good time to maybe change your drivers up. And so Sven Haas out, Nicholas Rubelar is going to jump on in. And something that I've just realized when it comes to Haase and Rubelar in particular, they're of course entered in a Lamborghini. Maybe that's the preferred choice of car for the two of them, but they'll be competing tomorrow in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, Ewan, in a Ferrari, so they'll be slightly having to change up the car that they've been dialing in for today. Yeah,
absolutely. It's all good help. And I've been impressed, actually, speaking about different manufacturers and stuff, I've been impressed with the variety that we've had so far this race up towards the front. We've got 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 at the moment, and we had 5 when the 001 was up there. So you said to me last night you saw a lot of McLarens entered for this race, and that is true. I feared that it was going to be a McLaren show at the front of the field. As much as I like that car, I don't want to see it dominate all of the top 10. And thankfully, we've got loads of different manufacturers in there, including a bit of an Audi resurgence, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, and especially with the news that the new Audi Evo 2 is not far from dropping to the iRacing content database. It's exciting news as well for, I think, fans of the 4 rings. They may have pulled back slightly in terms of their participation in real-world motorsports, especially in North America, but of course they're still a very integral part of plenty of esports programs moving forward into the future. Nicholas Rubelar out of pit lane, passed by Door Academy, and the benefit of lighter fuel, of tires already up to temperature, playing its part out. Yeah, I look at the left side of the screen and I see an awful lot of papaya, and yes, that is the correct color to identify McLaren with in 2023. It's not orange, it's papaya instead. It's a car where, yes, it spits flames out the back, but mid-engine it can be somewhat difficult to tame at the best of times, Ewan, especially if you've got a car that's on the knife edge that we know a lot of these top teams have. And so it's why it's rather interesting to just watch the body language of Matti Siepela running in second spot right now, where it's not putting a foot wrong, except when the car bounces over the curves maybe a little bit uncomfortably. It looks very, very planted.
By the way, I call it McLaren orange because it just feels right. But
it's papaya.
It's difficult to argue over colours, really. It's because we don't see colours the same anyway, so what's the point? But that's a deeper discussion. Yeah, I've been really happy to see the McLaren back there, I've got to say. It is somewhat tricky sometimes. I think 8 hours is probably up on that sort of higher limit of the amount of time you'd want to drive this car, really. 24-hour races is not really its thing anymore, and maybe it never really was. Maybe 12 hours is even a bit far, although I did notice that, I think it was last year at Bathurst, it did quite well. for 12 hours there, I suppose, but even so, it's quite a long time to drive this car, really. And as you say, it's difficult to get a hold of sometimes, but I mean, PGZ have chosen the Audi, and I wouldn't say that the McLaren's any more difficult than that car.
The Audi has that reputation, both in the real and virtual worlds, as being the car that the pro drivers can make the most out of. And well, Team PGZ and Brody Kostecki hoping that he's made the most out of the opening 2+ hours. Is now 5 minutes complete beyond the top of the hour, and still waiting for the vast majority of the drivers to roll their way down on towards the pit lane. Flames out the back of that McLaren. And while you are correct that everyone does see colors slightly differently, the one thing that is indisputable is that McLaren tell us that it's papaya, and so I'm going to say it's papaya so I don't get in trouble, and so that hopefully one day McLaren will send me a t-shirt, maybe in papaya orange.
I know, but the papaya you see is different to mine, and also the guy who told you that is different to him or her. So yes, it's colours are subjective. That's all I'll say. As Zach found out,
yes, but marketing
ago.
Is not subjective as much
well,
as it is
that is
very
true.
subjective.
That is true, I suppose. So, but I don't understand marketing, so whatever. That's not my field of knowledge. But anyway, so I'll leave that to other people. I've got to say, I'm very hopeful for Sontech Racing, actually, for the result in this race. I wouldn't imagine they'll be making their way in here. They just want a bit of slipstream from Williams, and they will do. Yeah, I think Seipel has driven well so far, drove well in the opening hour, and I think, as I'm sure you've figured out already probably, that they may well be going for 6 stops today rather than 7 if they can get their fuel game right, if they get their fuel numbers right.
So hypothetically, we probably want to see them come in, no earlier than maybe 40 minutes left to go before they close on of this particular hour of racing. That's a little bit wide, though, out of turn 3 in towards this long right-hand sweeper. So we're just seeing these two drivers run their speed and their rhythm for the time being. Those swap-arounds are taking place as Gustavo... that's not good. That does not look right. Oh, goodness.
Oh, no.
Gustavo, hang on to this, please. Oh, that car is damaged, though, and after a great start for the Texaco Racing by TK Crew, it's going to come to a close.
Is it the right rear that's all out of shape, is it? That's just pointing him in the wrong direction. It's quite impressive, actually, that he's kept it on the road, but it's not ideal. So, yeah, it is the right rear, isn't it? Which is pointing him out of whack. And fair play to him, he's staying on the road as well. So well done to him. But I just fear how long this pit stop's going to be. Oh, and he's done some more damage there as well, smashing that curb.
Where did this even happen, though, is the thing, because he was running down the main straight. He was running by himself down the main straight from what the timing screen indicated. So, again, this would be Lasse Urano, the 113 for Sontech that's tucked in behind. And so just keep an eye on the black and red entry, the matte black, the red Texaco logo as well, just adorning the front hood of the McLaren. And underneath the Panasonic bridge towards the line.
He's going to get hit here. Oh, whoa!
What? Oh, goodness!
Ah, so that's the problem. It's a technical failure, surely, for Gustavo Ariel.
Is that his technical, though, is the question?
Yeah, surely.
So, what's going to happen? Did he take his hands off the wheel?
Yeah, it looks like it a little bit. I think he did that. I don't think anything actually went wrong. He just, he did something.
So, this is the thing about force feedback is that's bizarre. That is bizarre. But logically, right? Let's say you're turning to the left. The wheel is trying to apply force to the right, but it's not just taking input from the sim and saying, all right, the sim's saying put this amount of force in. It's got to also factor in how much force you're steering to the left to compensate for that. And so the reason I bring this up is a lot of the time for these top-level drivers, when you have your force feedback turned up a lot, if you take your hands off the wheel, what will happen is when the wheel tries to apply a little bit of force in one direction, it then panics and says, wait, I need to apply it in the opposite direction. And so you get that sawing going back and forth. It kind of looked like that to me.
It did, although we have got someone in the YouTube chat saying that it was steering wheel problems, unless they've not got any inside information, they're just watching the same footage we are. Because I'm none the wiser, really. But it's difficult to tell exactly what went wrong there, really, in a technical sense, other than, to me, it really did look like he just... You know, sometimes when you're not really concentrating, you're just sort of moving the wheel around a bit, and you lose control. Because at that speed, obviously, you're at almost terminal velocity in these in that McLaren. And I don't know, but he's given himself damage, and in some ways, it's a bit of a wonder he only got that much damage actually from that kind of impact. Because as I say, he was at total top speed.
I'm pretty sure that car is done. I don't think we're seeing that back out, unfortunately. Again, they've already been stationary for a good 2 minutes or so. I'll see if I can get an update from Gustavo himself, who's returning from Denmark to Brazil this weekend with the ESL R1 regular season having come to a close. So there, up on the jacks is Gael Valero, handing over the number 98 to Racine Fazui in the Mercedes AMG team, Apex Racing team. Of course, they're rotating their drivers around, focusing some of their efforts on the second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship tomorrow, keeping some of their focus on this action here today. Some of their drivers, of course, in the British Formula 4 Championship as well. It's that time of year, Ewan, for the teams and for the drivers and, well, for the broadcasters as well, where seems like there's about 3 important races a day at this point.
Yeah, it is a lot. Hearing, sorry to keep going back to Gustavo Ariel. I maybe he had force feedback problems. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's still going to be unideal for them, unfortunately, and this leading battle is going to continue as well. So I'm sorry to keep circling back to Gustavo Ariel. I'm just so bemused by it, but it just looks so odd. But anyway, maybe force feedback issues is what I can leave it as, and I can leave it there. But I don't know. When you see something like that and you don't really have a proper answer to it, I'm kind of well, it doesn't go off my mind.
It's not often that we see things in sim racing that we don't know what has happened. I think that's the thing, right?
Yeah. And actually, I'd say this as well. Over the last couple of weeks, obviously, we do broadcasts fairly regularly and whatever. I've seen a lot of technical failures recently, and I don't know what's going on, but I've seen a lot of them. I think I had like 4 in one race I did last Saturday. I was only there for 3 hours, so it was very odd.
The thing with at least live in-person events, when you have those technical issues, if they're all on common equipment, there's usually provisions in the rulebook to account for that, so that it doesn't impact anyone's competition or tournament. But online situation, it's every driver basically responsible for ensuring the quality of their own equipment. Of course, Ewan and I were commentating yesterday on some Radical action, the Radical Esports Cup UK. Gustavo Ariel has just returned from the Atlanta Motorsports Park, where he got his chance to drive a Radical and prove that his skills translate from virtual to reality. So it's with about 15 minutes beyond the top of the hour that the Mercedes AMG team Williams Esports 155 and Alessandro Bico come into the lane, followed in by the 002 gridandgo.com Ferrari, but it leaves 3 McLarens, excuse me now, 1, 2, and 3, all staying out there and extending the stint just that little bit longer.
And do we think that's down to the fact that the McLaren's a bit better on fuel than the rest, or are they just saving better? Because it is Sontech Racing partly doing a good job as a team, but also Drago Racing are doing all right with fuel saving. So, and of course ATRS Esports as well, going a long way. So is it the McLaren or is it them? I would slightly be inclined to say it's down to the McLaren.
Might just be something that you have to factor in, though, at the end of the day, right, is the fact that McLaren might just have it a bit easier on the saving overall. Let's go back over to your net race leader, though, Nicholas Rubelar taking over from Sven Haase in the 001. There is the Soul Ford GT in the field that's tucked in behind, and it's a stealth black entry into the opening corner. So 001 into the opening corner, unperturbed. There's Daniel Lafuente taking over from Alessandro Bico. Where's he going to emerge relative to Pablo, who's taken over the reins from Bo Di Costecchi? It's not going to even be close. It's a good 3-4 seconds, and Pablo Arujo is going to be dropped into a fight with Gabriel Streitmatter.
That's going to be an interesting one between those two, although I say that it could well be a follow the leader type situation for the next few minutes, really, or indeed for the next hour. That's what we've seen a lot of so far in this race, a lot of following each other, but I really enjoy those races that kind of build up to the final hour, and then we get to see where everybody is in terms of fuel. I know it does mean a lot of waiting, and people don't like waiting sometimes, or a lot of the time, in fact, but I really enjoy these races where you sort of figure out how it's going to go at the end, and then it all unfolds in front of your eyes in the final hour or so. Still very long way away from those kind of answers, with 5 hours and 3/4 still on the clock.
Vad Kimichev next into pit lane in that Urano number 90. Don't forget that iRacing's Black Friday sale is underway. It's a great time to make sure that your subscription is topped off for the year to come ahead. I know as a broadcaster, I make sure my account is ready to go for the next year during these sales. And new memberships still 40% off, so never been a better time to jump on in. Head on to iRacing.com to learn more and to get started with your virtual racing career as well. Who knows, you could, well, end up in a race commentated by Ewan and myself. I don't want to say that you could end up in a race with either of us because, yeah, I'm not getting back into an official iRacing race anytime soon. I'm just not good enough.
Oh, you might see me over Christmas in officials. Why not?
Yeah, so there you go. Ewan O'Leary you might race with, but
oh, no, actually, wait, I shouldn't have said that because that would put people off. So I'm not, I mean...
It was really funny. The broadcast we did together yesterday, I phrased it at the end where, the winners in each of our class, they're so excited about the wins, but now they also get the chance to chat to Ewan O'Leary, and poor Ewan, the first thing he says is, I don't know if that's actually a reward or not. It seems more like a punishment.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, people will be intentionally not winning if you say that too often. They'll be trying to avoid me, but no, it's all fun. Well, as told you before, I didn't know any of the drivers actually who won the races last night, or won the categories, but knew a lot of the guys in the series, so it would have been good to chat to them. But never mind. Maybe next time I'll know who they are, and they'll know who I am, which will be helpful.
And of course, if you do enjoy this racing action, don't just stick around on the iRacing Esports Network. You can head on to RaceSpotTV on YouTube to keep in touch with us and the various community things that we do as well. We're always building to the next event. And next weekend, we'll have, of course, coverage of the newest special event. This was, of course, the newest special event to be added to the calendar at the start of 2023, but added just a couple of weeks ago. We will run our way for the British Racing and Sports Car Club iRacing Formula Ford 1600 Festival. That's a mouthful of a name to say out loud at the start of a race, but Formula Fords, Brands Hatch, Indy, Heat Racing, LCQs, should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we see that in rallycross racing, don't we? And I know you've had more experience of that than me, but I've seen a bit of that as well, and would really like to see how it translates to road racing. Think it would be good, especially in those cars. Think that would be great. Although they're a nightmare to drive, I've got to say. I really hate them, but they'll be fun to watch someone else who can drive them drive them, and that format, which not really seen in road racing, to be honest, very much, if at all.
Are you a fan of the Formula Ford over the BMW M4?
And not over the M4. I'll take anything.
Yeah, the comments, both in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat as well as in our private little commentators chat behind the scenes when Lewis went as far as to claim the BMW Z4 looked worse than the BMW M4. That guy's not winning another award ever again, is he?
Of any description. Never mind the semis.
He's lost his friends
award.
in high places, hasn't he?
He's ruined now. It's been ruined. All of it.
Oh, this is interesting for Urano, because I would have thought that you wanted to probably come in a little bit closer to 20 full minutes beyond the top of the hour. Urano out, Hilario in. Matti Sieppela did do that one crucial extra lap, though, to go to 20 minutes beyond the top of the hour.
I think it'll be okay, though. I think that the more pressing issue is the gap to Grid and Go, who are clearly making 7 stops, in my opinion, in this race. Obviously, their 7th stop is going to be a bit shorter than the rest. Well, I say that they seem to be spreading it out a little bit over the race, but I think their final stop will be the shortest. The gap, as I say, I think is crucial to that car there, that Lamborghini. 57.5 at the moment for Sieppela. It's a good advantage, and at the moment they are making this 6-stop work. I think if you split this down into 7 stints, 60 divided by 7 is not easy, not not particularly, but it's basically 9 minutes an hour that you need to save, or you need to go 9 minutes past the hour each time, so they need to go 18 minutes past the hour this time because they've just completed 2 hours, and he's gone 20 past. So I think that everyone who pitted last lap is okay. Siepeler is definitely okay with even a lap to spare.
I think I'm trying to look at this as laps as well based on expected pace that we're seeing from the drivers. He's right about on cue for what we would think as well, another 41, 42 lap run for him to work his way into the box, and so that first hour was crucial, but these next stints going to be even more. So keep an eye on Nicholas Rubelar after taking over from Haase in the 001, the Lamborghini up through that final sector, and first long left-hander, then a long right-hander before onto the 1.4, 1.5 kilometer run from the final corner into turn number 1. And as they continue just to ride their way on through, off the jacks for Sami Matti Trogan. And this is going to be interesting to see how he gets along, of course, on loan from Williams Esports to match up with one of his real-world sponsors, paired up with Matti Siepeler. That's a pretty quick entry, but he's got to focus now on the fuel saving rather than just going all out and being really fast.
Well, how much, and ironically actually, you might get help with that fuel saving from Williams. So that's weird, but that might be what happens here. We'll see what the race off pit lane's like. I think they're going to come out ahead though, aren't they? Williams are a long way back for whatever reason. I think their pit stop was maybe a bit longer, or the in-laps or out-laps or something along the way has not gone so well for Daniel Lafuente because he's comfortably behind here by a good couple of seconds. The pit stop times were very similar, and Lafuente has lost out on quite a bit of time there despite coming into the pit lane directly in front of Siepeler. So don't know where that time's been lost really, but it's an obvious gap, a visual gap.
The gaps, of course, as well, with an hour and 40 minutes to go to the halfway mark. We've got a better sense at that point as how the strategies are lining up in terms of if drivers are executing effectively, but realistically, the teams will all have their spreadsheets and their data that's telling them what they need to know right now. So it is once again still Nicholas Rubelar that leads, although Williams Esports Academy yet to come down pit lane. I think just by virtue of the pace that they're running, though, they're a little bit out of things for a race victory. They'll be hoping their pit stop call will get them maybe a top 10 finish, all things considered. 11 laps a difference, though, after 2 stints between Grid and Go and Sontech. Let's say we're expecting 6 and 7 stints respectively. It's a pretty marked difference, and it goes to show, how impressive it is that Sontech have been able to keep the speed, although they may want to swap things around and get Daniel Lafuente back in front of them. We'll see if there's a bit of gamesmanship played between these two.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether there's going to be as well, because as you say, there is that link there between the teams and drivers and whatever, so that is possible. I think they will join up again, though. To be honest, that gap is too small to sort of not cross, if you like, for Williams here. They are going to get together again. You can see it with the 002 and the number 2 in the background. We've got a group from 7th on backwards as well, so that group. It's just Drago Racing, PGZ as well. So they're sort of pairing up, if you like, and that's very helpful for fuel saving around here because it's been fairly defining so far, having the slipstream in this race. That long front straight, of course, is the main place for slipstream, but there's plenty of other places around here where you can save that bit of fuel as well. Plenty of big stops around this circuit.
Don't forget you can follow live timing and scoring by heading to timing.RaceSpotTV if you want to follow along with your favorite team and drivers. Can't keep an eye on the weather conditions there, though, so we'll keep you a beam of those. It's up to 27 degrees on the track itself. The wind's still fairly gusty, between 11 and 15, 16 kilometer-an-hour gusts of winds from what I've been keeping my eye on. And of course, these drivers have that recognition that fortunately, as much as Fuji is known for its inclement weather and the systems that sometimes can descend and drop monsoon-level rain on the facility, iRacing's rain, albeit soon, it's close on the horizon, Ewan, isn't just in place for them just yet. It would make a race like this, though, where we're talking about the fuel games for Sontech playing out over 8 hours, a lot more different, because there's no guarantee of dry running once we get that dynamic weather. Yeah,
it would make fuel saving particularly problematic. And if you know that, I think this is the thing about rain as well when it comes, is that how is it going to be forecasted? How are the teams and drivers going to be aware of what is going to happen? How's that going to work? Because in my opinion, if the drive, for example, if this race had started, as we did 2.5 hours ago, but in some way, I don't know how this would work, but in some way, the teams obviously all know that there is probably going to be rain about, I don't know, 5 hours in or something. Does that mean that all of a sudden fuel savings all out of the window and they'll just go hell for leather anyway because they know that they'll use less fuel while it's raining and that, you know, they'll cross that bridge when they come to it? Or, you know, will it dilute the first 5 hours of the race or so because they know that fuel saving... I mean, that's basically the thing that's defining the race at the moment, in my opinion. It's the fuel gains. But if that was taken away from the first 5 hours, then, you know, it really would be a race of waiting for 3 hours to go. You know, I don't know how that particular side of things is going to work, and I don't know if anybody really does.
I think they've said that we should... Well, they've, I think, released some screenshots of... I don't know what you call it. A weather map? A weatherman's view? Of
Forecast?
Yeah, well, I don't think... A forecast is a technical description for the actual thing. How you overlay it then, I think there's different ways to do it, and I don't know the right technical term for what iRacing is doing in terms of how it's overlaid on the map itself. But yeah, it's a proper weather system as opposed to other simulators where often you'll just know, okay, in 30 minutes time it's going to start raining.
Yeah, I mean... The one advantage you do have with that is that everyone, the complaints that I always used to get in my F1 games, or, well, not to me because I didn't make the weather, but to, you know, about the game back in the day was the weather forecast was, you know, slightly wrong, or it was, you know, too early, too late, all that kind of thing. The thing about that is with other simulators is that you know when it's going to be. If the simulator tells you it's going to be in half an hour, you know that it will be in half an hour, and that's fine. But people used to complain about the forecast being wrong, and I thought, well, does that not happen to you in real life every time you step outside? Because it does to me.
There are different ways, of course, of measuring weather as well. That's the other thing to factor in. The traditional way would be like with a weather radar kind of a deal, or that's mostly used for, I guess, planes and stuff. I wonder if in sim, let's go full manual, and let's go in the age before technology, where teams, let's be real, probably had people stationed around the track and said, I had to radio back in to say, we got rain in turn 3, we got rain in turn 10. It was probably as basic as that back then. I wonder if... I haven't seen enough of the modern motorsport systems to know what they have now. I know radar is part of it, but I wonder if part of what they also have are those little micrometer sensors that a lot of people can put up beside the side of their home so they can get like temperature readout, moistures, all of those little different things, or if it's going to be a bit more basic than that.
I don't understand why you would do that in your house, because just go outside and find out. I don't... Because you... Take the Nordschleife as the extreme example. The most extreme example. What happens in one corner of the track is probably not happening 20 kilometers away on the other side of the track. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's I don't know. I know what you mean, but it's I guess it's a sophisticated business. I'm one of those people who's just kind of like, well, I'll go and find out when it happens to me. is my philosophy to these things. But I know people are a little bit more sophisticated than that, and they kind of want to know and kind of need to know, I guess, if you're competing.
You're not a golfist, are you?
No, certainly not.
Unfortunately not. You don't. You're not a golf enthusiast. You're not even a golf master extraordinaire. But one thing that you do when it comes to trying to figure out what's going on with the wind is you'll rip a bit of the grass out, you'll throw it in the air, and you'll just see which way it blows. It's instant feedback. You'll see which way the flag pin is blowing over at the green, so you can see if there's maybe a difference between there. But these are more manual things that you do rather than the systems that you rely on. Something else someone's pointed out, are all the sessions going to be the same, or if you're in, let's say, the 4th split, I'm in the 3rd split, are we going to see slightly different weather scenarios?
Whoa.
So many different things to keep in mind.
Yeah, tricky, yeah. How matched up to real life is it going to be? Is it going to take that into account? Or is it going to take sort of an average of what happens in real life year on year and then go from there? You know, that's sort of there's so many unanswered questions that are, I suppose it makes sense that they're not answered because it's not out yet.
It's not out yet.
But it's just making us, it gives us a lot of discussion points, and it gives me a headache somewhat because... try to figure out how this is all going to work is still very unknown, but that's maybe the better way round to have it than knowing too much and then being disappointed or confused when it's different, I suppose.
I'm just now trying to wonder, you have apps on your phone to follow along with your golf round. I wonder if we're going to get apps on our phone to follow along with the weather inside the sim over the course of a 24-hour race. Because I could see less ridiculous things happening. I say ridiculous, I mean that just in the scale of engineering effort to make that happen. The inner software engineer is just screaming internally. Battle for 14th, though. Hoisingveld Door Academy, Astro Racing, and Wave Italy Racing. One of the boons of the single-class special events is that there's not limited spots in a class. There's not just 15 GT3 entries that we're going to see, and so we get a few more varied teams that you potentially wouldn't see in the Petit Le Mans, the iRacing Daytona 24s, the bigger multi-class events. It's great to see Team Hoisingveld back in the thick of the action, and well, in their McLaren leading this little train.
Yeah, back in a GT3 again, which hasn't been seen so much in recent years, but it has been in the past, of course. I think they were a firm user of the Z4, weren't they, back in the day, a long time ago? But yeah, that's I don't know, that's speculation. But they're back in GT3 again, and as you say, it's a lot of different teams in this one, which is one of the good things about these special events. So indeed, this specific one as well, because I think I saw someone in the YouTube chat earlier saying, it's our first time in Top Split here of a broadcasted iRacing special event, and that's the kind of thing that this kind of event brings. I know it's not one of the big ones that everybody targets, like a Daytona at the start of the year, or maybe a Nürburgring, if you like. But it's or a Daytona 500, whatever you want. But it means that it's still a broadcasted race. It still gives a lot of opportunities, more opportunities than most special events, to get people on camera, get teams on camera that we otherwise maybe wouldn't see, and that's a good thing. It's one of the advantages of having this Fuji 8 hour here, which is slightly less subscribed for, but gives us a chance to look at someone new.
The inside, slightly further in front, as Kamil Grabowski gets past the Alistaro esports team with the best number in all of motorsports, hashtag 78. How do you feel just looking at that left side of the screen, the sea of papaya, the four rings, the Ferraris, the Lamborghinis, the Mercs mixed in and around? I know that we're not necessarily the best judges of BOP ever, Ewan, but yeah, what do you think about this BOP so far?
Well, I think the Ford should be way quicker. Because it's nowhere at the moment, and I'd like to see it winning. But other than that, it's pretty good. As I said earlier, the top five are covered by five different manufacturers: Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi. The top five at the moment, and that's a very good spread, in my opinion. I mean, there's always going to be someone unhappy, though, isn't there? So I don't really know what you do about that. But to me, it does look very well balanced at the moment.
If there's complaints about BOP, you know what you do, Ewan. You direct them into your inbox. It's that trash can next to my door.
Well, that's probably the best way to deal with it, I suppose, yeah.
Let the people that actually handle BOP deal with it. Don't let the commentators have to deal with it, because we know nothing. As we talked about in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, the BOP process is you're trying to understand, yes, how quick the car is, but more pertinently, you're trying to understand how the teams and drivers are developing speed from the car so that you can accurately get them all somewhat on an even playing field. That is to say that the setups that you and I drive with are probably a little less fast, dangerous than what these drivers are competing with, and therefore, as a result of that, the BOP that we need to balance you and me out is probably a little bit different to balance out a Josh Rogers and a Sebastian Job.
Absolutely, yeah, that's true as well. And the point you make about slowing them, understanding where they make speed and stuff like that is important one as well, because there's no point taking or adding extra weight when that's not going to slow a car down, for example, or there's no point taking power away if they're already very slow in a straight line, for example. And we saw the situation in real life at Daytona this year in the 24 with the Porsche having almost no straight line speed at all, like a GT4 in a straight line. It was that on that race, or in that race, I should say. And I don't know whether that was down to BOP, what went on there, but you don't want a situation like that where you've got a car that's really slow in a straight line, but you don't want to take more power away from it, because that's not slowing it down. You want to add weight and so on. So it's a difficult task, but I think it's got a bit better this season in terms of GT3 BOP for the special events. Sometimes in the past in iRacing it's been all one manufacturer at the front for various events and whatever, but I've not felt like that's been the case so much this season, unless I'm missing an obvious race that I've forgotten about.
Well, part of that I think is just the reality that BMW, Mercedes, they have partnerships with BS Competition, Redline, Apex, Urano, Williams, so they've all got obligations often to enter those specific cars. But you're right that across the board it has been just that little bit better, and drivers, especially given how many different GT3 cars do we have as options for this race. I think we are almost at 9, we're at 8, so add in the new Ford Mustang, add in the new Ford Mustang that would pull out the Ford GT, add in the Acura NSX, add in a new car, and we're starting to really open up the options for the drivers to pick their way through, which then also means they have to spend all the time trying to figure out what is actually the fastest car, what gives them the strategy calls they would like, because as we mentioned earlier, maybe the McLaren saves its fuel a little bit better. Daniel Lafuente maybe recognizes that, sits behind, and hasn't gone for the move for second just yet as we close on another hour completed, 24 minutes to go to the top of 3 hours being done, and we jump on board with a 155.
Yeah, it's important. Well, I was going to say battle, but it's not really a battle for second place, but between these two. But it is important to note what these guys are doing. There is the lifting off from Samimati Trogan there, just up in front. You can see it's so obvious in the McLaren, isn't it? We don't even need to run on board with it. You just see the fire coming out the back of the car, and there, well, not that bit, obviously, not a lift off, but you get the idea. Just lifting off a long way before you needed to brake into there, and that does say a little bit about the fuel saving for that McLaren over the course of this race so far. They are doing a fair amount of it and keeping Nicolas Rubelag fairly close in the process as well.
I'm just enjoying this engine sound as well, listening to the Mercedes being slammed through the rev range, up then down through the gears, in through the braking zones once again. The margin between these top three has kept relatively steady since the pit stop cycle came to a close, so even though there's a bevy of different fuel loads on the cars based on when they all came down pit lane, even though there's maybe a little bit of differences in the setups and the balance of the car and tire as well, all basically running within the same ballpark. And so it's from this point where it really becomes the sprint. How does traffic play its part out, Ewan? Hopefully these drivers aren't getting too frustrated, because they do have to remember, blue flags, informational only here in these iRacing special events.
And as you said earlier, in some ways a single class race like this one is more difficult to work your way through on traffic than a multi-class race. Not saying a multi-class race is easy by any means, I think everyone can attest to that, but these single class races are hard to make your way through. It does require a bit more cooperation from those around you, and in a top split like this, where realistically everyone's a very good driver, they're not used to sometimes letting people out the way, being lapped down and so on. It's difficult to get past on occasion, so I can see it being a problem, put it that way. It is what I'm trying to say, really. I can certainly see it being a problem very soon for someone, although I've not really noticed it be a particular sticking point yet. I haven't noticed anyone, flashing the lights vigorously because they're upset with anyone just yet.
Not just yet, but I think we'll have to wait and see how that goes from here. Yeah, there's only I was going to say 3 single-class special endurance events, and then I realized that you have to include the Bathurst 1000 as well. But yeah, in terms of GT3s, it's just the Bathurst 12, the Spa 24. God, it took me a while to get to that second one, didn't it? As are other endurance single-class events. There's it is a very different skill set in managing traffic, and especially given that the IMSA endurance events hold 3 classes, not just the prototype GTP and the GTD class, but introducing the LMP2 class as well. It's been a rather wild year in those VCO Grand Slams with the traffic interactions, and next year will be wilder, since we'll have all 4 of the IMSA prototypes available from day one as we roll our way towards yet another iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, we did get them at least for Petit Le Mans, if I remember correctly, and I consistently forgot that the GTPs weren't there for the 2022 Petit Le Mans, if you were listening to that broadcast. I said it at least twice. But anyway, that's what's going to be really interesting. Very excited to see what the GTPs have to offer for us in 2024 in iRacing. And yeah, looking forward to that. By the way, would you count the Daytona 500 as an endurance single class event? No? Okay. It just feels like one because it's so long.
Oh, it is an endurance race, don't get me wrong.
But it's not the same.
But it's a stock car race, yes.
Yeah, it's not the same at all. In some ways, you could argue that most stock car races, especially at Cup Series level, are somewhat endurance-based.
It's weird as well. Well, I say weird. It's surprising that there are so many people that run the NASCAR iRacing series, which we have 4 full-length races, which are part of the iRacing special event calendar. That's a schedule that mirrors the real-world NASCAR series, so basically runs almost every single week for most of the year. Can you imagine doing full-length races every single week for that? There are some people that would like to do that, you know?
Yeah, well, I would be one of them. Because
every week?
Well, maybe not every week, but I would like to do it occasionally. There are some circuits that just,
It's
just
better.
enjoyable for it. I really enjoy NASCAR racing. I know I'm English, but it feels kind of like I shouldn't enjoy over racing or whatever. But maybe that's a bit old-fashioned way of thinking, maybe, isn't it? But I really do enjoy it. I've done, like, I think you can count the amount of NASCAR races I've done on one hand, and only 2 of them were in the Cup Series cars that you have these days. But I really enjoy them personally, and I think more full-length iRacing NASCAR races would be a good thing, but I can't see it happening. People don't have the time, and neither would I, realistically.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was just thinking about. Like, doing them 4 times a year is great.
Yeah.
Having to do, 30 of them is decidedly less great.
Sorry, my problem with that is the fact that it's the same 4 every time.
They're not the same 4 every time, though.
Are they not?
They're not. So Daytona's always there. The finale's always there. I think the Coke 600 is there, but we've changed her. I think Bristol has not always been there as an example. It used to be Homestead, now it's Phoenix for the finale. But are you really going to sit here and try and tell NASCAR people that if you're only going to get a couple of full-length races, they don't get Daytona and Coke?
I can't see the attraction of Coke 600. I know it's just because it's 600 miles, but
it's also because of its importance on the day in motorsport.
That's true as well.
It's a day where you wake up, you watch Formula 1, you then watch the Indy 500, and how do you close it off? Well, even more motorsport, you watch the Coke 600.
I guess that works in America, doesn't it? We've got the whole morning twiddling our thumbs here in Europe, just waiting for something to happen. And then you're still doing that as the Monaco F Grand Prix on. So that's my... maybe you would hold it in higher...
No.
That weekend in higher... accolade as me, but because I really don't get that excited for that weekend.
Oh, I get very excited for the weekend, but we have a plan for it. We wake up early, we drive to the parking lot at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at about 7 o'clock in the morning. It's right about when you can set your TV up, get ready to watch the Monaco Grand Prix while you're totally not actually paying attention to it, because like you say, nothing really important's happening. Once the race is finished, you pack the TV up, you walk over to the track, you watch the 500, you walk back to your car, you set the TV up again, and while everyone tries to leave the track, you have 300,000 people trying to leave IMS at that point. You just sit there and you watch the Coke 600 for a little bit before you leave with no traffic. It's not a bad day, is what I will say.
No, I can imagine so. I can imagine, but I just... that's different to being here, and just watching it. Watching all those things on TV, it's very different, and it's not particularly exciting, to be honest. Although I do enjoy the Indy 500 or whatever, and the Coke 600 might have a good ending. But
it's the 500 miles before it that you've got to suffer through first.
It's a long time.
and now don't they have like a mid-race break where they actually stop the cars on pit lane and do something because it's on an important weekend in the US? So it does drag a little bit.
Yes, and it's very late as well in here. So
that's just time zone excuses. Suck it up, Ewan.
I
woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning for this.
I know, you've got the opposite problem. I don't really have a problem with waking up early for stuff. It's staying up late, which is sometimes harder. And thankfully, you don't have to do that all very often. Or certainly not as often as you have to wake up early.
No, yes. I make sure that I am starting rather than ending where possible.
Yeah, it's a good idea, really. If I could choose it anyway round, I would certainly want to be up early. But so, yeah, I don't know. That's one of the main reasons why I often don't watch the end of NASCAR races, to be honest. It just goes on too late these days. Bring back 1 p.m. ET starts, I say, but that's not going to happen.
I would not be opposed to that. Actually sleep in for one of these special events. Oh, to dream. 15 minutes away from the top of the hour. It's now still 13 seconds between first and second spots. It's gridandgo.com esports. It's Nicholas Rubillard that leads Sammy Matti Trogan and Daniel Lafuente. Further 6 seconds back to Gabriel Streitmatter in the second Grid and Go car with Pablo Arujo very much on the case right now. Let's see, Pablo's stream. What's his heart rate out? It's 121. It's not too high right now.
Well, it's higher than resting, but yes, I see what you mean. I wonder what kind of... if you take away the nerve factor from sim racing, which I was used to... That used to contribute to my heart rate, almost 90%. How much exercise really is it? How much is your heart rate supposed to rise just by moving your arms about? Because it is some form of very light exercise, but I don't know what that would... I don't know what would be sort of a low heart rate for this kind of stage in the race, really, because that does seem like 120 is quite high.
It's quite low for Pablo, though. I still remember Daytona last year, Daytona 24 to be clear, where he got into the car 10 hours in. Go Banchini had done a remarkable 10-hour stint, and Pablo deposited into a fight for the lead. And what was his heart rate at? If I remember correctly, it was about like 170, 180, and for a repeated, consistent stretch of time. And we were getting worried for his cardiac health in some ways. He's going to half look to the inside, but relieve the pressure into turn number 1. Not going to force the issue just yet.
190 is okay. He's not, he's not very old, is he? I don't know how old he is, Pablo, but mid-20s, is he? I don't know.
That's a good question. I'm not going to answer here.
It's not... oh, okay. What? Okay, that's... keep your secrets then, fine. Yeah, that's not unusual, is it, I suppose? It's the nerve factor for me, and I would be nervous in that situation. I remember commentating on that race, actually. I was on overnight, and it was a good opening from Go Banchini. I couldn't really understand why Pablo didn't start driving a bit earlier in that race, then. Why on earth you'd make Go Banchini drive for 10 hours straight, but maybe there was some reason for that.
Okay, this is why I didn't say anything, Ewan, because how old did you think Pablo was?
Well, I had no idea. I went for mid-20s, though.
He turned 40 last week, apparently.
Did he?
I must say, if that is true, that's someone that's just jumped into the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. One, Pablo, for the amount of stress that you go through on your daily Twitch streams, you are looking remarkably young for 40 years old. 2, the reason why I'm always very hesitant to commit on an age in sim racing is because it's usually one of 2 extremes you're in. They're either very young or they're very old, and you never really want to be wrong in either direction.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, or people are joking and they're saying it's an inflated age for what they actually are, just so that they can get they can get us to say it on a broadcast and then laugh at us afterwards, which has happened before. So I'm slightly scared of committing to that, really. But yeah, it would like me telling someone else that you're 40 so that they can say that to you next time they see them, or next time they see you, and then you'll be like offended.
You're not 40, Ewan?
Yeah, so that's my point. I'm scared.
Yes. So again, they always say that you should never ask a woman her age, right? Never ask a sim racer their age either, because you don't want to know the answer.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, after all.
It's also a good philosophy. Although the answer to the question, how old are you, is a question that I think you do want the answer to as a commentator traditionally. So I don't think that's an adage that necessarily fits in right there. We were talking a little bit about the liveries and stuff slightly earlier. It's going to be interesting to see in this Audi in particular how the liveries transfer over to the Audi Evo 2, because this is a long time in the making, it feels like, you in this Audi GT3 has... When did it originally launch? It would have been...
17?
Was it 17, the first gen Audi Evo... rather, Audi R8 launched?
I reckon so. It came out with the Mercedes, if you remember, and Monza, I think, weirdly.
Oh, I don't
Was
mean
it?
iRacing, I mean in the real world.
Oh, sorry. Oh, earlier than that then. Oh, the first Audi R8.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Oh, long time ago.
And
long,
we
long
still
time.
have that first-gen version, basically, of it.
Yeah. Well, it's not quite the first one, is
It's
it?
not the first.
But it's the... Yeah,
The
I get what you
second
mean.
first.
Was it called the LMS Ultra, maybe? Ultra? Is that right? I can't remember.
That's a
I
good
can't remember
point.
what they
Yes,
used.
because they had the LMS and then they went to the LMS Ultra, didn't they?
Yes. I think the LMS, the original one, the one before this original one, was released probably when GT3 was made, I would say, in the early 2010s. I think it came out almost immediately as GT3 was a thing. So this would probably be a few years after that, maybe.
So yes. But whatever the case may be, we still have an original spec Audi R8. Whatever the nomenclature is that you get to original spec, that's besides the buys. We're getting the Evo 2 version coming up soon on iRacing from what I saw, so that's going to be quite interesting. It's a couple of generations gained up there. And looking forward to seeing maybe a bit of a revitalization. Of course, when it comes to Audi, I wouldn't be shocked if we see them a bit more involved in the world of esports moving forward, Ewan, because of a certain affiliation that they now have with another motor series that has its own esports program.
Yeah. Yep. That's been a long time coming. You remember the rumours that were just relentless in the 2010s, sort of the mid-2010s sort of era. It was just relentless at that time. And finally now it's a thing. So we've got that to look forward to. And I think, yeah, they will have a slightly heightened presence to maybe what they've had in the few previous years. Not, unfortunately, for us as sports car fans, not on our side of the motorsport landscape, really. Which is a shame. Those glory days are going to have to live in the past for a few years longer yet, but you can see them making a return at some point in our lifetimes, you'd imagine.
I would not get your hopes up about that, I would suggest. Yeah, they've already basically pulled out from North America as a program. You do see some touring cars still entered into the likes of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, but we don't really see GT3s for the most part in IMSA competition. Having said that, there is still the original Audi R8 LMS without the Ultra. I think I got that one right. That runs in SRO GT America, Ewan, which is it's just crazy to see because that's the one where this has got an interesting grille, right? But that's got the original grille, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see the older cars in those kind of series. I wish they were kind of accepted more in that kind of series. But well, I don't know if they are not accepted or they're just not, applied for or entered. But I'd like to see a bit more of it. To be honest, I like seeing those retro GT3s around. But yeah, surely in our lifetimes we've got some years left to live. I don't mean in the next 10 years or whatever, because it might not happen. But long time away. They'll be back at some point, I would imagine. When you're tired of that other series, it's almost too big to be not tiring, if you see what I mean.
When you got bored of spending money pointlessly, now you can actually start selling cars to customers directly. So there's a bit of a business model case that gets played out as well. So yeah, that's possible. Although rumors always circulate. Rumors circulating, of course, that Audi may pull out of that program before they even get started with that program. Really.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I know.
I hate these kind of rumours, by the way. It really annoys me. I don't know why. I just prefer to hear an actual news, and that's it.
So you love it when people do the announcement of an announcement of an announcement?
Well, I don't mind that, because that means something is actually coming. But someone saying, oh, this might happen, I don't care. Like, tell me when it does.
So you're a fan of the I have an announcement coming soon?
I'm not saying I'm a fan. I'm just saying I don't not like it. I don't really mind.
I'm just making sure we're on the same page here. So when Ewan O'Leary puts up his announcement of an announcement post coming soon, I can just call you out and say, Ewan, we talked about this.
Well, I don't think I would do that, to be honest, because I don't tweet much anyway, or social media much at all, really. And so that would effectively double my output, which is not
Not what you're trying to do.
No, not really.
Yes, no, don't worry. I'm also of the opinion of let's stay away from social media as much as possible, mainly so I don't get myself in trouble. That's more self-preservation, I think, than anything else. 5 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and it does mean then that Nicholas Rubilar is probably not long from owing us a pit stop. He's on to the 31st lap of his stint. Again, he was amongst the first to come down to pit lane, and I did note some chatter that I've been seeing across of some of the different places. The fact that Nicholas Rubilar is being very consistent no matter where he's racing in. He's across of so many different competitions, Ewan, been shining on RaceSpotTV in the last couple of weeks. Yeah,
it's been very good. I think he's been especially good for Grid and Go, actually, since he joined them and was... Well, has he joined them, actually, or is he just on loan from Arnage? I presume he's just...
Oh, no, he's gone. Them. Yeah, he's joined.
I thought so. I think I asked that before as well, but I forgot the answer. So that's good. But I thought he was really good for Arnage as well, towards the back end. Thought he was one of their standout drivers, although they do have many. He's been especially good for Grid and Go since joining here as well, and has been especially impressive in this race. He's extended this gap out even further in this stint here, now to 14 seconds. So, been very impressed with Rubilar. Maybe one of those drivers who is sort of nudging at that sort of top level, if you like, but he goes under the radar very often. He can surprise you with a against the odds kind of win on occasion.
You've got to also kind of wonder when it comes to this top level in 2023 moving into 2024, where you're going to see these team alliances sort of line on up. Arnage in particular, we talked about some of the drivers that they've had over the years. Plenty of them, unfortunately, have kind of departed from their squad in the year. They still have the likes of David Toth that are staples of the squad, but I think back to this time last year, Ricardo Rico, Nicholas Rubilar were amongst the two main drivers that we were talking about as part of the squad, and even Jimmy Antunes, of course, has swapped on over to the Apex Racing team. Sad news, though, about Urano at the end of the day, Ewan. I mean, it was a big shock to me when I saw on social media that end of the year they'll be closing their doors, especially given that they only really burst onto the scene in 2022 after joining the sim racing world in 2020.
It's funny you mentioned 2022. I know I said this to people at the time. I thought they were my team of the year in 2022, I've got to say. I thought they were... Maybe because they exceeded expectations so highly, but also because they did so well in so many different series. It's a real shame to see them go, and I'm very sad to see it, because they were and are a fantastic team with some great drivers on them. And you brought up a point to Lewis, and he absolutely did not like the idea, but I think it's going to happen, whether he likes it or not. It's going to spark off silly season again, isn't it? I think you were absolutely right about that. We thought that 2022 winter going into this year would be the craziest ever, and I guess it was at the time, but who knows what we're going to see for between 2023 and 24. This is what's going to happen in sim racing now. It's become more professional as with every year. This is going to become a little bit more normal, and we're going to have headaches in January.
We are, aren't we?
Yep.
I think it will be hopefully a little less crazy than it was last year, just because of the nature of ESLR1 kicking off and some new teams joining into the fray. But yeah, when one team closes doors, the opportunity for maybe a new team to open up. You look at Kova at the end of last year, some of their drivers with BS Competition, some with Team 75, they've all kind of found their own homes to slot on into, and slotting on into 7th spot. Manuel Troncoso gets up in front of Team PGZ and Lewis Woods. This was also a bit of a shock, I think, to Lewis and myself. Drago Racing, of course, officially have signed Aaron Vasquez, who had been racing with the team at Altus, but no longer. He's now an official full-fledged member of Drago Racing.
Yeah, and speaking of teams I've been impressed with, Drago Racing is one of them over the course of the last couple of months or so. Did well at Petit Le Mans, and again at where else was it? It was somewhere else at Road Atlanta. They did very well. Was it there even? BMW, wasn't it? Yeah, they did. They started well, at least in the BMW race at Road Atlanta, as well as Petit Le Mans, and they're doing all right here as well. And against the odds sometimes. So I've been very impressed with Drago Racing in the last couple of months or so, and I wonder how sort of they can keep that up, and which kind of drivers they can keep on, because that, I always felt in the past, certainly was a difficulty for teams if they did emerge with some great drivers and whatever. It was hanging on to them ahead of the bigger teams, which was a problem at times. And I hope that it's not a problem for them over the course of the next 3 months or so, because it can be sometimes when you emerge like that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is there's a finite pool of drivers that everyone is trying to share between, and so.
And there's not much sharing.
There is not much sharing, yeah. Some of these teams have huge driver lineups. I mean, Williams, sometimes we'll see them entered with Williams Esports, Fanatec, Razor, BenQ, Chill Blast, Duracell. What other sponsors can they run?
I can't think of any more that you've
I mean, I got
there.
up to 6 different cars, so that's a minimum of 12 drivers potentially entered into a race, so that's not bad. Then you add in the Academy, look at Kawanda as well, Apex, all these teams with academy programs of their own, as they recognize that as much as they can just sign drivers, which is not a bad thing. If a driver's found a home, they don't want to leave, it can be difficult to sign the best, so let's try and find the best before they become the best. So
That is, that's a change, isn't it, really, in the last few years? Because previously you wouldn't have seen that, and now you certainly are seeing good drivers being signed up and made better as well. I think you mentioned earlier Elvis Rankin, obviously leaving ART, but he's one of those drivers who's got better under the team of Apex, certainly, and that is something that's being a little bit more common than it used to be. The big teams used to just have the good drivers, and that would be it, and then when you became good enough you would be signed by them and you would join them. But now you're sort of brought on from early and kind of see them through that whole development phase right up until they do become one of the best drivers, and that's become a lot more common in the last few years.
So you say that's more common the last few years, and you're right there. Even Door Academy, for example, we got one of their cars entered here today. But I go back to the original Apex Racing Academy, the program that spawned the careers of, well, some interesting names. You've heard of Sebastian Job, haven't you? You've heard of Kevin Ellis Jr. You've heard of Zach Campbell. These are all drivers that went through that inaugural, whatever you want to call it, iteration of the Apex Racing Academy, and left it as much better drivers. Zach Campbell and Kevin Ellis Jr. in particular, I always say this. They started as oval racers. They were very good at turning left. Apex taught them how to turn right as well, so that's very interesting to see. Eva de Bruyer's made an interesting point, though, when it comes to longevity in sim racing, that money isn't needed to be a success or survive. Many are lasting longer term, but Ewan, I think that's a view from a team, and I mean this with the great respect to Maniti. Everyone knows that I have a great fondness for them, and I always enjoy when we see them. Maniti is one of those teams that is a very competitive, strong team, but maybe because of the lack of funding and the lack of money, isn't the top level team.
It's a tricky conundrum, isn't it? I think at the moment we're seeing teams almost existing on different levels, almost as if they're in different sports sometimes. It feels like there's little crossover sometimes between the levels at which some teams operate on. So I do see what you're saying, and I see what Eva's saying as well, to be fair, in that way. It's a difficult balance to strike. I think that's the key. It's striking a bit of a balance. Yes, you don't need it, I suppose, but some teams do in some way, and need that bit of money and whatever, and that can be a problem. It's a difficult balance to strike in terms of saying definitely yes, teams need money, and definitely they don't, because, as I say, they operate on different levels and in different places, so it's hard to say that it matters for everyone.
And of course, that's where you have some full-time sim racers. They need some sort of a stipend to be able to survive effectively, and that's where, like you say, not everyone will need that. Not everyone wants that either, because if I love being in sim racing, but if I had to deal with nothing but sim racing 24/7, I might go a little bit crazy. Call me crazy, but was that quite aggressive from Team Hoisingveld and cutting at turn number 3?
I feel like they do that most times, really.
Okay. Just the line.
Just very aggressive over that curb.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with it, to be honest. It seems like you're risking a slowdown.
Well, yeah, but many of the things they do are quite risky, aren't they, I suppose, so that's fine. I don't see any problem with that. You just get away with a lot around that curve. I've noticed a bit, actually, this hairpin as well, they can get away with quite a lot. Look at the way they go over that curve there. It's, you know, I mean, there's sausage curbs on the exit there to stop you from really abusing that, and they certainly would if they weren't there. But yeah, you know, they're just getting away with what they can, and that's sim racing.
That is sim racing, especially knowing that the incident point system is basically what is policing the track limits for the drivers today. SimCity Racing being chased down, is that by the Paceworks BMW, and not chased any more though. That was chased into a wall.
And well, thankfully they rolled back just enough there. Very similar to the crash that Fernando Alonso had there about 15 years ago, if you remember that. Well, somewhat similar, just with less body parts strewed across the road. Here's a bit of a look at it. Not sure really why the BMW did that, because they were running at a similar pace and they just ran over the McLaren basically.
That was, by the way, the Altitude Esports BMW. Just got a look at the number 11 as behind the wheel there. It's James Boyme. Back through turn 3. Hoisting felt a little less aggressive over the cut this time by. See some questions in the iRacing Esports Network. Why no Redline team or Apex team? There are some Apex cars in the field, albeit down in 18th and 19th positions after one of them qualified really poorly. The other one qualified somewhat poorly. And so they are still trying to work their way on forward. But of course, Redline focused on tomorrow in the second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and you'll be able to follow along the action here on the iRacing Esports Network, but also on the Redline Twitch channel, where they'll have some pressure, I think, the drivers, Ewan, because certain Max Verstappen's going to be jumping in and watching them on.
Yeah, and that will be it would make me crumble. So hopefully it doesn't for them. I'm sure they're used to it. To be fair, obviously Verstappen very involved with the Redline setup, very involved with what they're doing and all of that. And I do respect that a lot about him, because it's, you know, he's achieved a lot in motorsport, I think it's fair to say. But even still, comes back to sim racing, back to where he started from in some ways. Well, did start from, but it was something he's been doing for a very long time. That I feel like once you become a world champion, would be very easy to sort of leave behind and think, well, I'm too good for that now. I'm not bothering with that. But he doesn't, you know, believe in that mindset. Believes in sim racing a lot, and still comes back regularly, even if it is just to watch. So I do respect that about him, even if I don't respect everything he does on the track. But anyway, that's another discussion for another day.
Hey! We've seen Verstappen make his statements. Don't you forget.
Statements? What do you mean?
Oh, do you not remember?
Well, I don't mean if you mean proverbially or in real life.
I mean...
or, you know, in actions, I mean.
All I know is the clip of mine that I am never going to forget on social media is the one where my line about Max is he's getting ready to make a statement. Just wait for it. Well,
yeah, I tell you that the moment I realised that, I mean, obviously I saw the numbers or whatever, but it's not out of the ordinary. Well, it is out of the ordinary, sorry, but it isn't out of the realms of normality for one of a clips of a broadcast we've ever done to get a lot of views by people. That's, you know, it's not out of the realms of possibility. What is normally out of the realms of possibility, though, is somebody millions. I know in real life who has no relation to sim racing sending it me. That was weird.
Yeah, it was millions of people that saw that clip in particular as well. Nicholas Rubelar into the lane, and crucially about 8 minutes beyond the top of the hour, so it's not such a deficit that he'll and that IndyCar will have to endure in the final stint of the race. But now we wait and see. Probably expect it to be another, 10
20?
laps at a minimum before we see Sami Matti-Trogan and Daniel Lafuente in?
Sorry. We're working on different timescales here. I'm working on minutes and you're working on laps.
Yes.
So we're just saying different numbers and meaning the same thing. 20 minutes I'm going to go for. You're going to go for 10 laps. I don't often worry about that. But laps isn't something you would worry about if you were on a team a bit more. But I'm not on a team, so I'm going for minutes. 20 minutes or so, and I think they'll be pleased.
The reason why I'm going from laps is I'm trying to now just figure out how many laps a stint Sami Matti-Trogan, Matti Siepel are going to be able to do. If it's upwards of 40-ish, let's say they can do a good 42-lap stint per run they've got to the end of this race, I'm pretty confident they will have cut out a pit stop, and I'll go and say it right now with more than half the race to go. If they can do the 42 lap stints, they win the race. No question about it in my mind. The question really becomes, what can Daniel Lafuente do? Remember, that car is already, Ewan, 4 laps behind on the strategy.
I've got more question marks hanging over that than you have, I would say. First of all, I think you've got to remember that grid and go car is going to do 7 stops. I think we agree on that. But that 7th stop is going to be a lot shorter than the final stop or the 6th stop for Sontech Racing. Sontech Racing's 6th stop is basically going to be a full one, upwards maybe towards 40 seconds. This one for grid and go, though, is going to be a lot shorter than that. I reckon it's going to be about 30 seconds, maybe less. So you've got to factor that into the time gap that you're seeing at the moment. Even if Nicholas Rubelar isn't really catching Sam Trogan, which is correct, and I guess that's where your thought is coming from, that they're not, they're going to win 100%. I'm slightly less on that because this last stop for the 001 is going to be a lot shorter. So
the way that I worked backwards to feel so confident in saying that I think Sontech, if they can do the 42 laps win, is because the delta to come down the pit lane, not including the entry and exit itself, we're talking a good, 30 seconds here? So even if that final stop is shorter for Nicholas Rubeloff as Sven Haase in the grid and go machine, basically they need to find a 30-second plus gap on track in order for things to come out in their way. Now we're 4 and a bit hours, we're almost 4 hours I should say, we've got 4 and a bit hours still left to go into this race. That gap opened up between first and second to about 13 to 14 seconds. It's hovering in the danger zone, but I think it's a lot more precarious to expect no dramas in traffic, to expect that the grid and go car is going to have no issues for the next 4 and a bit hours, as to hope that the Sontech car can just hit its fuel number and stay out of trouble.
Well, yeah. I still think there's a long time to go, though. If you're looking at the clock, I still think time's on their side in the Lamborghini there. I still think they've got a little bit of time to play with. They can't hang about, as you say, and they can't afford to lose time over a stint. That'll be a disaster, a total disaster. But I still think that they've got to look up at the clock there and think, we're okay here. And I don't think they'll be worried too much just yet. Just trying to see what the gap actually is at the moment. What is it, 55 or 52.8 I'll go with at the moment. So that's about 5 seconds smaller than it was last time around, which makes sense because, as you say, the gap extended to about 14 seconds on the road before they made that pit stop. But as you say, even with a 10 seconds shorter pit stop, that's still a lot of time to be gaining. And based on those numbers, Grid and Go would have to gain about 10 seconds a stint, not 4.
I'm trying to just be Mystic Arjuna here, maybe a little bit, and be a bit bold in that prediction, but I do feel somewhat confident. If they can do the saving... I think
100% is quite a high percentage to be confident in them.
Yes,
you said,
The way I phrased it, though, does cover me, Ewan, if they get involved in traffic and any sort of incidents, because instantly they wouldn't be doing the 42 lap stints anymore. So you notice how I phrased it. I covered myself quite nicely.
Oh well, that's just unbold. You said it was a bold.
I mean, it is a bold thing. Do you want to make a prediction right now? 100% certainty.
I don't know if I can make anything with 100% certainty at the moment. No. I think in some ways as well, you're right with Williams. I just don't see what their strategy is at the moment, because it's not the all-out, going for this, that Grid and Go, and it's not the all-out fuel-saving of Sontech. So what is it? What are they doing at the moment?
They are trapped in the middle ground, right? That's
exactly
the problem.
It's the worst place.
They didn't save enough in the first hours. They don't really have enough time to claw back that fuel deficit, you'd have to say, and now you probably don't want to commit to doing a full push to the end. That's a look to the inside from the Door Academy number 20 to slide on past the Team Hoisingfeld McLaren down the long main straight into turn 1. Front end drops down under braking, drops down through the opening corner as well, and it's a swap around for the 12th position. What was your racing number, Ewan? I'm struggling to remember in the Precision Racing League.
It wasn't... I can't remember the Precision Racing League, because I think mine would have regularly been taken, but I went for or I would usually go for 73, not too far away from your 78. But I can't remember if I actually got that in that series, because it's normally taken already.
I was curious because, Lewis and myself both, I think, are on the same page that 78 is the best number in all of motorsports, be it real or virtual. It's a battle of the 77 versus the 78 for the time being. Kamil Grabowski's in that Williams Esports Academy car, and you want to talk about Academy programs? Oh, Kamil Grabowski, definitely a driver that, if Williams are evaluating his progress, it'll be interesting to see what they see from him. Taking over, and let's not forget, another one of the cars you in that is doing that heavy fuel save, albeit not contending for the victory itself.
So I keep seeing Kamil Grabowski out there, but I think do I also see Dennis Grabowski out and around? So what's what's going on there?
Kamil Grabowski is with Williams. Dennis Grabowski is former Pure Racing team. Now most of those drivers are Redline, who is racing in today's race with Altitude Esports.
Okay, are they any relation?
That's a good question. I will be honest in saying that I used to race against Dennis back in the day, going 4 or 5 years ago. Kamil is a name that I recognize, but less from iRacing, I'll be honest.
Oh, well, where did you see?
Well, we've seen him on some of the other platforms in
I see,
various sims. He did compete. Did he compete in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, or am I getting I should really know this as one of the commentators there, shouldn't I?
One of the Grabowskis did, and I thought it was Dennis.
It wouldn't have been Dennis.
It's probably Kamil.
It would have been Kamil then, for sure.
So, I don't know if they are any relation or not.
No, they're not, because they spelled our last name differently.
Do they?
Kamil Grabowski is Grabowski, right?
Ah.
Dennis
so they're
Grabowski.
said the same, but they're not spelled the same, yes.
Yes, Dennis
Correct.
Grabowski is Grabovsky.
Yes, so Dennis spells his name as we should say it,
yes.
But we need to remember that W is almost never spelt or said "were" in anything other than English.
Well, the thing is as well, just to make your life especially difficult right now, Ewan, Dennis Grabowski isn't in the car right now.
He isn't? Or he is?
He isn't in the car. So your timing screen is showing you one of the names, but not the other.
Yeah, but I do know. I've seen Dennis around enough though to know what is. It's not.
Excuses. Wow, look at this.
So yeah. So he helps us out. I would say, Dennis, by having a name spelt as we should say it, because it just means that I have to think. Although it has confused me for a long time that these were two different people. I just thought it was Grabowski, and that was just it, because I'm sure I will have made that mistake at some point as well, saying Kamil Grabowski is a very experienced driver when he's actually not, because he's not been around for that long, especially compared to Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis is Kamil is experienced, just maybe not as much of a veteran, right, as Dennis. I think that's the thing. It was funny, yesterday we were commentating on that Radical Cup UK, and there's a driver in that series with the last name Crisp. You've raced on Tuesday nights in PRL. Yep. You know that I'm used to commentating on a Crisp with another first name.
I didn't make that connection.
Did you
either,
not
actually.
make this connection? So round one of the Radical Esports Cup UK, I called poor Matthew Crisp Martin Crisp by accident.
Okay, yeah, I thought that's who was in last night, actually.
No, so different driver.
Okay. Well, I think on Tuesday nights in another series that we do on RaceSpot, there's also a Crisp, and that is the same one. I think.
That's Martin Crisp. That's not Matthew Crisp. That's Martin Crisp.
Oh dear, this is too much.
And the worst part, or the best part, is maybe that I bring this up because SimCity Racing is in this race today. Martin Crisp raced for SimCity Racing, so I'm sure he'll appreciate the mental gymnastics that he makes us commentators have to go through on occasion. We just continue to ride on board, and what is a rather interesting phase of the race, because of how this pit stop phase has played on out, everyone is focused on fuel mileage up and down the board, and that is not what I expected. In fact, that is Kamil Grabowski staying out. Why was he so far off to the right-hand side of the track?
I don't really know. Trying to fool everyone else. It's very rare that you see someone faking a pit stop in an endurance race. But I think we might have just seen it there. I don't really know why that was the case. Also, why would you break slipstream either? Because you're somewhat working together in this situation they're in at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I got so confused, because it was like, oh, excuse me, what? Hello? see if we can figure out what's going to happen to these drivers, though, as they continue to cycle through this pit stop window. It's the Apex Racing team. Racine Fazoui's in the box for the number 98. That was the car, of course, that qualified all the way down outside of the top 40 and has been slowly trying to work its way back on forward. But as we glimpse back up at your race leaders, that gap has grown, hasn't it? There's some lap traffic between them now, and Daniel Lafuente has lost the draft of the race leader.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know how that happens. Or is that a case of Lafuente can't keep up the pace anymore and he's struggling to do the fuel saving that he wants to while keeping the pace with Trogan at the moment? Or has there been a traffic incident or something? I do note that the Ford is just in front of Lafuente at the moment. Has there been a tie-up there or not?
Into turn 3. That's a decent amount of fuel saving combined with, of course, slowing the car down itself just naturally into the corner. Patient. Trying to clip that inside, a little bit of runoff that you can use to bring the car back onto the right-hand side of the track. Sammy Matti Trogan's running away right now. I don't know if this is necessarily something to do with traffic or not. I just wonder if, A, it's a bit easier for that McLaren to save fuel, and as much as Sammy Matti Trogan maybe is now becoming more known as for his real-world credentials, let's not forget what he's done in the sim racing universe. The 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion, and knows exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, and that is a factor in there. I think the McLaren may be a factor as well, but I think Williams have been pushed into a fuel-saving scenario that they weren't anticipating at the start of the day. They're sort of overextending now, they're overdoing it, and Lafuente can't keep up with fuel-saving the amount that he is, while also keeping up with Sontech Racing, who have gone out from the very start of this race and gone for this, because, I mean, look back to the first hour. Williams were fighting with people after all, and now they're into the pit lane a good, what's that, 6 minutes short, I would say. Probably 3 laps short at the very least, maybe 4 laps short.
The important number is 39 full laps complete. I said 42 is what I'm looking for Sammy Matti Trogan and for Sontech, and to put it into context, they've just ticked over you and onto the 36th lap of their run.
Exactly, so they were already short going into this and they've still not made 40 laps. Williams have either got to absolutely hit that fuel number, or they've got to just go and be quick, because at the moment they're doing neither. They're not saving the fuel that they need to, and they're not keeping the pace that they need to either, unless there's going to be some turnaround, and unless I'm thinking about this the wrong way, then I don't see why they're doing either at the moment, because they're not properly fuel saving and they're not properly using their pace. I
am in agreement with you, I think, so far. See what happens on the strategy call. Of course, Williams had a pretty good strategy at the Petit Le Mans earlier this year to be able to be battling up towards the front throughout the course of the race. Came out on top in the wheel-to-wheel battle with Redline in the GTP class. It's a 41.2 second stop then for Lafuente, who stays on in. Oh, that's going to be a 15-second gap easily. As off and away the 155 goes. Fortunately into some clean air as well. No one exiting down in towards turn number 1. As we wait for the gap to stabilize. Through the opening corner for Lafuente. Through the long right-hander for Nicolas Rubilar.
The only thing I can see, the only saving grace I can see for Williams is the fact that their last pit stop's going to be a lot shorter than Grid and Go, but they're too far away to benefit from that at the moment, I would say. Far too far away. So I don't understand at the moment. You mentioned their Petit Le Mans strategy, and that was fantastic, but they've not got this right at all, as far as I can tell.
How do you feel in the battle against Grid and Go and Sontech Racing right now? It's up to 54 seconds, the margin between the two drivers. Yes, we know there's still one that owes us a pit stop, but nearing on halfway through right now. I still get physically uncomfortable watching how much they cut that turn 3, but that car looks A, factory fresh, B, for a McLaren that sometimes can be a bit snarly to wrangle into control. It just looks so smooth. It looks like, honestly, a car on autopilot.
It's that camera angle as well, isn't it, at turn 3 that makes it worse. But yeah, they do absolutely maximise everything, and as you say, for a McLaren, this is looking fantastic. Another bit of lifting off from Trogan down in towards the big stop at the bottom of the course. This is turn 10, of course, into the chicane, then 11 and 12. And then the final, the final sector is the word I'm looking for there, which obviously people either really enjoy or really don't. It's certainly got its challenges, there's no doubt about that. I think the frustration for a lot of people is that it could be such a better final sector, based on the fact that turn 14 and 15 realistically actually don't need to be there at all.
Yeah, no. Isn't that added in for... Is it motorbikes? It's for something.
Oh, you mean the chicane at the hairpin, do you mean?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's... I think that's added in... I think that without that chicane, that corner would just be actually a little bit dangerously fast. Because it's not actually that sharp.
I've commentated on a multi-class race using that layout without the chicane, and yes, I can confirm it is very fast. Did you also hear how much lifting they are doing into turn 1? There's a good 150 meters of just coasting there from Sami Matti Trogan, and that's why these stints are as long as they are. It's a skill in and of itself, and it's something that you have to remember when you're jumping back into the car as Alexander Thieber comes in the number 90, that when you're saving fuel, you might actually be faster than when you're driving normally, but you're not pushing the car in the same way. Something you're actually maybe doing counterintuitively, Ewan, is you're managing the tires just that little bit more. Yeah,
it's weird that happens. It's almost a human psychological thing that should be sort of studied or something, because, well, it probably has. It's a weird thing that when you sort of fuel saving like that you do generally be a little bit gentler on the tyres and keep the car in better condition. It's why it's a decent idea in real life, certainly in 24-hour races, early on in races, do a bit of fuel saving. To be fair, I always used to do it in any sort of length of race at the start. I was never one for making up loads of places. I just used to take the extra fuel and be fine with that, stay out of trouble, save a bit of fuel, and I think that's more than good enough for an opening lap or two in any length of race, I suppose, unless it's 3 laps, but you get the idea. It's a weird thing, but it is a real phenomenon, and I did notice this when we were on board with La Fuente as well. They're lifting off very early into turn 1, which you've got to remember is slightly downhill on the way towards that corner, so it does sort of drag you along and help you when you're fuel saving down there.
On board with the 155, just look at how they know where they can maximize the limits of the track as well. They take full advantage of every little bit of runoff and tarmac that they can find. It's an old school track in some ways, but the availability of runoff is definitely there for them. That sounded painful, the bonk on the curb. Another bonk on the curb as they almost straight line their way over the sleeping policeman, but braver drivers than I would be if that was my car. The Drago McLaren is into the lane, and Manuel Troncoso goes up on the jacks for what is the most frustrating thing in all of motorsport, be it real or virtual. Tires and fuel being done at the same time. Yeah, not a rule I'm a fan of, as we know, but it is a thing, and so everyone's going to benefit from new tyres every time. I've got to say, I did hate it a lot less when I was driving the past 24 hours. I will note that. I did quite enjoy getting new tyres every time, in fact. But other than that, no. As a spectator, it's not quite as strategically interesting. Although I suppose some people don't really like strategic races as much as I do, which is fair enough. Some people have less patience than us, Ewan.
That is true. Well, some would disagree, but I see what you mean, yeah.
Are you of the TikTok generation?
Generation? What does that mean? Well, I don't have it, if that's what you're trying to ask me.
How bad is your attention span?
It's all right. I watch long-distance sports most of the time.
That's true. You are a cyclist. I
am a cyclist. I like cricket as well. That takes ages.
Okay, wait, sorry. I'm going to just interrupt you. For someone that doesn't like golf, your interest in sports, my friend.
What do you mean?
You are not a fan of golf. Is that fair to say?
Well, I'll watch like the major tournaments or like the Ryder Cup or some of them, but not a day in, day out fan, no. And I've certainly got no interest in playing. So don't ask me to go on a golf course.
Have you not been teasing Lewis about his golf endeavours, or am I getting you confused?
I think I do sometimes, but that's just because it's Lewis rather than golf.
No, I mean, anything Lewis related, you want to try and find a way to make it
an opening.
Exactly, make it somewhat uncomfortable for him. That I do appreciate. But yeah, golf, I will admit, is slow. It can be boring. Are you really going to sit here and tell me that cycling isn't also somewhat slow and boring from time to time as well, with its moments of utter jubilation.
Yeah, it's quite a long time of not a lot happening and then complete carnage
Cricket
sometimes.
too, but I'm not going to say anything about cricket as a cricket fan as well.
I'm a cricket fan as well. I think, my attention span's pretty good because I enjoy these long distance sports, if you like, and this is certainly one of them. I would say a lot of people wouldn't enjoy an 8-hour race, I would imagine.
What I will say is Sammy Matty Trogan comes in at the end of lap 40. Now remember, I said he maybe wanted to go to as long as lap 42 to be 100% guaranteed of the victory. I'm not saying that they're not cutting out the pit stop here, but it's just adding potentially a little bit more time into some of their pit stops relative to the amount of saving that they can do on track. You can see that Sammy Matty Trogan is not playing any games. He's staying with the limiter on, but shifting back and forth to just try and bump the car down the box a little bit faster, and now sits and waits for what is the most painful thing that you can do after going 150 miles an hour onto pit lane entry, waiting for service to be complete.
It does feel like a very long time, although sometimes it's a bit of a welcome rest for about 40 seconds or so. You do sit back a little bit, have a bit of a drink, and just stretch your legs slightly before going back out there again. And he needs another big stint, of course, because, as you say, I do think that the odds are very much in favour of Sontech Racing at the moment, but that can change very quickly, and you've got to be on your toes for that. So I think Trogan has got another big stint coming up in front of him, and he'll be back out there again. Although not with many fuel concerns, I wouldn't imagine. They're doing very well in terms of that saving game now.
And so where is the Mercedes? There it is, just in the back of the shot, heading off to turn 1, and so Daniel Lafuente will resume his position, locked onto the rear bumper of the number 13. They find themselves 15 seconds behind, so almost halfway through this race. Let's say it is 30 seconds, the margin that Grid and Go needs over Sontech to be confident in making that extra stop and still having the advantage in the final hour of the race. They've almost done half the work, so might be in a pretty decent position, all things considered. You know what is not decent, by the way? You know that there are some puns, Ewan, that sometimes get dropped on broadcast that are acceptable. There are some that are not. Someone has just thrown in an unacceptable pun to our iRacing Esports Network chat when it came back to our conversation about names. So it's certain to say your name memory isn't crispy, right?
Name memory, it's not crispy. My brain is approximately the size of a crisp, or a chip, sorry, America, whatever.
They're crisps.
They are crisps, even Arjuna says. Not that you're the most American I've ever seen.
I'm probably the least American.
Yeah, well, even though you have an American accent, you are willing to go against America on a few issues, and this is one of them. So I'm glad about that. But yes, what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm sorry, but there's too many names that go through my brain in a week for me to remember, or indeed for a month. It's
How
just,
many broadcasts
are
you at this year? Do you know?
I don't know this year. I could count up, but I've not got a running tally going, so it would be possible for me to find out, but I don't know now, no.
I think I'm at 250 something so far this year.
That's not bad. It's 300, road to 300. No, that's too many. That's like more than one a day from now on.
Let's not say that. Yeah, I mean,
there might be 50 days left in the year. You might have to do more than one a day. Sorry.
So I could get there hypothetically if I kept up the current pace, but the good thing is at RaceSpot we have a slightly quiet December coming. So I'm looking.
I don't enjoy quiet months.
If you want some work, Ewan, I'm happy to give you some of the stuff that we have to do behind the scenes at RaceSpot. You can help me write the rulebook for the next IMSA Esports Global Championship. How about that?
Interesting. That is, well, everyone would just hate it. So that's not going to be popular.
Don't worry. Writing a rulebook is always about the path to the least amount of hate that you can get. We jump on board with the 002 Gabriel Streitmatter behind the fakely numbered car because numbers don't begin with zeros. Numbers begin with anything ranging from 1 to 9. And so the properly numbered 2, the improperly numbered 034, and the improperly numbered 002 all do battle in this final sector and find themselves only about 10 seconds off the fight for what might end up being a battle for a podium spot. Let's not forget that Sontech and Grid and Go and Williams all 1, 2, and 3 for the time being, but we've seen some pretty crazy stuff over the course of our 2023 special events.
We certainly have. I do sort of understand your gripe with these numbers that start with zeros, but sometimes it's necessary. If someone's taken your number, then just bang a zero in front of it, and you're okay.
No, just pick a different number.
No, because that's just against morals, isn't it?
No, you know what's against logic and morals is picking the same actual number and just adding a zero to the front of it, or in the case of dirt racing, and yes, they do this in dirt racing, Ewan, because they have like 50 bajillion million cars that enter for every single event. You'll have the 21A, the 21B, the 21C, and I can keep going through all letters of the alphabet if you really want me to, Ewan, but you get the point.
That is not good.
It's the same thing with the zeros at the front. What's to stop me, Ewan, if you pick the 7, I pick the 07, and now suddenly the commentator is getting ready to jump in lieu of both of us, it would seem, because we are going off on a tangent. Cam Roger wants the 007. Now, does Lewis get the 0007?
Well, the thing with that is that with letters, you could go on infinitely with letters on the same number, but there's only 3 for the number 7. If there's a 007, there's a 07, and then there's a 7.
So, what I will say, Cam Roger just correctly point out, if no one else has got that number, you can put a 0 in front of it, and it's not so bad. So, for example, no one else is running the 4, and Ewan, you want to run the 04, that is totally okay. But ISO WC 2021, we had someone running the 7, we had someone running the 07, and we had someone running the 007. That is not okay. Rant over.
Well, I do get that kind of thinking. Someone else is saying that you could just put a 1 in front.
Yes, do that!
But that 1 is just as much of a number as 0.
But it's a different number. 04 is still 4. 14 is at least 14, you know?
It's a different sort of a number.
Yes, I get what you're saying too. But this is why any rulebook that I write from ISO WC in 2021 moving forward explicitly disallows.
Wow.
Yes, explicitly disallows the repeated use of numbers, both for commentator sanity, but for viewers' sanity as well.
Yeah. I love how you've added that as a rule just for your personal brain to function better.
I say it's for my brain to function better, but I genuinely believe that for the average person just coming in and watching a race, let's say you have no idea who's in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and suddenly you get told there's a 7 and there's the 07. What? Wait, what? Excuse me? Also, this is why rulebooks that I write as well have the provision where the fastest class uses numbers 0 to 99, the second fastest class 100 to 199, and etc, etc, etc. But, you know, this is all quite logical, you know what I mean?
Well, look, I don't know. It's to be honest, it's one of those things that we do argue about a lot, but I actually don't care. It doesn't actually matter realistically, does it?
Oh, this does matter to me. But mainly just because I'm a programmer that has to build systems to handle cases where someone puts a 0 before their number, which I just want to be clear, makes it no longer a number. There is no way in modern information technology to store 04 as a number. You have to store it as a word, but that's getting into the nitty-gritty of technical software engineering. And yes, as people have pointed out, we've already talked about this plenty in iRacing special events. So, steering away from the conversation, we've got 20 minutes to go before we reach the halfway mark. That gap between the front, Ewan, 14 seconds between the two different strategies.
Yes, that is sort of the key of the race, isn't it? If you would sort of boil this down, we're looking at a couple or a few maybe of cars to try and win this at the moment. You've got Grid and Go on the strategy of who have done literally that, haven't they? They've grid and they've gone. It doesn't say fuel save in the name. That's for a reason, because they're not doing any of it. It doesn't say fuel save in the name of Sontech either, to be fair, but they are doing that. And they're doing a good job of it as well. I reckon they're 2 laps in the safe. Not only are they making this strategy work of cutting out a pit stop today, but they're actually doing it with 2 laps to spare as far as I can work out at the moment, at least at the last pit stop. They're doing a really good job. And as you say, they're only 14 seconds behind, and this is, you know, legitimately on the road with Rubelot having to make 4 stops left in this race, is it? And Trojan just 3.
Well, and this is where you were saying after, I think, one of those earlier pit stop cycles as well, that for Sami Matti Trojan running in front of Daniel Lafuente, he's not getting the benefit of being able to save off of that Mercedes for Williams either right now, so he's having to make the fuel all by himself right now, and he's doing an impressive job of hitting his target. Lewis Woods gets in front of Anja Namuthan in the Team PGZ swap over. Anja Namuthan, Mr. Skirt, Dr. Speed himself, sharing that car with Brody Kostecki and Pablo Arujo, of course. The other one of the PGZ cars, the 034 with its fake number, has got 3 drivers, I think, as well lined up, although only 2 of them have driven so far. Lewis Woods as well as Samuel Ward. They've got Stripe Matter behind them, Sontech's second car slightly further behind. And this is where, as well, why we're so impressed from Sontech's 13, from the performance of Trojan, as well as Matti Siepel, is the second car, Jesse Hilayo, Lasse Urano. They're on effectively the same strategy right now, but Ewan, they're a good 14 seconds behind their teammate.
And they've gone for the 113 instead of the 013, so Arjuna is right after all. But yes, I do feel like, by the way, earlier on in this race, that these 2 teammates were a lot closer together.
Yes.
In the first stint, they were actually nose to tail, weren't they? I don't really know where this separation has come from.
It was all through that first sequence where really we saw the 13 leap their way into the breakaway at the front, and unfortunately for Urainen and Hilayo, they got a little bit more chalked up behind. They're also slightly now offset, I think, on the fuel number itself compared to their teammates, maybe 1 lap off, but that's not a major factor, all things considered, in what is a pretty simply liveried blue and red stripes machine, but keeps it simple, keeps it nice and distinctive as well. There's no mixing that car up for any of the other machines that we've got in the field today. What is the current McLaren GT3 car? Is it the 720S?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called, yeah. I know what it looks like, but I'm not very good with these names anymore.
It's not the Arthur, is it?
The what?
The McLaren. I call it the Arthur because it's the McLaren Artura, isn't it? But it's a lot more funny to call it the McLaren Arthur.
Okay, well.
No. Is it not that?
I've not seen that. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I think it's the 720S. I'm pretty sure.
It is.
Yeah, 720S. You were correct in the first place.
The Artura is the GT4 car, but they've just confirmed they're doing a 720S GT3 Evo that, I say just confirmed, they did it this year and launched the 720S GT3 Evo. So we are also wanting a McLaren to join the Ford and adding to the GT3 ranks for 2024. Do you want the 720 more than you want the Mustang?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. I do sort of get what. I mean, I'm not against the Mustang being sort of a GT3 now, but it does feel a bit weird at the minute. I'll get used to it. I'll come around to it, but it does feel a bit strange for the moment.
It does feel a little bit weird. I think part of why so many sim racers, I think, fell in love with this car is, I still remember wanting and coveting over the Fanatec McLaren GT3 steering wheel that they had a couple of years ago, and it just until the BMW M4 GT3 wheel was released again by Fanatec, there wasn't ever a case where you could just take a car that, a wheel rather, that looked like it was taken out of the real car, and I don't know, personally that looked quite cool. Is it fair to say as well that just the fact that it spits fire out the back is also endears it to plenty of people?
I think it does. I mean, first of all, that they just look like good steering wheels anyway, yeah, like in the car, which helps. But yeah, I don't know. I think you know, it's good to have the relatability there, the fact that you can almost do it yourself, kind of thing. That really helps, and I think it's a great thing. It wasn't really seen, or as far as I'm aware, it wasn't really seen before until then, or sorry, before then, I should say. I mean, I can't. Were they the first to do it? I guess.
I think so. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I don't. They had some Fanatec Porsche stuff, but those weren't like pulled out, designs from the car. It was just, here's a steering wheel with the Porsche logo on it with some designs that kind of match it. Whereas now, speaking of McLaren in particular, they've been working with iRacing to have some custom official licensed products there. Cube Controls partnered up with Mercedes AMG, yes. I was just correcting myself and fact-checking myself there before I confidently was wrong. So, yeah, Fanatec working with Bentley, Ford, BMW to have some of their real-world counterparts available in the sim as well. And, yeah, it's always fun when you go and look at sim racing equipment, and in the options, in the product description, it says, not included, BMW M4 GT3 car.
Yeah. Well, you got to make it clear.
Oh, you do, especially at that price.
Oh yeah, yeah. You've got to, you can't be false advertising. You got to make sure. So I can understand that. By the way, someone in the YouTube chat saying, "How can you want anything more than the Mustang?" Well, it's not the best great GT3 car ever to grace the planet, unfortunately. Not yet, anyway.
You know who that is, by the way? I think.
Oh God.
Ethan Bass.
Oh, really?
I think it's the Bassmaster.
I suppose I understand why he'd be excited.
He's happy to finally be able to jump back into a Ford and be somewhat competitive. There has been a bit of a community that's rallied around some of these cars and kept them in vogue, if you will, even if the BOP is not always on the side that necessarily they would be hoping for and wanting, but cult classics, that's for sure. So, we had kind of touched on this at the start, but maybe we can see if we can grab a slightly better look at it, looking off the back of the 34. We saw Brody Kostecki clatter over some of these curbs in the Audi, and we thought Ewan damaged a little bit of that front splitter. Now, it's very hard often to tell, but I'm wondering if they were able to get some of that damage fixed in one of the pit stop cycles.
I've got to be honest, I was watching when you were both talking about that. I couldn't see it myself. Maybe I'm not very, maybe I need glasses, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything, certainly nothing that would cause anyone some sort of performance disadvantage. I really couldn't. So if there was, then maybe, and if there wasn't much damage, then it might have just got repaired naturally. Sometimes optionals do tick down a little bit when you are just getting your normal service done anyway, and so that may have been the case there. If it was a second, maybe they would have waited for it. And this is the clip. I mean, I can't really see.
So here's what I'm going to do. This is a replay right now. I just want to be clear. Beauty of sim racing is we can put the cameras wherever we want, right? So you can kind of see, I think, that the front end is kind of dinged on in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the magic button that fast forwards us to right now. And you tell me, Ewan, if you think that front end changes, okay? Does that sound good?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to count us down. 3. Make sure you've got a firm eye on the body, the lines of the front end or whatever. 3.
Okay.
2, 1, and hit the button. Come on, that's been fixed.
It's a little bit straighter, isn't it? Yeah.
But the reason why I bring this up is, A, it's aerodynamic. GT3 cars do have a decent amount of aero, as for example, I break out my fun yellow pen tool. Dive planes on the side will often illustrate. But at the same time, for the R8 in particular, is that where a lot of the radiator itself is housed, and so therefore it's impacting the actual cooling of the car itself?
I would imagine so. Yeah, I can see that now. Thanks for everyone who's saying I'm blind. I can see that now. When you were describing it earlier, I really couldn't see what was going on, but I see what you mean now. I do find it hard to agree, though, that would have been providing them a particular disadvantage at all, because it was that damage was so minor. Surely
you say
it
that,
wouldn't have been that bad.
But minute differences, make the difference. I was talking to Kent Stacey, who was worked with Turner Motorsports, ran the Mercedes GT3 program when they initially came over to the US and developed the suspension and damping program for the real world teams there. And he was talking about how, you have things in the real world, right, where you'll be driving around, you'll take a curb slightly more aggressively than maybe you wanted to, and suddenly now your toe link is pushed in 2 inches compared to where it was before. Those are the things, Ewan, that we don't have to deal with in the sim racing world. The damage, maybe, we do have to deal with a little bit.
This is why competing in motorsport or sim racing just does not appeal to me at all. That stuff, that stuff to engineers and stuff, sometimes I feel like it excites them, that they've got to, figure these things out and stuff. That just makes me really, I don't know what the word is that I can say here, but it doesn't make me feel good. It wouldn't do if I was competing, put it that way. So that's why I wouldn't, basically. But I see what you mean. Yes, I take your point.
Yeah, I remember hearing that as well. And as someone, you know, who very much lives in the virtual world, sometimes we get shielded from some of those real things. It was like, oh yeah, that's a real thing. And imagine going into a corner at 200 miles an hour and not knowing if the car was the same as the last time you went into the corner. It's some of those little things that you know, you get put on the naughty step for, as you were. So Anjana Muthan in the 5th position, the second of the PGZ Audis is of course behind Lewis Woods. You can see Stripe Matter Hilayo directly behind as well in the conga line for 4th position, almost halfway through this 2023 Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 Hours, the final of the iRacing Enduro special events. We've still got the Winter Derby and the Chili Bowl to come in the future, and 7 days from today it's the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch for what should be a rather intriguing new event. I've seen some requests in the chat, and I want to be clear. Ewan and myself have no input as to what's coming to iRacing in the near future. We can just gently send in our suggestions. Mustang, McLaren, and Aston Martin. Those seem like 3 GT3s that everyone wants, Ewan, in addition, of course, to the new Corvette.
Well, I'm trying to speculate. I guess they mean the most recent McLaren, the 720, or do they mean the Arthur that you're talking about?
That's the GT4, the Arthur, so we can ignore that. So it's just the 720S Evo.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good looking car, by the way, so yeah, I think it would be a good addition. As much as I like the current McLaren that we still have in iRacing, by the way, I think it sounds really good, and probably second in the list of GT3s behind the Z4 for me. That's more controversy for you there. But yes, that's a good pick, I would say. And the Aston Martin, yeah, people have been wanting that for a long time, haven't they? So, yeah, I would say that'd be a popular choice. If that would make it.
Aren't they doing a new Aston Martin GT3 car? I thought
they just did.
Maybe I thought that too, but I thought they're doing a new one again. They are.
Well, to be fair, when I say just did, it was probably longer ago than I realised.
Oh, this is just an evolution. Sorry, this is the problem with modern journalism. New Aston Martin GT3 car breaks cover is the headline. The byline, new Aston Martin GT3 set to carry the manufacturer, etc., etc. The first line of the actual article, the evolution version of Vantage GT3 under development ahead of release. So yes, there's an evolution of that car. I must say, the new Vantage, give it its proper British pronunciation, doesn't that have the engine from a Merc?
Don't ask me that kind of thing. I don't know. But it's a Vantage, by the way, I would say.
Vantage.
Vantage. There's no R in it. So why are you saying one? But anyway, that's a whole different kind of worms that I probably should have kept close. But can I just say, one thing I probably hate most about GT3s is these Evo versions. I really dislike them, I've got to say. But anyway.
So it depends on why we dislike them, because they've got their place at the end of the day, right? When a manufacturer releases a GT3 car, when a customer buys a GT3 car, they do so knowing that they will get support from the manufacturer for that car. 3 years down the road, though, and suddenly now there are other cars that are, let's say, have been more developed. Maybe they're slightly quicker. Maybe they're just cheaper to run. Now your customer comes to the manufacturer. I'm not going to say a manufacturer. I don't want to get in trouble with any specific one here. But they say, hey, Arjuna, I'd like my car to be 50% cheaper to operate because the other guys are now... if I switch to another car, I'm going to be paying less. So that comes into play. Ferrari, as an example, one of the things that they always focus on are trying to make sure gentlemen drivers and the amateur drivers can get the most out of the car as much as possible. So there's all the different things that go into it, but ultimately, I think the main way of thinking about it, Ewan, it's just another way for the manufacturers to make a little bit more money.
Well, I do understand that. You're very in tune with this side of things. I am not.
I know who pays my bills.
Well, I guess so. I really don't pay attention to it, and it doesn't interest me particularly either, I've got to say, as you might have noticed, to learn about these things either. So I just continue not knowing. But I just dislike them. I just think, why can't you make a new car entirely? That's what I'd prefer to see, because I do like the new Aston Martin, because I think it does look slightly better. It just missed a bit of that sound that you used to get from the V12 one, that was around in God knows whenever it was, mid 2010s, whatever. But still, it looks good. But they're making an Evo version, so
Well, to answer your question on why they don't do a new version of the car every 3 years, it's because how often do we actually get a new, for example, I'll just pull the Audi example out of the hat since there's no more R8s coming. How often do we get a new R8, right? You'll get new evolutions of the car maybe every 7 years or so. You might get facelifts a bit more frequently than that, but it's not... The GT3 cars have to be based on road cars in some way, shape or form, and so the new platforms often take time to develop. I'm just saying, if I was ever going to develop a platform, though, I'd probably not call it the McLaren Arthur. Or I wouldn't call it the Artura, just because people are going to call it the Arthur. Much like, what was the vote that happened where we christened something Bodie McBoatface?
Some kind of some ship of some description, I think, or something. I mean, don't let the British public decide on anything, is what we've decided for the last 10 years. That's what I've learned.
Brexit, boat names, doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, you said the B word. Well, anyway, it's a good job I'm leaving in 5 minutes. That I was trying to avoid that subject, but anyway, don't let the British public decide on stuff, because we'll get it wrong, probably. Or just be having a laugh in doing so, which is funny at the time, but maybe not so much afterwards. Anyway,
it's funny if you're not in Britain, is what I would say.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're entertainment for everyone else, but it's
okay.
But anyway,
the US political scene is fodder for many as well. Everyone just looks on and hopes that they could be somewhere else at the end of the day, and it's probably a similar situation as we reach halfway through this race, where Nicholas Rubelas is probably not too dishappy with where he sits right now at the front of the field, but that gap to Sami Trogan and Sontech Racing, I think mostly just due to the traffic playing its part, has grown above the 16-second mark or so, with about half the race complete. And again, we think that Grid and Go are looking to build up at least 30 seconds heading into that final hour or so. Half of the job's been done, you'd have to say, but I guess it's one way of looking at it. They need to build up 30 seconds, but are they trying to get 30 seconds over 8 hours, or do they want 30 seconds in 7 hours? Two different ways of thinking about it.
Yeah, nicely steered away from politics there. I enjoyed that. But I guess that is your job, to be fair. But yeah, I think mostly it is down to traffic. That bit of a gap opening. You can see the evidence right there, can't you? I suppose. Obviously, we don't know how Trogan got through particularly. I don't know how difficult it ended up being, but we can assume that, to be fair, even when it's not actually difficult, you do tend to lose at least a bit of time. And I think we're seeing that with La Fuente now, because he was only a couple of seconds back, and he still is just over a couple of seconds back at this stage, but it's going to be more in a few laps, you would imagine.
Yeah. And again, it's all the single class traffic that we have right now, so there's no speed overlaps to really be thinking about La Fuente in the draft, but just hoping and praying that he can build that gap back down and close back in on Sami Trogan. Does seem as though we're doing double stints across the board, so expect another round of driver changes starting in about 10 minutes time, and then another round in about 2 and a bit hours time as well. Nice and easy for a 2-driver lineup across 8 hours. It's not a particularly long race, is it?
Well, it depends who you ask, because I guess some people would say so. But yeah, I think it's all right for an endurance race. 8 hours, it's a decent distance in terms of time to go. I guess when you put it in perspective like that, it does feel like a very long way still remaining. But it's that end of the race is going to creep up on us very quickly.
So you and myself will be back for the final 2 hours. I've already made my prediction. I think. I basically lay down the gauntlet that Sami Trogan, Matti Sipilä, you guys better win, so I'm proved correct. Who do you think? Who do you think wins this one, this Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 hours?
Well, I think we both decided that. Well, you've I know where you're which one you're going for, but I think I'll have to agree with you with the 001. They're in a very strong position. 001. The 13, I should say, the McLaren. Getting that all wrong because of the situation they're in with fuel and the way they've gone about this so far. Yeah, it's been very impressive, and they are very much favourites in this race. Very overly so. If that makes sense.
Who's the favourites here? I got confused.
At the 13, the McLaren, surely.
Okay, so you're with me. You're aligned with me.
Yeah. I'm just not 100% like you.
Okay. Remember, I said I was 100% if they did 42 lap stint, so I'm no longer 100%. I'm 95% sure now.
Oh,
I'm scaling it
over.
back.
Oh dear.
No, I'm still 100%. Either I'm right or I'm wrong, and I'll probably be wrong, but we'll find out in about 4 hours' time.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, Arjuna. The gap is either going to get bigger, it's going to get smaller, or it's going to stay the same. That is for sure.
Oh, and with that nugget of wisdom, the lights flashing from Nicholas Frubelar. I mean, let's be real, that is the most accurate statement that has ever been said on any broadcast. The gap's either going to increase, decrease, or stay where it is, and so the man attributed to that quote can step into the commentary booth once again, relieve Ewan and myself from boring those on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. Ready to go for the second half of the Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 Hour. It's Lewis McLean and Cam Roger to walk you through the next 2 hours.
Look, I'm just excited for the idea that maybe I can actually get my words out faster than what Ewan did towards the end of that. Goodness me, he struggled, Cam. He struggled to actually say what he was thinking. Cam, hello, welcome. We should be in for a little bit of a fun ride here. A lot of strategic games happening around Fuji. And by the way, I am going to back what they were saying. I'm about 78% sure, best number, that the 13 is going to take the victory. They're going so much longer than everyone else.
Yeah, it seems to be opening up to be quite a strategic race. I guess that's what you have to do around circuits like this, especially when you have the styles of corners that we do where fuel saving is actually fairly nice. So hopefully that works out to be a nice battle. It's looking like, as I mentioned, we're sort of halfway there in terms of the gap that they need, halfway into the race. So I think it is going to be pretty close by the time we get to that final stint.
Yeah, I mean, you said so. When I was last looking at the broadcast 2 hours ago, because I turned it off because I wasn't interested in anything that Arjuna or Ewan were saying, the gap was around like 12 seconds between Grid and Go and Sontech. Now that gap needs to be a lot bigger now if Grid and Go are to take this victory, because obviously like they need to have basically covered half a pit stop by this point, and at the moment they're at about a quarter of a pit stop, if even that. When it comes to closing down on the Sontech team. And I say closing down, it kind of sounds a little bit counterintuitive because obviously Grid and Go are 15 seconds ahead of Sontech, but it's because of how the strategy is working and stuff. It's interesting. I mean, you can see there on the stint length, the fifth number along, where it says 31 for Grid and Go and then 18 for Sontech. That's how many laps on their current stint we are. So you can see that Sontech have gone 13 laps longer by this point. We've only had 3 stops.
And they're actually at the sort of awkward part of the race because obviously Grid and Go is on less fuel at this point, being longer in the stint. But then when we get the further that they go and the further overlaps they get, there'll actually be a point where they're actually being sort of overcut by the teams who are staying out because they go back to the fuel tank. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. With how that one develops, but I do think from what it looks like they have the speed to try and work it out, but it's one of those ones where you just have to commit at this point and you just have to keep going with it. You can't change strategy now, you can't back out of it. You're 4 hours into choosing what your outcome's going to be.
Exactly. And like we say, we're probably not that long away from these drivers making another pit stop. Obviously, they're navigating their way through traffic. There's a couple of close battles. You've got 5th place with the Team BGZ. You've got the Grid and Go 002 car working its way back up the order after some slower speed. You've got the Sontech 113, which is also doing the same strategy as the 13. I don't know if you were joining us in the earlier phases of this broadcast, Cameron Roger. I had no idea, by the way, until we started this broadcast. Once we were doing the aerial shots at the start, I don't think Arjuna really knew either. So there's a golf course right next to the track. Look at it on the left-hand side. There's just a golf course.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Right on the hills as well. I think that would be an awesome one to play. Yeah, I was watching the start of the broadcast. I liked Arjuna's little circle. Oh, he's doing it again. Love it.
Go!
Yes. Golf is the best sport outside of motorsport. Myself and Lewis, we are very impartial to a round of golf. I certainly love that one. And I'd love to go to this track in this country in general, but that course looks awesome.
It does. It does. It's just. I find it very interesting. What I'm looking at though is every hole in it's got 2 greens, which I think is fascinating. Anyway, which you'd need to look at it. But no, it's very bizarre. Very bizarre. Anyway, we won't talk about that only because I only bring that up because obviously our history as professional golfers.
Very
obviously, absolutely no one watching this broadcast has any interest in it whatsoever.
I think you're wrong with that. A lot of motorsport drivers love golf.
Yes, but again, as our two discussed earlier, yes, that's motorsport drivers certainly do. And in the GB3 and GB4 paddock, I can talk to most people and we can all discuss it. It's a little bit of a look down the inside from the Sontech car, trying to get down on the grid and go. Not able to stick one down the inside of the T1 as we look back from Lewis Woods. In motorsport, I can chat to anyone, and it's always like, oh, right, oh, no, you do actually play. Oh, fantastic. What's your handicap? They're like, yeah, 5. And I'm like, oh, we're never playing.
No chance.
That's motorsport though, where people go outside and have money. Whereas what we're talking about is sim racing, where whilst the second still might be true because whatever, and no business. The going outside part, I think, is more hammered on as not really.
You say sim racers don't go outside?
Yes, exactly that.
To be honest, it is definitely an interesting one.
And we love you for it.
I do like getting outside and playing golf. It is it is a nice one. It's just time, just like work and then hobbies and then trying to get around and go. I mean, round of golf obviously takes like 3-4 hours, but then it's the going there, it's the coming back, it's the chatting, the drinks before and after. Like, it's a full day affair if you want it.
And during. Anyway, we won't talk about that on this stream.
Coffee. Drinking coffee.
Drinking coffee, exactly. We've been very partial to a cup of coffee on to be fair, actually I can't stand coffee, so yes. Were you hearing the GT3 discussion as to what GT3s people want in
I was. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the whole conversation?
Well, to be honest, it's one of the things. More is always better. Not gonna lie. So yeah, I mean, I would love to have the full roster, but of course, there's lots of other things that come into it, but. I mean, definitely more. If there's more, cars, especially as they mentioned, like the Mustang and stuff, then you Aston Martin, Evo coming out and stuff. So definitely, anything being added to the platform, I'd be up for.
A bit on and off. Sorry, a bit on and off. A bit of. I was just reading something from a chat now. Sorry, you want the full roster? That's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
goodness me.
Of course. I mean,
how many GT3s is the full roster of GT3s?
Including the ones that are already on the system, it's got to jump it up to like 20 or 25 or something silly.
It's insane how many GT3s are, which I think is what makes GT3s like such a fascinating part of motorsport. You've got so many. I can't believe Urano O'Leary likes 720, by the way.
I mean, it's a pretty decent one, I'd say. I don't like the sound of the engine.
No, it's very boring.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hoover, but it's fast. So if it works, it works, and I'm definitely one for the engineering side of things. So if it is fast, then I'm not going to complain too much about that one. But of course, a lot of the stuff that obviously being British mate, what we see is obviously from the European circuit, but obviously in America, obviously we get see the Lexus, there's the NSX, and all that sort of stuff that you don't get as well. That's just ever increasing the amount of GT3 cars there are.
Again, we need the Prius. Hashtag Prius Army, get together.
What, the GT500 one out in Japan?
Yeah, there was Super GT, isn't it? I thought, is it GT500 or GT300? I thought it was GT300. Anyway, we've got a move here. So Sontech do work their way down the inside. It's not too much of a surprise. Of course, Grid and Go definitely approaching a pit stop here. So theoretically, at this point, by the way, the Sontech car is quite a bit heavier, but obviously a lot less worn on the tyre side of things. Mostly courtesy of not being out there for as long. Science.
Yes, that is science and maths with with how those things work out. Yeah, I've just done a quick little Google, by the way, of the Prius. That thing actually looks sick.
It's wild, isn't it? It's good. It's a great car. There's a look down the inside and a move from the Team Hoising Rail car. So a little switch up, and the 35 works its way past the 78. Disappointed to not see the 35 in a livery. I do always like the Hoising Rail, their liveries.
Yeah,
especially on the TCR car. It looks absolutely sick on the Audi RS3 LMS.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. I guess that's one sort of good and bad thing of certain teams having liveries. Sometimes it just doesn't work on a certain chassis with how the body panels are sorted out. But yeah, you're right. The Hoisingberg livery in general is really good, and I like the fact that it's quite unique and not like symmetrical like some other liveries that are out there. So that is certainly a good one, and they are very fast, very very fast in the TCR category. So that always helps, and just in general, nice to see teams like that going over all different sorts of classes and not just focusing on one.
Well, I'll swiftly try and take you through the top 10 at least before we get into the pit stop sequence, because I'm pretty sure Nicolas Rubelard's not a million miles away from doing it. You can see our race leader here expected to make one extra stop than the team running in second place, GridandGo.com, who had 3 cars at the front of the field through the opening portion of the race. Issues, though, as one of their cars dropped back down the order, the 002, and then the 003 had a bit of a spin and was stationary for quite a while. Meanwhile, Sammy Matty Trogan and the Sontech racing team have been doing a really good job of just extending the fuel mileage in second position. They're joined on the podium at the moment by the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports at the moment. Daniel Lafuente behind the wheel. They've had a couple of Williams Esports cars inside the top 10 throughout the race. Slightly less so at the moment as we drop back to the duo of Team PGZ. Lewis Woods behind the wheel of the first one and taking an awful lot of curb there as we depart the chicane. Of course, the second one then being Anjan Umathan behind the wheel in 5th position. The second of the Sontech racing cars then in 6th position under an awful lot of pressure from the second of our Grid and Go esports cars before we get to Drago Racing. We've spoken about those a few times today. Aaron Vasquez, of course, not behind the wheel at the moment, but newly joining the Drago Racing team. Fantastic to see him as a part of it. ATRS Esports inside the top 10 as they have been all day. They've actually had some great speed throughout all of this, along with the Mercedes AMG team Urano inside that top 10. Couple of shout outs of some further down the order, or rather of one specific one further down the order, is Kamil Grabowski in 12th position. Mostly for the fact of, one, that livery looks sick, and for two, happy birthday, Kamil Grabowski. Why not spend your birthday chucking a car around the Fuji Speedway? Why not?
Well, certainly. I mean, I remember doing a race on my birthday a few years ago, and I did win that one. And that was a pretty decent level race, so I was pretty happy with that. But yeah, so happy birthday to him, indeed. And interesting you say nice livery. Talk about liveries over the course of this race. It's an interesting one.
Are you not a fan of it?
I really like the Williams livery, especially on the AMG. But that Ferrari with the green, not sure yet.
It's more Valentino Rossi yellow, by the way. So before you jump onto that one, it's Hoisingveld trying to get past Astro Racing in 13th position, 4-way fight. Alastaro behind this, Wave Italy green. No, the thing is, so I've always said that the Williams Esports Razor livery, I wasn't the biggest fan of. I'd go through phases of kind of liking it and then not really liking it because I thought the green was very, very intense. I think the yellow on that, it's not like the yellow was when it was the Williams Gym Academy, when it was that side of things, because that was like quite an intense yellow. Like there was a bit more of like orange in it and such. The yellow they've got on Kamil Grabowski's car at the moment is more of like a green tinged yellow, much closer to like a Valentino Rossi yellow, and I think it's quite striking. So fight me. Look at it.
I certainly have to potentially about that one, but obviously there's a lot of factors that come into things like liveries. When, as you mentioned, when you get sponsors and that sort of stuff, having those, what's the word when you have to do something? Can't remember, but yeah, basically when you when you sort of have to do it from sponsor, and it obviously changes things. Certain teams, they do like to just slap on like the logos and that, but then other teams, they do like to get the colours involved, get the representation out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the ways of them spicing up their different areas. I think we've got a few drivers entering pit lane here. Astro Racing will come in. Team Hoisingveld not coming in. It's just really picking up the last little bits of the slipstream. Absolutely fine in there. So De La Chica coming into the pit lane. Bring it down onto that, getting in for a stop. Probably will be 3 more left to go from this point on. They won't be able to save enough fuel to have done so. We know for fair certainty, the 13 and the 113 will be going for basically for the distance, trying to stop less than everyone else. but I'm not sure if anyone else might be able to switch onto that strategy. What has happened to our lonely Ford GT?
Yeah, I did see some duster flying off this part of the track. Oh, the 69 machine, just using way too much of the curb. Fortunately, going to the outside of the track and getting off the racing line, because that's a very sort of blind part of the track. But yeah, just showing you how sort of big and bumpy the curbs are here.
Oh yeah, it's a nasty track. I had the recent joy of racing around here quite a few times, courtesy of the Super Formula. We had a great time. Banging around the circuit, having a good one. But something you realise in a car like that the curbs be big. You take to a few of them. I mean, we've seen already the Pure Sims car, Binnett, coming through the corner just here. The left hand. Is it turn 3 or is it turn 2?
I think it does go down as turn 3. I think the little kink on the exit of turn 1 is turn 2.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm kind of like, I kind of accept it. I'm not as offended by that one being turn 3 as well, I mean, I've just commentated on Red Atlanta last week, so you can imagine the conversation we had on that broadcast.
Lewis not happy. I mean, especially when you look on the track map. I mean, it's a proper kink. I mean, obviously in real life in racing you don't even think about it, but on the track map at least it is a
it's actually there.
Change of direction.
That also, one I can accept.
I think the main reason why it might be turn 2 is because if you look at the old layout of the track, which according to the internet is 2002, it was actually turn 1 was more of like a 90 right, and then turn 2 was a 90 right again, whereas obviously it's sort of been extended into like a hairpin then a kink. So I assume they just kept that for continuity reasons.
Yeah, I mean there is maybe a bit of that involved. I think like some circuits that I've commented on when it's kind of like, oh, that doesn't make any sense that corner number's that corner number, and when you look back on it, it's because they didn't want to change that corner number because it is kind of confusing. Take for example Albert Park, right? It is kind of confusing when they've detonated a chicane and then you see them come down the little back straight stretch. I still call it 11 and 12, the fast left right into, and then the right hander afterwards. I still call that 13, even though that's not it anymore. It's 9, 10, and then the right hander's 11 because they've decided to completely ruin the flow of the circuit by getting rid of. It's fine. I'm not sorry about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. The part of the sort of straight now, they should have kept the corner numbers purely for keeping, because like corner numbers, they get like a character by the name. So as you say, if there's a fast left right like there, 11 and 12 is like they're the key corners on the track, and I think the reason why they removed the chicane before that, and what actually probably would have made sense, is removing that chicane and straightening that up down to the back straight. But they didn't do that because those corners are the ones that have character, they have meaning. But then they changed the number, so you lose a bit of it like that. It's certainly interesting how the corner names or the corner numbers become quite significant in certain tracks.
Well, imagine if you reprofiled Turkey, right? So and you remove like 3 corners in the first sector, or whatever. So you get to that the quadruple left-hander, which everyone knows is turn 8. It's turn 5. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Also, if you want to bypass any corner numbers, names. Names.
Yeah, that's a good one. Although Turkey turn 8 is a good one. So they then go 10 years later or whatever it was to make the Circuit the Americas. And they decide to do this massive right-hander modelled on turn 8. What do? Was it 16, 17, 18? Yep. Just call it turn 16. And then at least it might have a bit of character.
Part of that is American corner numbers, which I know me and our junior have had many a conversation about, because, I mean, I do get the feeling that with America, even the slightest rotation of the steering wheel is classified as a corner. For example, Road Atlanta, you come out of turn 7, you go down a whopping 1.3 kilometre, basically a straight with a couple of little kinks in it, but still, the next corner you get to is turn 10A and then 10B, because no, I can feel it going off. I can feel the trigger alarm. The trigger alarm's going off inside me. We need to change stuff like that.
I don't know about the kinks on the back straight, turn 8, turn 9 there, but the reason obviously why is now 10A, 10B is because 10, 10 used to just be a kink. And 11, 12, 13 was still there. So instead of renumbering them, this actually does make some sense that they then just go 10A, 10B. The bit that then doesn't make the sense is why the S's are the S's, why goes 4, then the S's, which are actually 3 corners, and then 5.
Yeah, it's because, like I say, I guarantee there's something historic as to when it was called something. Just, it honestly, it boggles the mind. It boggles the mind. And it irritates me, no doubt.
Do you know one bit about this circuit that's quite good, though, is the sort of the longer corners. Obviously, we have the 100R, which is turn 4 and 5. But no one calls it turn 4 and 5 because it's 100R. So that, as you say, is a good way of covering up as Lewis Woods comes into the in the pit lane there for the 34 PGZ entry. But then also on the back straight, which we know as a back straight, but of course that used to be a long corner that went all the way around to the front stretch. So that's 300R, so that's kept a name as well.
Yeah, because sometimes you do keep names, although there are some certain scenarios where it's kind of like, should you keep the corner name? For example, when Spa reprofiled the bus stop, it's no longer shaped like a bus stop, so should it be called bus stop anymore?
It's funny you say it. I was literally just thinking that this year, like when we were at Spa a few months ago.
Yeah,
I was thinking it's not the bus stop anymore.
No, it's not been the bus stop for quite a long time actually. I get it, and it's because when I was talking to someone about it who was like, no, it should be called the bus stop because, in fact, George Morgan yesterday was like, the only bus stop I know in motorsport is Spa, and I was like, it's not even a bus stop anymore though, and he was like, touché.
The only bus stop is Daytona. Sorry,
there's actually Watkins as well, technically.
Oh,
if you really want to go that way as well. But yeah, for me, if you're going to call a corner a bus stop, you have to go, for example, like what Spa used to be, left, right, right, left, and then go. That's a bus stop. Whereas if it's just a chicane, it's just a chicane, isn't it? But then, there's me literally saying you can't rename the final corner at Monza because you can't. It's not. You can't. It's the Parabolica. I'm sorry.
Could we turn that corner into like 2 parts, like the entry and the exit? Because the exit, I guess, is more parabolic than the actual entry, which is the curve Alboreto now, maybe. That's one way of
yeah, but no one's ever going to separate it like that. No one is ever going to separate it like that. That's on the same vein of NASCAR 1 and 2. Any NASCAR track, any over, wouldn't it? 1 and 2, yeah, but it is one corner, right? I get it, I understand, but it is one corner.
Are we calling it corner or turns, though?
Oh, no.
Because if you think about it, I guess one reason why it's turn 1 and 2 is because you turn in, that's one action, and then you have to straighten the wheel on the exit, which is turning back. Therefore, you're turning a second time, and it's turn 2.
Right, so how many corners does Carl Larson go through a race then when he's struggling with a very loose race car and he's turning about 15 times per corner? Does that now clarify as, because if he's turning left and then turning back right and then turning left and then suddenly it's a 31 turn corner. That's
a fair point, but I don't think they did that back in the day. Actually, maybe they would have.
They probably did. They probably did.
Especially the old bias ply tyres. They would have had no side bite at all.
Scientifically speaking, I think we need to change topic because we don't know what we're talking about. And I think we're just irritating everyone watching the iRacing Fuji 8-hour powered by Coach Dave Academy, and now they're all just turning off. Wisely so, as we await Sammy Matty Trogan to come into the pit lane, which will not be anytime soon. I'm suspecting we're talking at least 15 minutes before the 13 marches its way back down onto pit lane. What a very impressive stint it has been so far from them. La Fuente, I did see when seeing our junior and you and talking about it, was fairly close to the rear end of the 13 and then started to drop back a little bit, probably not being able to keep up with the fuel game as much as what we're seeing from the McLaren.
Yeah, potentially not. I always think of this as well. There's just so many variables though, and sometimes maybe a driver just is that half a tenth slower. And over the course of a stint or whatever, those things can slightly add up, or you can just ever so slightly lose, miss braking zones and that sort of stuff. So that could be a factor because it's not the biggest gap in the world. But yeah, you're right. Especially if there's fuel games, then the gaps just open up way more because if you're just lifting off that little bit, you can ease, or just being careful as they're not over that but if you're just being careful in certain situations, then yeah, you can really start to lose time. But I wouldn't be too worried about that gap just yet, especially with the amount of time that we've got left.
Yeah, I mean, like, a couple of missteps here and there, and maybe it'll back. It only takes one spin to resettle things. So who knows? And like you say, lap traffic and such can cause its fair share of problems, especially around like this point in the race when you've got people that even like this distance into the race rather than just specifically here, because strategy's all over the place. You're not just coming up against people that are towards the end of their stints. You've got some people that are on fresher tyres that are running faster. You've got some people that have saved tyres that are on low fuel that are faster. You've got some people that are burning through their tyres that are slower. And it's a lot more tricky than it kind of like seems to navigate through. A few more drivers and such into pit lane. The second of the Grid and Go esports cars onto the lane. Kind of as expected, slightly later than their teammates that were leading in the 001. And I've got to say, I was saying before, if the 001 wants to win this race, they basically know that they have to take down that 51-second gap to the race leader, right? Which I'm pretty sure, when we were talking about it, I'm pretty sure about 3 hours ago, it was around 60 seconds. It's only come down like a max of like 8 to 10 seconds in the last 2 or 3 hours, which means Sontech are in such a strong spot.
Yeah, that is a good point. My guess, though, is that the final pit stop won't be a full stop, so it might not be quite that much. But either way, they're not going to save 50 seconds at that final stop. So I think you might be right. I think they might be in that battle for sort of third, fourth, as it stands, really. But yeah, even then, it's going to be a tricky one to get the race victory, at least from what we're seeing right now. And that does make me wonder, have they done or not done some calculations to work that out? Because if they are that many seconds off, then there's obviously been something missed there in the preparation, maybe.
Certainly. So looking at Alastaro Esports, green, I mean, it definitely is green. Green rims. Interesting choice.
I know you more like the fluorescently yellowy colour, but are you not a big fan of the coloured rims? Do you just like the black rim?
Okay, so we were having... When were we having... Oh, no, I think it was with... I was having this conversation with Arjuna when we were in full swing podcast mode, doing the BMW M Sim Cup at Zandvoort the other week. And I was like, coloured rims, they work in very specific circumstances. Green, I guess the colour probably doesn't matter so much. You can get away with green, but it has to tie into the design quite well. And obviously, they've not submitted a livery, so lol on that one. We'll probably see if Kirkapa can get past at the moment on the run down to that first corner and see if the Alastaro esports green car is going to work smoothly. The answer to the question is no. But yeah, if there was a main livery on there, then maybe. I think the best example, and I'm pretty sure they've got it on this car, of tying in wheel colour with livery is probably Drago Racing, who from memory runs some pretty pink rims. They certainly did in the BMW as well. We kind of brought on the conversation. The pink rims, but it kind of worked because the car is charcoal grey and it's got pink colours. So the car is a two-tone car. You've got grey and you've got pink. But the pink is by far the least used of the two colours, and so that's why you can kind of get away with it on the wheels.
Yeah, you are right. It needs to be an accent colour. You couldn't have like a full green car with green wheels as well.
I mean, you could. You'd look ridiculous, though.
Yeah, you physically could. But to be honest, I just like either sort of a gunmetal grey or black wheels. Every livery that I've made over the years, it just works. It just fits. Every time I try to find something nice, maybe you can do like a little pinstripe on the very edge of the rim, but that is about it. I found it very difficult to integrate colours when I was making liveries.
I think you can do that in iRacing though. I think it's just literally it's one colour. You're not allowed to design anything on the wheels. No, like those kind of. I don't mind like you doing like a pinstripe. That actually look pretty sick. That's mostly because of a train thing. That's fine. We're not going to go into it. We're just not going to go into it. Paul Smith, if he was on the broadcast, we would then start talking about trains for a little bit. But right now, no. It's fine. I do quite like a dark wheel with a little white outline around it. It does look quite nice. But alas, in this scenario, Yeah, I mean, like I say, if you're going to do cars, you have to know what you're doing with the wheels. It's why I would generally make my wheels grey. Because it just kind of works.
Yeah.
White wheels you can get away with, but again, you have to know what you're doing with white wheels. Black is just like, if you don't know what to do with the wheels, if in doubt, paint them black.
I would agree with that. Although I would say not full black, like
A dark grey.
yeah, like a 5. I can't remember exactly what.
The wheels on my car.
Yes, yeah. I'm trying to think of it. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I mean. Like sort of like a grey gunmetal black sort of color, just to because when it's like the raw black, like black, that is it's almost too much. Because you sort of lose the design a little bit and that sort of stuff. Whereas when it has that just a little bit of grey in it, then it certainly adds to that one as the Fuente comes into the pit lane in the 1:55. 3.5 to go, so that's 3 stints left of an hour and 10 minutes.
Look, I've got to say, if you're running like a matte grey wheel, it doesn't show up quite as much when you curb the wheel. So, genius.
I wonder why you know that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look close towards my wheels, woohoo! They got some damage.
Man can't park.
Man can't park. Well, I'm sorry, but I was speaking to Dan Carroll, who's been driving for much longer than me, and he said, "No, I don't think I can reverse parallel park." I said, "What do you mean you can't?" And he was like, "Well, I've always driven onto a driveway or into a standard parking spot." And I was like, "Huh, that's actually quite interesting." Whereas the only parking around here is parallel parking, which and the curbs stick out a lot. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, that is true. I guess it depends where you live. But I mean, I've got a driveway at my house, so yeah. But I can still parallel park.
But that's because sometimes you do have to parallel park because you just take up half the road with every one of your 15 cars.
That is not a topic to get on just yet. But I mean, parallel parking is actually one of those things that I think people overthink. I don't think it's that bad.
No, it's not. But you just got to accept when you're if you've started it and it's going wrong. Accept that and then just start
away.
Again, or literally just drive. I have had that before. I've started like reversing in. I'm kind of like, this gap is plenty big enough for my car, and I've started reversing in, and then a car like comes behind me to be like, hurry up. I'm just sort of like, oh no, I was just leaving. Bye, first gear and just leave. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I can't park in front of anyone. I hate parking with other people in the car. It feels like there's more pressure on it.
It's all about the confidence. Just see the gap.
Why do you think I only drive with me in the car? Like no one else is ever in my car. Because apparently I'm the fastest driver that you've ever been in the car with, Cam.
You do like a roundabout. Milton Keynes, which has a few roundabouts, was not scary, but the handle, let's just call it that, was being used.
Every roundabout was done in third gear as fast as possible, yes. To be fair, though, 2 people in the comedy box this afternoon can also corroborate that, because Ewan O'Leary definitely felt the full wrath of me trying to rush to get to Alton Park pretty quickly. Bearing in mind, obviously no speed limits were broken in the making of that, right?
No, but obviously roundabouts should also not be taken at the speed limit, or at least potentially not.
Look, if I'm looking and it's clear, we are going for it. We are going for it. I don't encourage anyone to drive like that.
That's what a lot of sim racers think with their rejoins. Have you noticed?
Yeah. No, it's true. It is true. We've seen. We saw some questionable stuff earlier on when it comes to rejoins. What's happened to Grid and Go? Is this a replay, or is this where they actually are? I think it's just where they actually are. Yeah, it's fine. It's just it's a look at our rating. It's fine. Our junior's just trying to keep us on the edge of our seat. You can see in the bottom there the 001 car. That is our race leader sometimes, and the percentage is going less and less as we approach the checkered flag, because of how far the Sammy Matty Trogan driven car is going at the moment. Yeah,
the gap's also got a bit bigger, but as we were mentioning not too long ago, that is also because the 13 car has less fuel at this point as well. So the weight difference is certainly in their favour. So the more offset that they're getting as the stints have progressed is actually now being a negative effect for the 001 car at this point in the race. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Arjuna's saying the actual pit delta is sort of nearer 30 seconds, but even then, that's sort of 20 odd seconds that they need to make up. So that's basically doubling the gap, over doubling the gap that they had before the pit stop.
Like I said, there's a lot of work that that Rublar and the 001 have to do here. But to be fair, that does also lean on the fact that the 13, the Sontech car, cannot get complacent here. They've got to keep focused, and they've got to keep hitting the numbers. This is the thing. This is kind of like the difference that you don't really think about so much. But for the 001, this is a much simpler race. It's literally go as fast as you can, pit when you need to, get to the checkered flag. For the Sontech car, it's a lot more of they've got to constantly be thinking about fuel miles. They've got to constantly be thinking about this. They've got to constantly be thinking about that. They've got to balance every time they're coming through traffic. They need to concentrate even more. It's not just gun it past and go. It's more they've got to make sure that they're using every bit of traffic they're coming across to save that little bit extra fuel to kind of not lean too much on the loud pedal. So it's fascinating to see whether that is going to work out for them. But not an easy scenario for Sontech to really be in. But they are playing their cards so well at this point. I just don't really see it going any other way as Alastaro work their way past Huizinfeld and the Mercedes AMG Team Urano, because the pair of those have come into the pit lane.
Yeah, they certainly have, as this is really turning into a Ewan O'Leary race.
He does love the race.
What I mean by that is he loves a race, as I think he was just saying this before he went off as well, where it's 8 hours, but you are obviously they're sort of saving in some way, but you're pushing the limit of how fast you can go for your strategy all the time for the whole race. And even though it's 8 hours, it will probably only come down to maybe 5 or 10 laps over the course of the 200 odd that we're going to get today. It's a really fascinating one, how these strategies can literally take hours and hours to evolve together, and just 10th here, 10th there will really make the biggest difference. So it's probably quite a good thing actually that Ewan's on the final stint, because I think he's going to be loving this when we get to that final 30 minutes.
Oh, he sat there always. He loves a boring race. No, he loves a race that like builds up to quite a crescendo. And I distinctly remember this when we were doing Formula Sim Racing. The Formula Sim Racing World Championship camp, as you are most certainly aware. Are you doing that next year? No, we're not going to talk about that now. We're not going to talk about that El Presidente. You pipe down.
Which race were you talking about then?
Oh, just generally. I distinctly remember when we were commentating a couple of years ago, last year, whenever it was, or a couple of years ago, we would leave a race and I'd be like, that was kind of boring. And you'd be like, no, it was really good. It was really good. I was like, no, it wasn't. It was terrible. He's like, no, it was really good. It was really, he's like, the strategy, this and that. And I was like, honestly, I did the whole hour and 30 minutes and I was genuinely bored out of my mind. So, basically what we're saying is Ewan is easily pleased and is kind of boring.
No, there's just two different types of races.
Yeah, I know, I'm taking the mic.
Yeah, there's obviously the action-packed racing where you're entertained by the visuals of the overtakes and the dive bombs and people spinning out and that sort of thing. But then there's the other style of racing, which is the the strategy and the racecraft and the putting your car in the right position at the right time of the race, doing the pit stops as planned and all that sort of thing. That is a different style of race, and I think Ewan is probably one who appreciates that the most. But even though there isn't as much visual stuff in terms of the overtaking, there's a huge battle being going out on track by these two cars that are currently almost a minute apart, but they're actually fighting for the race lead. No,
I mean, look, I do like a strategic race. It's why, like we were saying with the BMW MSIM Cup last year particularly, before we had this terrible rule, which again, it's not an iRacing thing, and yes, we speak about this every single broadcast, and I will continue to, because I think I hate it that much. You can change tyres and fuel at the same time. I hate that. Yeah. And I get it, it's in line with what's happening. It's nothing against iRacing or anything like that. It's in line with what we're doing in the real world, so it's fine. But I hate it. Because it kind of closes off a little bit more strategy, because you just always change four tyres. And I remember in BMW MSIM Cup, we had a race, it was at Road Atlanta, pretty sure it was Road Atlanta, last year. And we had drivers teams take 4 tyres, teams take 2 tyres, and teams take no tyres. All 3 different strategies that you can get in that scenario all happened in the same race. And what that meant was, for quite a lot of the race, you actually had almost no racing. but it built up to one of the craziest final half an hours that I've seen for a race. Right? It was so good. Right, and I'm okay with that build-up. Like, sometimes it takes a little while, and you get to see how the strategic element, and you don't really know which way it's going to go. It looks like it's going one way, and then it violently snaps to going the other. It's exciting. As I think, by the way, one of the Sontech car comes into the pit lane, which means the Sami Matti Trogan-driven one will be into the pit lane fairly soon.
Yes, certainly is the ART car, the 99 there, just making its way past Heusingveld for what is currently 16th position. But yes, you're right. Oh, and just on Culus, that 13 machine has come in. 3 hours 20 to go, and now we need to see what the gap is going to be between them and the 001 by the time they leave pit road.
Again, that's why they pay me the big bucks. That's why I'm a fake 2-time VCO Simi award-winning commentator or something. That's what they call me. But obviously, Sami Matti Trogan into the pit lane, up onto the jacks. 3 hours, 20 minutes left to go. It means that we are easy cruising to the check. In fact, actually, now they don't even need to save that much fuel anymore. They've already done the fuel saving. They can actually kind of just stick this on rich and burn it. But with where they are, it will generally mean that if they keep on this fuel-saving run, they'll be pitting with roughly 50 minutes left to go in the race, meaning the final stop, they will actually put 20 minutes less worth of burning of fuel in the car, which means their final stop will also be smaller. Not quite as small as the Grid and Go car, but it will be smaller than a normal stop for them.
Yeah, certainly going to offset that gap a little bit more. So, of course, the 001, as we're expecting, is miles ahead, but it just depends on what that gap was. And we'll just give it a couple of corners, but it's looking like it's about 19 seconds or so. So that has got a little bit bigger over the course of that pit stop sequence, which from memory, it was near 16 seconds. So that's actually not too bad, but they're still going to need another 10 15 odd seconds really to make that work, and of course they only have a couple of pit stops left and about 3 hours of race speed to do that.
Yeah, we do not have really long. What?
I can't read. It's not actually 19 seconds, is it? Because that's the gap to the leader. So it is actually only about 16 seconds, so the gap stayed pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's really not changed very much at all. Kamil Grabowski thought it would be a good idea to stay out, grab a lap in the lead, stick that one on your birthday. I think it's his 18th birthday, which
that is
mad. For one, I hate the idea that people are young, which does hurt me. It's more though the surprise, like your 18th birthday, you'd be here doing sim racing. I mean, I respect
it's only
it.
the afternoon. The race will be done by the wee hours.
Hopefully, there will be a solid result up for the number 77, and Grabowski is going to go out on the town, as the cool kids say.
As he comes into the pit lane, but yeah, I think maybe they work it so he doesn't do the final stint and he gets to go off an hour or so. I mean, what a day to have his 18th birthday as well on a Saturday night. That is perfectly timed.
Oh my god! Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. It's a Saturday.
Yeah,
Woo.
Perfectly timed there. So what? Wait, what year would have that been then? 2005.
Yeah,
that is I remember 2005.
So do I. Like I say, I think the Xbox 360 came out in 2005.
Don't say that.
Yeah, well, it's when like commentate with Zach Sweeney and stuff, and obviously he's 2006, isn't he? And I'm kind of like Gears of War. The first Gears of War game came out in 2006, and I distinctly remember it. A great time playing. As that was when we got, like in my house, we got an Xbox 360, and we just played. I was like, oh, it was that. It was the Burnout game. Again, I can't remember what it was called. It was the one that was before Paradise. Was it Inferno or something like that?
I didn't play
Takedown.
The Burnout
I think
games.
it was Takedown. I think it was Takedown. Might have been. Either way, it was Burnout. It was Forza. I think the first one was out at that point, but not the second. And it's like, yeah, these people were born in that year, and I remember it. I was about to. In fact, 2006, I did start secondary school.
Wow. that is a scary one. But do you know what also came out, if I get my words out, that year was actually almost to the day, next week, was Need for Speed Most Wanted. That came out in November 2005.
2005, yeah, I know it was, yeah.
Man, I remember getting that. That must have been that Christmas I got it. I got it basically right when it came out. Oh my lord.
Yeah,
What a game.
it's that. Yes, here's the thing: is that obviously, you know, RaceSpot stuff. We used to have our the overlay and stuff. We're not going to go into too much. Done by Andy Urano, who I've worked with the Rocket livery for Le Mans. You know the BMW from Most Wanted.
Mhm.
That was done by Andy Urano. There you go.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Fascinating.
That's a big job. Because
That's an iconic livery.
Yeah, I mean, that is a famous car.
Yeah. A famous car, which I don't think you couldn't really drive it very much in that game, could you? You saw it. You drove it the first little bit.
I don't think I ever drove it. Apart from the first one where you get nicked and you can't do anything to avoid it. Yeah, I don't think I never made it to actually.
No, I don't think you get to like drive because it's an M3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think you can have an M3 yourself in that game, which I found really infuriating because I really liked the M3 as a kid. I mean, I look back at that car, I'm like, that is like peak Beamer in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like, as a bit of a fanboy myself, is a lot of people know. I mean that is just like, yeah, the perfect. I mean, obviously there's faster cars and whatnot, but as what a car needs to be and what it can or should be capable of, that's just the quintessential machine that hopefully I'll have one day.
M3s and M5s in that era specifically. Like there's like the thing is when I'm looking at that era of cars, I'm like particularly for BMW, I'm looking at, and maybe it is a little bit of nostalgia, you know, racing the glasses. I'm sure like my dad might be like, oh no, a 90s Beamer is an actual Beamer, but for me like those mid to early 2000s Beamers, I'm looking at and being like, that is a BMW. That is what when I think BMW, that is what I think of. So there is that. Oh, it doesn't work with every brand, I've noticed. Like, for example, Mercedes. I don't have that vibe with, like, mid to early 2000 Mercedes. When I think Mercedes, I think of a modern Mercedes.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's
weird.
It's the same with a lot of the Japanese stuff as well. There's more than 90s cars in early 2000s for like Toyota, Nissan, etc. But I guess just certain manufacturers have their time. And talking about Mercedes actually, and the new ones riding on board with this AMG. I really like the livery, but B, I do really like this car as well.
Same.
The current version of the AMG. I think that looks hot.
Yeah. No, I think the change like they made years ago, whatever it was, to this slightly wider front grille. I'm normally not a fan of a big grille, and I don't know quite what it is with this Merc. I think it looks good.
It's the shape.
Yeah, it's angry. It's mean. Yeah. It looks unhappy. I mean, if you imagine like the grille as like a mouth, right? The car's annoyed. It's annoyed that you've decided that today's the day you're going to race it around a racetrack. Look at it. Cross.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, I guess a lot of the cars are like that as well, just with the headlights. They're sort of like the angry, pointed-in one. And the Evo, whenever that came out, like 2018 or whatever, I remember when they first started debuting it at the Bathurst 12 Hour. And it was awesome. Awesome to see the change from that. But yeah, it just looks mean. And definitely I like that. And also I really like, as I mentioned, I like this livery with the blue on the back is probably my favourite colour, blue. And then that white is almost like pearly in certain lights. It's a very, very nice one.
Are you a big Williams fan? Did you see me last night? I was in a Williams eSport shirt, all broadcast. Didn't even win. Disgusting.
You do like your team shirts, don't you? You've got
I do have a few.
Every time we play golf, you're in a Brabham one.
Yeah, it's because it's a nice, comfortable jumper. Shout out to Brabham eSports. It's a nice, comfortable jumper. But I'm again, if you are a team in the world of sim racing and you want me representing your merch on a golf course in the United Kingdom where no one can see me, or potentially even on a broadcast if you pay me enough, then send me some sim racing gear. I'm always looking forward to wearing it. I did get offered an Apex Racing shirt.
Is that consolation for not getting a seat?
No. I got offered a small or a medium one, which I laughed at.
Respectfully, that's not going to work.
Yeah, Elvis Rankin was like, I've got a few medium shirts for you, and I was like, I think I might need L or XL, sir. But thank you for the offer.
Have you spoken to the Urano boys?
No.
Getting a shirt.
No, I need to sooner rather than later.
That's what I was thinking. if you're into collecting that, that's going to be worth something in 5 years' time.
Well, probably not. But I would like one. So I do need to. Well, Bobo could be one, right?
Yeah, I know he's. Is he still racing for them?
Yeah.
Because I know he hasn't been in things much, and he's sort of like taking a step back and that sort of stuff. But maybe we'll be able to slide you one before the end of the year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I would like a Urano top. I've asked for a Porsche one from Joshua Rogers the other day. Obviously, we'll be meeting up in Sweden fairly soon, and he said us getting on a hold of our own shirts at the moment is a bit of a nightmare, and I was like, understandable. Have a nice day. I would still like again shirts from it's where these like esports like meetup events. They're so good because I'm just like, right, who can I hoover a shirt off? It's where I've got most of them from.
There's always someone giving merch as well.
Yeah, that's what I've got. As you know, downstairs I've got a BMW sim racing hat, which I got whilst in Saudi, and so I've worn that around a golf course. It's just looking at golf gear, mate. It's just looking at golf gear. They do say that you're not allowed to wear like football jerseys and things like that. And I'm like, it's sim racing, it's fine.
Yeah, do you remember when we were leaving the Spa 24 Hours back in July? And oh my God,
yeah, I've got that hat downstairs. Yeah.
Yeah, the random people from Mark VDS gave us the hats. Yeah, I've still got the Tony Arbolino one, haven't I? And you got Sam Lowe.
Yeah.
Giving out these hats because they were their stand was obviously finished and they didn't get rid of all of them.
I was ready for a fight at that point. We were crossing the road at a roundabout, and they beeped at us. They opened their window and they're like, "Oi!" And I turned around and I was like, "What?"
We were literally crossing the roundabout.
Out, and I was like, "Oh, damn, nice."
Yeah, we were literally crossing the roundabout. We thought they were getting annoyed at us for that, but no, they just gave us free merch.
I was like, "Oh, damn, nice."
That's a good switch up.
Funny.
I'm going to take it with me in a couple of weeks.
Oh, of course you will, because you are venturing to a circuit which is not on the iRacing service. Is it? No, it's not.
No.
Is Circuit Ring... This thing is, I've forgotten what new tracks are out. Ricardo Tormo, yay or nay? That's more of an Arjuna question. I mean, we could just look at the iRacing service, it's fine.
Your question me now, because I thought it was, but maybe it's not.
Is Valencia out on the... No, it's not. Okay, it's fine. My gut was like, no, it's not. I think I was getting like slightly confused with Jerez.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But no, Ricardo Tormo, great little track. Obviously visited there last year. Great little track.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so I went there last year for MotoGP finale. Going again this year. It's a awesome sort of stadium sort of track with how it's set up, and going on a bike this time. So getting involved with the bike friends. But no, cars are still the love of my life. Don't worry about
that. Are we getting a bike onto iRacing?
The
Never.
issue is, how do you simulate? Because obviously in cars, you have the wheel, you have the pedals, that sort of thing. On a bike, I know there is a company out there that is making like a sort of bike that you lean on and lean over for bike games, but I don't know how that will work in the sim racing world. Also,
the thing is with those bike, because I've seen those sims with bikes, they don't work. In the way that you would have like an actual like sim racer, like an actual sim rig. They don't work in the same way. And I was like, well, why not? And I was like, well, for one major thing, gravity. And because when you're going around a corner on a bike, as you're aware, as you start to like leave the corner, you kind of pick up with the bike. Now, whilst that can happen with a simulator, like through hydraulics and stuff like that, the way you move on the bike is not the same, because you get like pulled up because of the bike rather than because of the forces on you. So it's not the same. It's not you don't pull G's, and obviously G-force is always going to be the big thing with sims anyway. But I can just imagine those bikes. If you do like a Mark Marquez, like a lean to a corner, even at like 45 degrees, which is still quite an angle, of course. I'm not even talking like the 60 degrees that Marquez gets down to. How do you pick yourself back up on a sim rail, and how do you hold yourself there? Because you're not being like forced down onto the bike because of G-force.
Yeah,
I just fall off the bike.
Yeah, I'd be interested because I've only recently got my bike license, but it's very obviously in the real world. It's very natural how the bike sort of moves up and down, because the very slight inputs that you do make a big difference. But I think that'd be a lot harder to simulate. But that is still comes back to the one reason why I think and why I love sim racing, because when I realised that I was not good enough to get anywhere at karting and or had enough money to do so, came sim racing like 10 years ago now, and the rest is history, because you can just literally do what you want to do from your home, and that is why I've loved to get into sim racing, and all the other types of esports and stuff. They don't emulate it in the same way that we have here.
No, exactly. Like there are some sports where it's getting there are certain forms where you can kind of play at home or whatever, or do whatever at home, and it's similar to how it is in real life. That being said, in the same kind of context, motorcycle racing is not going to be one of them. Obviously, football is the one where people are like, yeah, football's definitely one. Football's not. FIFA or EA Sports, FC 24, whatever. It's not the same. But the big one recently for me has been using VR, and you know where I'm going. A cheeky bit of golf, because there are a lot of these ones where they're actually pretty solid representations of the real world. I've heard this is going to sound really weird. Table tennis is one, even though budget's never going to be a thing with table tennis. But there's a VR game with table tennis where someone had spent, I think it was like 2 or 3 months, whatever, learning how to do table tennis on this VR game, and then it actually taught them how to play table tennis properly.
That is an interesting one, but yeah, the reason why I find that interesting is similarly, I used to play tennis quite a lot when I was younger, but that feeling of when you hit the ball with the racket and that feedback you get, obviously you don't get that in VR because you're just swinging in thin air. But then I guess the concept is still learnt.
Yeah, it's still like obviously you need a good game and a good sim basis, but it was teaching. They were going into how it was reacting with the spin of the ball and how to get that to actually work in that environment. It works absolutely fine. Even certain things like pool and snooker and stuff, because of how learning the speed of the cue and how the angles interact, it does make you better in a real way. So there are certain other sports that basically it's any sport that doesn't require a large amount of physical movement, right? And I mean that in walking around, right? Anything
Darts.
that doesn't require that, and yeah, I mean darts would be fine, although get a dartboard, seriously.
Yeah, have you seen those dartboards you can get? And you can actually play games with people through the internet, because the board is obviously connected and it knows where you hit or where you, whatever you want to call it. They're actually pretty cool. I need to get into that, actually. But yeah, the world of the VR and simulations, I think, is just going to get even better, and I can't wait to see how we're going to how we're going to end up with that. Would you be interested? Because surely it's going to come at some point where we get to a point where a sim racer can control a real life car from their sim rig.
Well, I mean, so it has actually happened sort of once before, but that was more in that was one of those grand. Well, it's happened a few times before, of course. There was Jan Mardenborough controlled a car, Silverstone National, controlled a car with an Xbox 360 controller from a helicopter. And so kind of, yes. I don't think we will ever get to a point where so there will surely be an experiment at some point where someone is going to control a car from a pit lane using a wheel or whatever from a sim rig. Of course, that will probably happen at one point because some rich person is going to have it as a gimmick thing or whatever, and fair enough, whatever. Right, that's going to be a bit of fun. It's never going to see any application, because at that point it's well, you're still having the person being in the car is not the expensive bit. The car is the expensive bit. So having it radio controlled by a sim rig or a person inside. In fact, the radio controlled is the more expensive part. The only time where that has some potential form of actual use is if you were going to run cars extremely fast and extremely dangerous, i.e. you want them remote controlled so that it's not a threat to anyone in the cars. But at that point, doesn't it remove it from being exciting because no one's actually in it?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And also from a spectator's point of view, why would you go down and watch race cars that people aren't actually driving? That's a fair point. I hadn't quite thought of it from that point of view. And you're right about the cost. Yeah, the cost is the 500 grand to get the car physically on the track, not the driver. That is certainly some thoughts though of how the world could go in terms of that simulation over the next 10 years though. I would definitely be interested if anyone had a driving opportunity for that though.
What was it? It was called Robo Race, wasn't it?
Thing. Was it a support for Formula E?
I think it must have been a support for Formula E.
Yeah.
All I remember was seeing them crash and laughing at how stupid it was.
Yeah, it was AI.
I get it. Obviously it's an experiment or whatever, but I'm just kind of like, who watches this? Like, who's going to watch this and care? Because that is literally the same as me loading up iRacing, loading up an AI race, and sitting back and watching it.
Not AI racing though. That was a huge send from the 153 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports into the hairpin. That is why we come racing, is to see moves like that. And certainly when a human is putting the risk on the line to try and get that move, and he's pulling away a little bit from impulse as well through the second sector.
What I'd quite point out there is, like, isn't that kind of what we're watching now? Whether that's with like it being Robo Race, because these lot don't really make any major mistakes, they don't really do anything, which is fair enough. But also whether there is the whole thing of like my point of people racing from a sim rig in a real race, and then like it kind of removes the excitement because obviously no one's actually in the car. That is kind of similar to what we're seeing now, because obviously no one's actually in the car, but you get what I mean. This is not a real car, but there is still something about this where you're watching it being like, I still care about this. And that one I can't quite work out. But like we all do care about this. But why would we care about this and it not being if it was a remote controlled car in real life, we wouldn't care as much? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is
weird,
true. I
it?
think it is the human aspect. You're right. It's because there's someone in that car, and there's a character, I guess, that you put to that machine. That must be.
But then there's no one in this car technically. From a technical perspective,
we still know that there's someone in control of it and driving it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find it fascinating. Either way, we've got 3 hours left to go, so we can keep this podcast going at least for another hour before old Kinky Pants and the Cutie Patootie rejoin the broadcast for the final couple of hours and take us to that checkered flag. A little bit of a mistake there as well, rolling into the braking zone. Just a little bit of a touch on the rear end from the McLaren. That probably happened quite a few times into that chicane, I'm sure.
Yes, an really awkward piece of racetrack. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, when the track was redesigned about 15 odd years ago, they decided to make that right hand a little bit too unsafe. So now we just have to deal with this chicane, and it's certainly not the nicest part of the track, but it adds a little bit of technicality to this track, which in otherwise is not quite so much. It's a lot of medium speed corners, but that part certainly changes the aspect of the car just a little bit of how you have to set up for this track. But what I like that we're seeing as well, we're 5 hours into this race now. Look at all the cars that are still in a line and fairly close together on the track. Of course, I think there's a couple of lap drivers in there, but still, we've actually seen a pretty close race today, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, when coming into this one this morning, we were kind of expecting this not to be the most interesting race at all. And we weren't even expecting it to be super, super strong because obviously we've got IMSA Esports on tomorrow, where a lot of drivers are kind of focused a lot on that and kind of removing themselves a little bit. That's why we don't see too many other projects like Redline, Coanda, and stuff like that. Why they're not touching it. But also there is another thing of like, even if IMSA wasn't even on tomorrow, I still think we wouldn't see quite a lot of those teams out. Mostly because this is one of the slightly newer special events. We've never done the Fuji 8 hour before. Obviously we did the Suzuka 10 hour last year, everything like that. But it's the prestige is quite a big part of it, and when you compare it to something like the Daytona 24-hour, which is at the start of the year, obviously. Now, yes, there is the real-world counterpart, which has a lot of prestige, but also it has a lot of prestige on iRacing itself because of the history of the event. So when it's slightly newer, a lot of teams just kind of don't really do it for a bit, and it kind of builds over time. I'm actually surprised that we have a field as strong as we've got, if I'm perfectly honest. That we've got some pretty heavy hitters out there. Of course, Williams have brought quite a few out, so have the Apex Racing team in Urano, PGZ bringing out a couple of cars, Grid and Grow bringing out 3 cars. We actually do have some pretty solid entries, and that's not even to account for Sontech, who might end up winning the whole thing, and they're a team that's of fair obscurity in the world of sim racing, although their drivers most certainly are not.
Yeah, the iRacing special events still have a very significant, part of the calendar. Really, of course, they're not. They're not the sort of standalone races, is what I mean. They're not sort of as part of the championship as such. Although we do have sort of the Grand Slam, the VCO Grand Slams as part of that field of the races. But I think you're right. The prestige thing is a big factor, and that for some reason, when we get to the Daytona 24, as we will already in. What's it going to be, like 2 months' time already? For some reason, everyone just wants to take part in that. It's such a big thing, and I think whatever race we have at this part of the year, I think we will get into that because it is actually quite an interesting and quite a tricky little race, and I think that will just improve. But obviously, the other races that have been out for years, this track only came to the platform a year ago. Remember, so I think it's just going to grow and grow over the next couple of years, to be honest. And I think it will turn into something, because when you get to a point where there's previous winners on a leaderboard, you as a team should want to get your name up there and want to take the crown from someone else.
Yeah, exactly. You want to prove yourself again for the second year. Some people want to come in and take the crown from you, etc., etc. All of those kind of bits. Are we doing the Daytona 24-hour, me and you? And obviously, we'll sneak you in there as well. Enzo, you can rejoin us. Arjuna will probably be producing most of the broadcast, so he'll probably be out. But maybe we can get him in for an hour or two to bin the car.
To be honest, I mean, I'm down. So it was me, you, and yourself, and our mate Enzo, who did the Spa 24. I think we could reignite the VR46 entry as we had it for that one. I mean, I'd love to, of course. Don't know what you're doing, but probably me, Ewan, and Arjuna will be trying to get in the commentary booth for that. Maybe there's a bit of jiggling about with the schedule for the driving time. But I'd certainly like to have a go at it because I've never tried it myself, and it is one of my more favourite races on other platforms.
I'll sneak into the console for a couple of hours. It's fine. No, I do. I'd like to do the race because I've not done Daytona before, and that'd be pretty cool. And like I say, I still actually I've checked. So obviously, it should really be the Zancho livery that I made as well, which I put a lot of work into to make the livery, and we raced it once, which was Daytona. It was a Bathurst 12-hour this year, I think it was actually. I remade the Zancho livery for, and I raced then, and then. My livery on the BMW is no longer that. It's because it's still the VR46 car from Spa, which we were running for that one for no particular reason. Oh my God, that was quite close. We ride on board with Williams Esports, just almost being caught out by the Ferrari 296 just ahead. What are your thoughts on Fuji? Yeah or nay?
I'd say it's a yay, actually.
Really?
Not gonna lie. I do like it, to be honest, and especially sort of with the multi-class aspect as well that I've done it in a few times. I quite enjoyed it. It's certainly not the easiest track, and it would be nice to have a couple more characterful corners to make it a little bit more exciting. But overall, I actually quite like it. And this third sector that we're coming up to now, as a driver, I actually rate apart from this apex, the second apex, I just hate of this. I can never get this second apex right, but from here onwards to the end, I actually quite like those flowing corners.
Well, that was a very good look at the first apex.
Yeah.
Thanks, Arjuna. No, I've got to say, I quite like the track. I didn't until I drove it in the Formulas. Actually. And I very much enjoyed the Super Formula round. Obviously, it was the first track that Super Formulas were racing at in the official season was around here, and I think I must have done like 7 or 8 races. I enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, it's good. It does have.
It's no Sugo.
Yeah, that's true. That's a sick track. But that's also because there's just so many like constant mid-speed corners, which, of course, here is a little bit more strung out with the longer, straighter sections. But I still rate this track, and I definitely think it has its place, especially with the fact of WC coming here and things like that, high-level competitions. I definitely. Yeah, see a place for it on the calendar. I think it was still a good addition from iRacing a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think this is the whole thing of like a lot of people think when it comes to circuits being added in iRacing or in any simulator, it's a very easy process. And the hardest process is actually just building the circuit. And that's not necessarily true. Sometimes building the circuit is probably the easiest step because it's the one with the least problems. When you account for things like licensing, that can be a very difficult way of going. Licensing is always a complete nightmare when it comes to any product, whether it's in sim racing or even outside of it. I remember hearing some licensing issues even when it comes to guns and stuff in a Call of Duty game. The licensing for that was an incredible nightmare. So you can kind of imagine that side of things on tracks is always somewhat difficult. But then also picking the right track. Because if you build, let's say, for example, I am a huge fan of Castle Combe, right? I'm not. I think it's an average track. And Henry Moore, not that you're watching, even though he said it was one of the best tracks on the planet. You're wrong. It's not. But Castle Combe, it's an interesting circuit. It's something different. Let's say, for example, we laser scanned it and put it into iRacing. Who's going to play it for that long? Really? Like, people will jump on it, they'll be like, oh, this is quite interesting, this is quite different, this works in touring cars and stuff. And then after a few weeks, it'll be boring and no one will use it again. So when you're building a new track, it has to be a new track that's going to come in and it's going to stand the test of time. It's actually going to be raced for years or so in the future. I think that's when you pick a circuit, something like this, it is a circuit which will be used quite a lot afterwards.
And it can be used for all sorts of different styles of racing as well. And already in multiple other sort of third-party competitions that we've commentated on, we've already done this track a few times. So it's definitely, it's definitely going to be used and going to continue to be used. So hopefully, maybe this Fuji 8 Hours gets on the calendar for multiple years in a row. So here comes the green machine of Williams Esports Academy, just having a bit of a look, but then deciding to sit behind.
More of a yellow, let's be honest. That's not green. Not that green. It's more of a, like I say, it's a Valentino Rossi yellow. I will say, in this light, it certainly looks more green once it's been darkened down. But it's definitely a yellow.
As
don't go Zach Sweeney on me.
We all see colours differently. Sweeney does have a medical condition. He's colourblind for that one. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the Toro Rosso 2017, purple or blue?
Oh, I'd need to relook at it. I don't want to go off of memory.
Because I believe it's purple, but everyone else says it's blue, and it must just be how my eyes work.
Hold on. You keep going.
As we're seeing, actually, a really nice four-way battle here for this 11th place. So it's 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. And what I actually like is we've got, is that 3 different manufacturers of the cars trying to work their way through this final sector. And this is the part of the track that we saw getting a little bit chaotic in that opening first few laps. You can do so many different lines, especially into this final corner. Looks like PG said, trying to have a think about diving up the inside. The issue is you are going to lose some speed out onto this front stretch. And we'll have to see if Astro Racing can try and defend from Williams for the second lap in a row. Last time it did look like the 77 was going to be making a move, but no, actually Astro Racing decided to come into the pit lane.
To say that is blue on the 27th. I can understand why you'd lean a little bit more purpley, but I actually think it's more the red that's kind of pulling your eyes and it's dragging it, like making it seem like it's more purple. It's definitely blue. The thing is, it's one of those ones of like, if you get a colour picker and then click on it and then see it separate of everything else, I think you'd look at it and be like, that's blue. Because your eyes are very weird when it comes to colours like that. But no, that's definitely a blue, and that is definitely a yellow. It's also there's actually one thing that I do actually like on iRacing, right? You can really see it on a white car or a yellow car. Look how dirty the front of that car is.
Yeah, that's true.
And I really like that. Look at it come through here. Oh my god. That's not texturing that's been put on as a livery design. It's just dirty. You don't see it on the Apex Racing car as much. I want to see the car's been raced. It's been through the wars. My cars certainly do go through the wars a little bit.
Yeah, the obviously when it's sort of a black dirt, it gets hidden a bit on that 99 Mercedes ART car. But yeah, you're right on the yellow, as we're going to call it, of the Williams Academy. You can really see it's splattered. What do you mean that tone? on the clearly
yellow
car.
Sorry, can we have a vote in chat, please, as to whether that's yellow or green? But I'm absolutely sure that that's green. Yeah, green. Oh my goodness me! I've just said it now.
Yeah,
that's it. I was focusing on something else. It's yellow. It's yellow.
It certainly is yellow. But I just seen a comment in the chat, and you actually like this one because you probably obviously like it, being a bit of a fan of motorcycles as well. Someone said they would like to see Bruno.
Yeah, I would, but then I think it comes to the same problems as to what we were kind of talking about a little bit. Is I'm not sure if you put Bruno in it. I'm not sure for how long it would be raced. Right. I think it would be raced quite a bit when it was new, but then not so much afterwards. Although I will say, at least with Bruno, like you could race. I could imagine racing quite a lot of different cars around there. Right, it would work in touring cars. Well, probably a bit too slow, but still, it would work in touring cars. It would work in GT3s. It would work in open wheelers up to probably around the Super Formula kind of speed. I think IndyCar would be a little bit too fast. Well, Super Formula IndyCar's not that different on speed, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Do you not think we'd see like the 6 hours of Bruno in certain endurance leagues?
Yeah, probably. Oh no,
I think we would.
Most certainly. Bruno's probably it's a pretty good suggestion. But then, I would like to see someone like Most. Speaking of other tracks in that country, I do like a little bit of Most. But then Most definitely wouldn't be used as much.
Yeah, that's true. It wouldn't be used for multi. It's way too narrow for that. But that is a solid shout for a new track. As the number 2 PGZ comes into the pit lane. They're having a pretty solid race so far, so they're going to have to, they'll have a splash at the end. They won't be able to get back on just 2 stops from this point.
Gary Paravani wants a cow. Whew.
Oh. I mean, that would be awesome.
I do love a
event.
street circuit. Do love a street circuit.
Yeah, and imagine the special event that we would have. Because it's coming up in a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Exactly.
This time of the year. That would actually be a sick one. But I cannot imagine the open lobby carnage. Like that could not be like a rookies or a D license sort of track.
No.
It would have to be used a little bit higher up. That is a tricky track.
But the thing is, I would like to see more street circuits in iRacing particularly. And I say that because, and this is not even me like trying to sell a load of things on iRacing and be like, oh my god, you should come and play iRacing. If there's one thing, in my opinion, if there's one thing that iRacing does better than pretty much every other sim, it is street circuit racing. And the reason why I say that is because in quite a few places you can get away with bouncing off of walls. And I know that because I've done it. Whereas when I've done things like Belle Isle, or Long Beach, I love racing on Long Beach. See if there's going to be a move here as the Apex Racing team is going to look to the outside and try and work their way past the number 4 here. Might be a little bit of a long run on the straight because the Williams Esports Academy car starting to pull away a little bit. When I did Long Beach, so I love Long Beach. The fact that you cannot touch the wall, right? That is what makes it exciting, because then the people that get close to the walls, you have to be brave to get close to the walls. It takes skill to get close to the wall. And no other sim really captures that quite like iRacing. It's nothing to do with feel of the force feedback, physics of the car, anything like that. It is purely to do with that adrenaline rush of getting it within about 5 mil of the wall and just slamming that throttle down and keeping it at that gap all the way down. It is exciting. It is thrilling. and I would love to see more street circuits, but they are really hard and people don't like them. And also, to build them, they are the most resource-intensive builds, because look at this. You've got to render the distant mountains, as a track designer, you've got to go and make the distant mountains, you've got to go and put a few trees around and some buildings around. So on a street circuit, you've got to build basically every building next to the track. It is a nightmare.
Yeah, especially if it's Belle Isle, you got downtown Detroit. Next to your windows as the 34 PGZ comes in to follow their sister number 2, but also this the other sister PGZ car, the number 4, just been overtaken there by the number 99 ART car. So still a few overtakes coming in there as that pink machine is just dropping back a little bit out of that battle. But go back to street circuits. Belle Isle, what are your opinions on that one?
I'm okay with Belle Isle.
Because obviously we've lost it now, unfortunately.
I'm glad we have it scanned.
Schedule.
I'm very glad we have it scanned. Because obviously, like I said, that circuit's dead. I think that's kind of one of the important things. Obviously, Pukekohe as well is another one that's been scanned. It's not released or anything yet. Hopefully, it will be coming fairly soon, because I do like myself a bit of Pukekohe. I think that's one thing that sim racing needs to really hammer on, is keeping some of these circuits alive, because obviously when they get detonated in real life, Oran Park no longer here, but we've got it on the service, so you can go and drive it, and you can realise how average it is.
That's it did have its character, that track, but
Park.
it wasn't the absolute best track in the world. But what? Yeah, I can't remember the one is that North Wilkes. That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah,
of.
North
But
Wilkes, yeah.
Guess what? They're completely redeveloping it now, aren't they?
Yeah,
obviously
exactly.
the whole infield and infrastructure now they redid last year. Now they're repaving the whole thing, so it's probably going to be worthy of a rescan.
Fontana?
2024. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because if that does go, which it does look like it definitely
Yeah,
is,
I think it's going.
then that's definitely obviously we've already had it for years, but that's such a cool track. I
Yep.
really like it.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the thing, is like the fact that, as we can see, Grid and Go in, so Rubelar out, Sven Haase jumps back in. He'll probably be in for the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 more stops for them. Matty Siepeler behind the wheel of the race, leading number 13, expected to make 2 more stops from this point. The next one for them will be in a fair while, probably around 2 hours. I think they can realistically get to about 2 hours 10. Left to go, so another half an hour out of the track, which sounds wild, but that's just how good they've been on the fuel mileage. So we'll see this car continue to run around, and we'll see Sven Haase back behind the wheel of the 001. But yes, anyway, I can't remember what I was talking about. Help. What was I talking about?
Tracks that are no longer here.
Oh yeah, I think Fontana. It's great that Fontana's in it. Like I say, scanning some circuits which are kind of on the cusp of maybe going is always a good one. But then, like I say, I just want a load of street circuits. I want them to go down. Look, this is never going to happen, by the way. We're not in control of this at all. If they could go to Australia, right, and scan Adelaide, if they could scan Townsville, and if they could scan Newcastle, thank you. Please and thanks.
Newcastle will be a good one because it seems like unfortunately the city aren't the biggest fans of that
no,
race.
No, they are not. Oh my God.
So I don't know how many times, if at all, that race is coming back, which is a bit of a shame. Because that is actually a pretty fun little track, at least it looks like. Townsville is an interesting one because what I always think with that track is actually a half street track, half road course. So it's actually
Adelaide.
I guess Adelaide as well. There was only really sort of 2 corners. But Adelaide would be an interesting one, especially as that seems to be having a resurgence as well the last couple of years.
Do you know why?
Because someone was voted in that actually likes motorsport.
It's because it's sick, mate. Also,
it is a good track.
Here's a controversial opinion on Adelaide. Are you ready for it?
Oh, God.
New Adelaide's better than old Adelaide.
Well, I mean, there's only a couple of corners that are different, like it was slightly longer, but yeah.
I think the corners that were on old Adelaide were a little bit awkward, and I think the run down, turn 8 on Adelaide now, that right-hander up and over the crest, right? That is far more exciting than the corner that it was kind of not in its place, but obviously, you know, further down the road, that took you onto that little stretch. It is far more exciting the way they hook it so close. There is something about that corner, and I still like get goosebumps remembering back to Wing Cup versus McLaughlin round there at that section, and any time watching James Courtney lob it through that corner, and like I think it was 2015. I think it was in the third race of the weekend, which was obviously the start of the season. And I distinctly remember the last lap of the race, he was under pressure, went through that corner with an unreal slide, missed the wall by like a couple of mil, and then won the race. And I just, every time I look back at it, I'm like, that is a corner that takes enormous, enormous bravery and such a large amount of understanding of your race vehicle.
Yeah, that is true, especially as supercars are on the platform as well. That would, yeah, to be honest, that would be good, and also that could be used in other ones, other categories of cars. That's certainly an interesting one. Is Adelaide, but I think, yeah, the issue is tracks like that is being able to scan them in the first place, because obviously the race only goes on for like, or the track is only up realistically for like a couple of weeks a year. You know, either side of the weekend of the event before they, you know, tear it down and whatnot. So I think that is probably going to be the harder aspect of that.
Yeah.
But if they can be, you know, put into place, put into history on the service, that would be that would be certainly quite a cool thing, and potentially it's going to get to a point where there's a lot of tracks like that over the years that, yeah, can only be used on sim racing.
Oh yeah, in 10 years' time, I'm absolutely sure there'll be a load of circuits which will just end up closing for various reasons. That then the only place you'll be able to race them is in sim racing, and with how laser scanning is becoming the norm in sim racing, obviously it is the norm here in iRacing, but it is the norm generally in sim racing. It means that we get to like have these pieces of history locked in the service. Or you know, locked in sim racing, so you go back and you can race them. There are a few, you know, circuits which no longer exist in real life that some people hate, some people love, that you can go and see, even if they're just like builds on certain games. They don't even have to be laser scan, but just like solid builds of them. You know, you can go back and race. We're looking, by the way, to bring us back on topic of the race. We've got this battle for third at the moment. Of course, we're still waiting for these Sontech cars to return to the pit lane. The 002 as well. Yana Cox behind the wheel of that one. See if he can pop his head out and maybe slot one down the inside of the Sontech car, currently holding on to third position right now. Around about 20 seconds off of the race leaders. Matty Siepler, the one holding on to that. But obviously the pit stops for the Sontech cars. For the 113, it'll be slightly earlier, probably in the next sort of 15-20 minutes. For the 13 that's leading the way, you're looking at like 25 minutes.
And the 002 is going to be coming in fairly shortly, maybe about another 2-3 laps. Looking at that, so that is definitely showing how the Grid and Go cars are, yes, not saving as much fuel. Sontech going way further in their stints, and of course side different strategies and such between the two different teams, and it's always nice to see that actually, that the teams are approaching the races that's a little bit that little bit differently, and they're obviously trying to work out what is going to be the fastest way to get to the end, especially actually as this battle is so close. We'll have to see how that one works out, because only being about half a second between them, when Grid and Go come in a couple of laps time, they're basically going to have 2.5 hours left. So that is going to be 2 very long stints. They want to do that with the fuel saving, but obviously for the Sontech cars going way further, they're not going to have to save too much in the final stints. Yeah,
like I said, there's going to be a little bit of light flashing as well coming from the 002. Is that the international sign of I'm going to be coming past you at some point fairly soon, so just watch out for that. Obviously, you know, if they battle and lose time, there's no point in battling and losing time in a battle with 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go. It's just a waste of time, to be perfectly honest. So, you know, right now, if that Grid and Go car does close up, and if they do try and work past, if I'm in that Sontech car, I'm not fighting it. What's the point right now?
Yes, I guess, but these battles are starting to get close, so I don't know, maybe it is time to start defending those positions just a little bit, and also coming up very quickly to 3/4 of the race completed. So maybe it is time to start having those on-track battles just a little bit, because everyone is focusing on the strategy, but at some point you're going to have to fight for it on the track as well. And with how close these battles are, I wouldn't really be wanting to give up too much. However, if you can sit in behind and save even more fuel, then that's just going to make your final stops shorter.
Yeah, exactly. And they are playing that strategy to the checker flag. I'll update you with the order once everyone comes into the pit lane, but we're not even expecting everyone to be in the pit lane for another 20 or so minutes, at which point then the other group aren't actually that far away from making their pit stop. So we're at this point where it's kind of chopping and changing. It's kind of one of the ones, if we were doing these kind of strategies, we do see this fairly frequently in a 24-hour race. We're looking at something very interesting indeed. One car into the pit lane in the background. Not 100% sure as to who that belongs to. I think it's someone a little bit further down the order. It will be the Dur Academy car, Alex Newman, into the pit lane, just a bit further down the order, and now dropping down towards the back end of the 30. So I say top 30. We've got 41 cars still in the race, 40 odd cars still in the race, so that's quite a few. We've not seen too many retirements of the 47 that took to the race start, and I know it was only 5.5 hours ago, but still not bad.
Yeah, and the last proper retirement that we've got was 150 odd laps ago as well, so that was pretty much in the second stint of the race. So most of the DNFs coming in those first couple of stints. Of course, when everyone is so close together, that can always have some incidents. But as the race has calmed down, everyone has continued going. I guess that is a little bit as well with the fact that it's a single class race. Often the traffic can, in multi-class racing, can cause most of the incidents. This is more down to some driver errors, which is also a bit more difficult to do so in these GT3 machineries, just with the the aids and assists and everything that they have on them, and generally they're a bit more controlled of a car compared to some of the prototypes. But so I think very nice to see that loads of cars are getting there, because that means there's loads of positions also to be fought for. And looking down, obviously the gaps towards the front have maybe grown a bit, but the gaps individually, I mean, there's only a couple of seconds between most cars, even lower down on the field.
Okay, so if we do with 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go, if we do take part in the Daytona 24 hour, obviously multi-class racing and stuff, what car are we going in? What class are you partial to?
Bear in mind, I don't drive iRacing. So I did struggle with that GT3 quite a lot for the Spa race.
Oh, we noticed.
I didn't crash, though.
We all spun. We all spun at the same corner.
Yeah, we all did.
Let's remind everyone of that.
Yeah, you're actually the one who got the only actual damage in the race, right?
Thank you. No, I didn't want to draw attention.
But you're also the fastest driver, I think.
I did have the fastest lap. Yes, technically Enzo was definitely the fastest driver, but I had the best conditions.
Actually, that's a good point. But yeah, that curb on the intro pill was just spinning our car. But I don't know, I would like to try the GTPs though, because even now I still haven't driven them, and I'd love to get into that. But that also takes a lot more brain power over the course of the race, because you've got to be looking out for a lot more things in that car, and generally just with the traffic as well. But overall, when in my driving days, I don't really drive anymore, even on other platforms. But I am a top class kind of guy, to be honest.
Nice.
Yeah, I do like being in control of the traffic rather than looking in my mirrors all the time.
Yeah, top class, not a bottom class. I'm kind of with you on that one. I definitely would prefer the top. They're kind of like there's just something about navigating traffic that's always a little more exciting. I've always kind of said this. Every time I've done endurance racing, I've always been in the top class, and that's not me being like, oh yeah, no, it's because I'm better than the lower classes. I'm like, no, it's because I actually think that to certain degrees it's actually harder to be in the lower class. I think the top class is probably the easiest, because you've got one job to think about and you're the one in control of that job. Meanwhile, in the GT3s, you've got one job to think about, and that's hope that no one crashes into you. And you have no control over whether they do or don't, and it's horrifying. So that's why I always kind of prefer being in the higher class, because you're the one in control of your destiny.
Although sometimes being in the low class is actually better, because I feel a especially in the top classes, like traffic just makes such a big difference in terms of your race time. So I mean, a lot of that does come down to driver skill and how you manage the traffic, but sometimes you can actually be a faster team. You can have a better strategy, you can be a faster drivers, but you actually lose out a bit in how you manage the traffic. Whereas in a GT3 car, in that situation, I feel like your pace is less affected in that way by the traffic. So it's a bit more of just like a sprint race and everyone's just sort of going around you. So I definitely like having the... or I just prefer, having the the traffic to overtake, especially in the middle of the night, keeps you awake. Back, it wasn't the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, but I did a Daytona 24 Hours back at the early parts of this year, and I ended up doing a 5.5 hour shift, basically the graveyard shift, from like 3 till 8:30 in the morning. And the traffic is what was keeping me awake because I was so like dead inside by the second half of that, and that really just helped me keep the focus of the brain as you had to try and wiggle through the cars in the night.
Urano Cock brings the 002 Grid and Go car back onto pit lane. So that car just getting its service. Realistically speaking, it still will be 2 stops for them. 2 hours, 26 minutes left to go. The ultimate fuel savings, they pit in around about 6 minutes or so time. They're in that kind of the camp where they can technically get it to the end of the race, although I think most people that are saving enough fuel, they will be pitting probably in about 15 or so minutes time, so it should be okay. As we can see them drop down the order, obviously keeping an eye on the Sontech 113 car. It's Sontech that have been the real big fuel savers in this race thus far. And to be fair, the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car has been up there on the fuel mileage as well. So hopefully they'll be getting to the checker flag with just 2 more stops this afternoon, and it'll put them in a very solid position to take the podium.
Yeah, the Williams car is actually a bit of a weird one, so they're probably going to be pitting this or next lap. But then the Sontech 13 is probably going to be going another 5 or so, and the 001 Grid and Go pitted 8 laps ago. So the Williams car is sort of in between both strategies. It's a bit of a weird one. They haven't committed to the same amount of fuel saving as Sontech have, but then they also haven't sort of just gone with the wind and tried to do it on pace like the 001 has. So it's a bit of a weird one with how that's going to work out. But certainly something I think that we will find out in the next couple of pit stops if that is going to find out. And they certainly have had pretty good pace. I just hope they don't get caught out where they just have to do a splash extra or something for no reason compared to the Sontech cars.
Yeah, exactly. This is where it's kind of like I say, you don't want 1 or 2 laps safe. You want more than that. You want to be quite a few laps on the safer side. If you're starting your final stint with an hour and 5 left to go, it should be fine. But if the race so happens to awkwardly fall to going an extra lap or 2, that can be a problem. And that sometimes happens. When you cross the line with like a second or 2 seconds or whatever to go, and then you're not quite ready for like the leader to go an extra lap, and if you're in kind of like the wrong position compared to them, then you can end up going a lot further. So, and those are the ones where it's like, it's a big headache. I would rather have 2 or so laps spare, just in case. You never want it to come down to the absolute last lap, because everyone's always like, oh no, but the fuel, they'll take it down to like your fuel has to be exact. You have to cross the line. If you're crossing the line with 5 extra kilos in the car, that's cost you so much time over the stint. No, it's not. It's not cost you more time than the micro mistakes that you'll be making anyway, right? 5 kilos to do an extra couple of laps, it over the whole stint, yes, it might cost you a second or 2. Very unlikely that's going to be the whole race that's going to cost you, because of various, if you end up 2 seconds behind, you think, oh, that 5 kilos, that's what it was. It was the 5 kilos. It's like, yeah, but if you didn't have that 5 kilos on, you probably wouldn't have got to them anyway, because you may not have been able to push quite as hard or whatever. It's not as simple as that.
Yeah, certainly not. And yeah, out of a 1,300 kilo car, yeah, the extra a few litres isn't really going to make the biggest difference. So I'm also a believer in that as well. Always in the background, one of the Porsches there, I think, was just having a spin on the exit of 100R. I didn't quite see how they got there. The ATRS Fraser Smith in the 14 machine. Maybe just getting a little bit wide, because it's obviously a corner that you really have to slow down mid-corner in this style of car, but he was definitely way out wide on the exit.
Yeah, like I say, I think some of these issues, like I say, coming to fruition. Maybe a little bit of a distraction, maybe just a little bit too much speed, and maybe a little bit of fatigue almost. Saw a little bit of a snap of oversteer. It's kind of one of these, this is where it kind of irritates me a little bit. That snap of oversteer genuinely overheated the tyres enough that when you go for it the second time, yeah, you're in real big trouble.
Yeah, and it's also just with the weight transfer as well, because it goes one way, you sort of save it, then the weight goes back the other, then just pendulums, and then it has that second snap again. And yeah, the car's just so on the limit there that you don't really have enough space to sort it out. But I think overall that was actually a pretty decent save. Fortunately, didn't quite see which car it was, but one of the cars coming around avoided to make contact with them. So that's always a good thing as well. As there is, as we've seen, is the Williams of the 155 of Vico coming in to the pit lane, and they are on the limit of getting to the end on the two stints, but they possibly should just about be okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just tyre damage and stuff for them. We're riding on board with Sven Haase now, trying to pick his way past all of this. Vlad Kimachev up ahead. Obviously, we'll touch a little bit on Urano. Sad, isn't it? Obviously, we've got our junior's opinion, got my opinion, got I'm pretty sure we've picked up Ewan's opinion. If not, they'll certainly have that over the next couple of hours. Their last special event on the iRacing service. Goodbye after this. I think the countdown is on for them. It's December 31st when the Urano license is basically up. The team is basically up. There's a lot of smoke around here at the hairpin. It's such a big shame for the Urano squad. Yeah,
it is. They definitely became one of my more favourite teams over the course of the last couple of years, especially. Loved watching them challenge the teams that have been around for decades. Yeah, it is a big shame. And they've got such a cool group of drivers. I know I heard you guys speaking about that a little bit earlier as well, but they've just got such a cool group of drivers. I wonder how they're going to disperse themselves. The 68 machine there, losing the rear end and doing a nice little pirouette, actually, just coming in towards the hairpin. After 100R, and unfortunately just keeping out of the way of everyone, but yeah, unfortunately just losing the rear end at that point. But yeah, for Urano, it is a really big shame, because I think they are going to be a big force loss. I mean, you see all of these events that they do over the year, they always have 2, 3, 4 cars entered into that. I remember back at the Raw, before the 24 earlier this year, I think it was our junior and Joey in the commentary box for that, and there was, because obviously that's a single class entry, and there's basically like 6 Urano drivers just bump drafting each other, and that was an awesome way, definitely one I'll be remembering from their team. So yeah, definitely sad to lose one of the top teams.
Yeah, of course, just to double check in, if anyone missed the news, came out yesterday. That as of December the 31st, Urano will cease to exist. They will close their doors. They will no longer be a part of sim racing. So there's a lot of drivers that will be looking to sign and seal some deals before they head into 2024. A lot of things up in the air. Might even make some drivers refocus as to whether they will be applying so much attention to the world of sim racing. Sometimes they can force them down some slightly different paths. It's a big shame to lose one of the big outfits in the world of sim racing. And anyone thinking, is this the first time it's ever happened? No, this has happened before. Not with Urano, obviously. But anyone who remembers to last year, the entirety of Kova was even more of a shock turnaround. Kova, which was a fairly big team, a Finnish team, an esports team across the entirety of esports. They've raced there, or they race in sim racing. They play CS:GO and all that kind of stuff. And last year, before the end of the year, they closed their doors. And by close their doors, I mean one moment they were a team, and then the next moment they were not. There was no December 31st. They just ceased, all of it, not just sim racing, like across the board. They just stopped. And that was very shocking. So these things do happen. These large organisations, they are expensive to run. They require a lot of work. Sometimes changes behind the scenes can falter some things. Sponsors might refocus somewhere else. It is an enormous shame, but we just hope that all the drivers and those behind the scenes find their pathway in the world of sim racing, like Vlad Kimachev is finding his pathway around the Fuji Speedway at the moment, trying to hang on against Sven Haase, who finds himself 48 seconds off of the race lead of Matty Siepler. That gap's not really changed much in the last 4 hours between the 001 and the 13 when they're off kilter strategy-wise, which is a problem for the 001.
Yeah, they have gained a couple of seconds, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. The fact that we're very closely getting to 2 hours to go, and obviously when me and Lewis jumped in the com box, there was 4 hours to go. So there's only been a handful or so seconds over the course of the couple of hours stint that me and Lewis have been in the box. So definitely maybe not quite the rate, but I'm loving it that they're going for something different. They're trying to make it work. One issue is traffic. When you go off kilter, you pit early, you go back into drivers around you who still haven't stopped. And Kimachev probably has, he's coming to the right-hand side. Is he going to be coming in this lap or maybe one more? It is around this time that he's going to be pitting, so it looks like that is the time for the number 90. That's going to release the 001, but it's just little things like that. He probably didn't lose that much time, but it might just be a couple of tenths here and there, and they will definitely add up. So he is now going into a little bit of clean air. He's got 16 seconds to the Drago car up ahead, and now needs to try and use that and get some speed for Sontech come in. Of course, Sontech's still waiting probably for another 5 laps before they come in.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, so to give you a little bit of an update as well, so the Williams eSports car, which is the 155, came into the pit lane with 2 hours and... It was sort of about 2 hours and 21 minutes left to go, and that to me is a little bit of a red flag. That's too close because they can do. Yeah, we've seen the Sontech car go an hour and 10. That's fine. I don't think the Williams can do it, and the fact that they've left themselves with 2 1 hour 10 minute stints, they're going to need a splash. It's only going to be a couple of little bits of fuel, but they are going to need a splash. Those pitting at the moment, those that will be coming down to the pit lane, so the Mercedes-AMG team Urano, those that are coming down into the pit lane, Absolute Motorsport, Uslith down the order. Those that are coming in now will most likely be able to do this race on one more stop after this. So for those, it's going to be a little bit more fuel saving and stuff, but they should be for the most part okay.
Yes, those, as you say, going this far should be fine. Especially Sontech, as we've seen, they've probably been one of the better ones.
Easily there.
Yeah, they've been one of the better ones in saving fuel anyway. So even if they pit now, they should be fine. But they've still got another few laps, so they've just gone that far. And that's what we were mentioning earlier. That 155 Mercedes AMG team Williams is they were half and half. They weren't doing the strategy of the 001, and then they weren't doing the strategy of Sontech. They found that awkward gap in between where they didn't save enough fuel, and they're probably going to have to do a silly extra stop rather than completely eradicating it or just using it up and then using the actual speed from that. They're just caught in the middle, which is why you have to look at your strategy and try and make it work from the get-go. And it seems like Sontech committed very early to that saving fuel, and the 001 committed early to these 1 hour stints.
Indeed. Drago Racing, obviously they're in the pit lane at the moment, switching over drivers before they return their way. Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel now. ATRS also onto the lane. I think Drago Racing probably rolling off the lane fairly shortly. So before, we've given Aaron Vasquez a bit of a shout out about his position within the squad, within the Drago Racing team, having recently joined them, courtesy of where he was with the Altus Esports team. And sadly, because of his situation switching over, we will not see him race in IMSA Esports tomorrow. Which is a bit of a shame. Not 100% sure as to what that means with his commitment in the British Formula 4 Esports Championships, whether he'll continue racing under Altus for the last 3 rounds of the championship, obviously those being on Wednesdays. But we were kind of wondering behind the scenes whether that was actually going to happen. I kind of get the feeling it probably won't, and that maybe Altus will require a different driver for that one. ATRS into the pit lane, Sontech the 113 into the pit lane. Still our race leader remains to be the 13. I suspect they'll be pitting in a couple of laps, leaving them 2 hours 10 left to go, which is comfortable for them on fuel, really.
Yes, yes, I think they'll be absolutely fine. According to timing, this is lap 40 for 13, so I think it might be this lap that
They've got to 42 a couple of times, haven't they?
Yeah, that's true. It's 41 for the 113 that's currently in that pit lane. So yeah, I think it'll either be this or maybe they've stretched one more for the 13 machines. They come out onto this front stretch. They are coming to the right-hand side very slowly. Matty Siepela in the car, and yeah, it looks like he's committing to the box. So there's going to be 2 stints to the end, and now the gap between them and then the 001 machine is going to be the important one. How far back are they? Or in other words, how far up the road are the 001? Because that gap is going to be what they are looking for when the 001 will have the extra stop effectively.
Yes, indeed. So there is the Sontech, but as you were right, they will be pitting in this lap. They've got more than enough time to venture their way to the end of the race. Once we've seen everyone in the pit, I'll give you a little bit of a rundown as to where we are in the race and what we're expecting to see up to the checkered flag. Of course, it is about this this fuel strategy game. Grid and Go and Sontech switching though, 8th position. Urano Koch trying to get down the inside of Lasse Urano at the moment in that 8th position. Quite a tight fight there, but obviously where we see one Grid and Go car versus Sontech, obviously there's more happening out on the track. I see Matty Siepela remaining behind the wheel. I wonder if he's going to go to the checkered flag.
Maybe, because that would be a bit weird to then swap for one final stint at the end.
Yeah, it's a long run though, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, some of these drivers, they do like these really, really long stints, I guess. But I always find in a race like this, especially when it's 8 hours, although they are saving a stint, aren't they? So it's only 7 stints. That does make it a little bit more awkward. But when it's an 8-hour race and it's 8 stints, and obviously you probably just do 4 doubles or something like that and keep it nice and even. But when you have that odd number and you have that extra stint, maybe someone is going to do a single at the end. We'll have to certainly find out. But what it looks like is the gap is around 18 seconds, which is what it was a couple of hours ago.
Yes, indeed. Now, before we head to this final 10 minutes, I just want to bring golf back into this hilariously, because I've been searching around the area, just having a little bit of a look on Google Maps. Clearly searching for my next holiday destination. My goodness me, I do like myself a little bit, Fuji. I want you to have a guess as to how many include, like, saying like a 5-mile radius, right, of this circuit. How many golf courses there are? Oh. I want you to think of a number, and tell me how many you think there are in this area.
Well,
like, let's say 5-mile radius around because there's like a little town or city or whatever, just south. Just how many golf courses do you think are kind of in, like I say, this sort of like 5-kilometer circle?
Well, I know that this part of the world there probably would be quite a few. So I don't know, 15.
I'm over 20 and still counting.
That's crazy.
Like in the small, probably like 1 kilometre around the circuit, there's 10.
What?
Yeah. It's honestly, I'm like, mate, I need to come here. I need to go on holiday.
Oh my lord!
Pack it all up, off we go. No, I didn't realise that there was this much around the area. Just like into the pit lane. But yeah, wow, that is a shock, isn't it?
I guess so. But it's fair if you look at America as well.
Yeah, I know.
So many golf courses. Oh my word. That is quite something. 77 Williams Academy car is coming into the pit lane with Glack in the car as it stands. But look at these battles that we're seeing on the screen. So close between all of these drivers, still inside sort of this battle for sort of P5 to P7, even a P8 just about a few seconds back. So it definitely hasn't spread out that much. The fact that we're getting 3 cars just nose to tail basically for these top positions.
Basically what I'm saying is Fuji has gone from being a circuit I would quite like to go to, mostly because of its history and where it's been, even with the world of cycling, of course, around the Olympics, the whole area around this. It's gone from being a circuit I would quite like to visit to a circuit which is now a bucket list circuit that I must visit. I didn't even realise the old first corner actually still kind of exists, which hilariously I have actually raced in sim racing. The old first corner. Usually a really fast track, did Fuji.
Yeah, that's why they slowed it.
Oh yeah, it used to be so dangerous.
Yeah.
Although I will say, when I did race it, again all those years back, I think no, it was with Arjuna that I was having this conversation. The car that I raced it in was a Brazilian stock car.
Oh Lord.
Around 1990s Fuji, which is a wild combination you can only get in the world of sim racing, which is why it's so great.
Yeah. Wow. That is. That's quite a combination. To
It's
be honest.
different, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, already. So what you're saying about this, sort of the old sweepers for the first couple of corners. I mean, that was already gone by the 70s. That we'd already had this sort of hairpin for the first corner. But it's an interesting track for the just for the history, as you say. And the track is literally at the foothills of a big mountain as well. It's a very unique place. It's a long old flight though, going out there. I definitely want to go out there, but it is a long way.
Yes, I've heard it's more than a couple of hours from where we are at the moment, which is not great for me. I don't fly very well.
Yeah, I mean, even just that 2 hours to Poland was interesting.
2 hours to Poland was all right. The 6.5 was a bit much for me. And there's I've just seen a ping on TeamSpeak. I'm assuming Arjuna's literally going to be messaging about how I had like a 71-hour flight from whatever. No one cares. Live somewhere that isn't like as far away from everyone, like from regular civilization as is possible. Not my problem. No, I don't like long haul flights. I don't like flying very much either. Generally.
I actually quite like it.
I'm not a fan.
And yeah, especially with some family members of mine working in the industry, I had the opportunity to go to some quite nice places, and I don't know. I just quite like the exploring nature of it as well. Japan is definitely going to be up there on the bucket list to get to at one point. And it's just as we're saying, it's literally on the other side of the planet, unfortunately, from where we are.
It's just really kicking off in this little TeamSpeak group. Mostly, I'm trying to think of ways to get a real big fight between Arjuna and Ewan before they jump on the broadcast for the final couple of hours. So they're just moody for 2 hours. Can you think of any topics that might really get them going?
We can go back to the leading zeros.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, it's like, Ewan sat there being like, no, I don't really care. Also going off for like 5 minutes on why it doesn't really matter. All right.
Doesn't
Next
care.
up.
Cares that much.
Yeah, exactly. He cares enough to still go on about it for 5 minutes. It's fine. And he'll be sat there being like, no, I don't care. But no, clearly he does. Then he'll be, what was it that he was saying that he said correctly? Oh, Vantage. Vantage? Yeah, right. No, Vantage. Say it properly. It's an Aston Martin.
Is it a Bath or a Bath for you?
Bath. Although I will say it is Bathurst. We'll at least give that the respect that it deserves. Not Bathurst.
That's how the Aussies say it. So.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, we still say Newcastle. Even though how people say it from where they say Newcastle. So technically speaking, you should actually say it Newcastle. So there is that. But also they're from the north of England, so who cares?
It's nice. Well,
you're just saying Newcastle's nice.
Well, I only went there shortly, but the bit that I drove to, went to a car dealership up there, and it's on this really cool hill, and you sort of look down towards, I guess it would be the Tyne. Is that the one up there? The river. That was very nice, but that's the only part of Newcastle I've been to. Was a car dealership.
Excellent. It's an interesting place. No, it's fine. I think what we should talk about is how Ewan O'Leary is completely wrong on the idea that Sebring is not a very good racetrack.
To back up Ewan, though, I think one comment has been taken out of context for him, but Sebring either way. I would, for the sake of science only, I would like to see the repaving. Only for the sake of science. I don't actually think it's going to be yeah, I don't actually think it would probably make it better, but I would like to see just what the cars acts like, because I think the layout's quite nice there.
Yeah, the layout's fine. But no, Ewan O'Leary is in very much the wrong. Anytime anyone says that I'm wrong about a certain car, like a Z4 being good, it's not. And then you come at me saying, oh yes, but Sebring's not a very good track. Yeah, I think you should go and have a big long look in the mirror.
Sebring's great.
Sebring is great. I'll give you an update as well. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from us being lost to the world. And so before we go, we'll update you a little bit on the standings at the moment. Of course, gridandgo.com, Sven Haase behind the wheel, leading by 18 seconds. But of course, they are slightly on a different strategy. They'll be pitting twice more until the checker flag. Also pitting, but only once more from this point, will be the Sontech racing car that Matty Siepler is behind. So they are theoretically in the race lead, despite not leading very much this race, just courtesy of where they've been. Team PGZ, Sam Ward behind the wheel at the moment, but I think they are owing us a stop. If not, Sam Ward's actually just done a very good job of working. No, he has just done a very good job of working their way back up the order after a spin earlier on in the race. And Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, Alessandro Bico behind the wheel. They pitted last with 2 hours and 20 odd minutes left to go. I think they will owe us 2 more stops before the end, although one of those will almost certainly be a splash. The V8 Supercar Series Championship leader at the moment, obviously looking for that in a couple of weeks' time. Brody Kostecki back behind the wheel of the Team PGZ in 5th position. Sontech Racing's 113 in the hands of Lasse Urano, currently sitting in 6th position with Jarno Koch behind the wheel of the Grid and Go car. Those are having a bit of a biff baff boff right at the start of this stint. Now they're separated by a Williams Esports car. There's a lap down between them. Then, of course, a little bit further down, you've got the ATRS Esports car, Drago Racing, and Mercedes AMG Team Urano rounding out the top 10. Cam, final thoughts on Fuji before we bail out the comms box?
I think it's a great addition. Love to see the race happening there, and the race has been way closer than I was imagining. To see all these cars still fairly close together this many hours into the race is an awesome one. So yeah, I've enjoyed the couple of hours that we've had here, and hopefully we can see a very nice battle, a strategic battle to the end of the race.
Well, yes, indeed. 2 hours left to go, 20 seconds for us. So thank you so much for joining us. There's been a bit of a moment for Jarno Koch. He's dropped it down the end of T1. Of course, the iRacing Fuji 8 hours powered by Coach Dave Academy still has 2 hours left to go from myself, Lewis McGray, from Cam Roger. Fake Award winner, Golf Master Extraordinaire will hand over to Cutie Patootie and Kinky Party himself.
Thank you very much. We'll get the fake award winner with all his friends in the right places and the high places out of here. But it was great to hear Cam Roger at the very least for the last couple of hours. Ewan O'Leary with his terrible takes about Sebring is back. There is no challenge like Sebring. I agree with the comment made in the iRacing Esports Network, but with the final 2 hours to go, the sun seemingly beginning to set. Ewan, I know you love a bit of a strategy battle. It's starting to settle in, and right now, I feel pretty good about my pick. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, the pick's looking good for you and others as well who might have picked the number 13 of Matty Siepler, who's back again. He wasn't there, of course, when we left the booth last. It was still Sammy Matty Trogan, but even so, it's looking good for them. 18.5 seconds between 1 and 2 at the moment, and judging by the way that the fuel game is going at the moment, they're getting further ripped apart, if you like, in terms of when they're actually coming down pit lane, but the strategy stays the same. It stays in favour of the number 13. However, Sven Haase will have a shorter final stop, so I'm just putting that into everyone's mind before the end as well. Got to remember that before the end of the race.
Yeah, the delta, I think, is closer to the 30-40 second bracket than being larger than that. Remember, the time down pit lane itself is about 31 seconds, and like you say, the shorter pit stop will, of course, play its part. It's already past around 2:30 p.m. The track conditions seemingly starting to cool off as well, though, as we work into this final part of the day. And, of course, we've talked about it a little bit, the fact that you get the tires and fuel done at the same time, somewhat removes some of the strategy element from the tire game itself. But nevertheless, there's, as we mentioned, that margin on fuel that continues to make things intriguing. I think we both called it, didn't we, when we said Williams in that 155 might be a bit too much on the back foot. And I think part of the reason why Team PGZ have gotten back up to the podium spots, Ewan, is the fact that this 155 is having to try and hit a pretty difficult fuel number to try and make this to the end.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing is it wouldn't have been that difficult if, well, it would have been still difficult, but not this difficult if they'd have done it from the start. And that's going to be the frustrating thing when they look back at this, that it could have been a lot of an easier day for them, and they could have got a lot more out of it. But no, they're stuck in this middle situation, which we talked about earlier on. They're not maximising their pace. They're not fuel saving from the very start. They're doing neither, and it's really hurting them. And as you can see, we left the booth. They were a couple of seconds back. They're now over 10 seconds back. That's over the course of 2 hours. That says a lot about what you need to know about their pace at the moment.
It's not to say there aren't little actual pockets of fighting. The Wave Italy racing car is chasing down one of the Team PGZ contingent with Hoisingveld, as well as the Mercedes AMG Apex Racing team, and Mr. Quintin Violate himself a little bit further behind. You've got Door Academy being chased down and ran down by Impulse Racing and the Versus Esports team with Drapagy. Some interesting team names in there for sure. But just a couple of moments ago, we saw that the Grid and Go 002 had a little bit of a moment. Of course, that Mercedes AMG Williams car was a lapped car, and it was just in desperation and trying to clear itself. But this is what we were saying earlier. Blue flags, informational only.
Yeah, they are, and this angle has maybe changed my opinion a bit. I was going to say the Williams car made that a bit difficult, but actually it looked a lot closer from that foreshortening angle that we were getting initially there. They weren't that close at all, really, were they, in towards the braking zone there, the 002. And it was a pretty late move, so I've changed my opinion now. I think they kind of did that to themselves.
I always appreciate those aerial perspectives because they do make things a little bit easier in terms of figuring out who did what in terms of the overlaps. But a bit of frustration building there, and now Urano finds himself dealing with the pressure from the ATRS number 7, who started up in third position but dropped back in the early stages. And we have seen with that McLaren in particular that the balance between the start, middle and end doesn't seem to swing a decent bit around, and so really making sure you've dialed in the setup can be somewhat important. That's the battle running down the turn in towards turn number 1, I should say, again with traffic playing its part. And this is what's nice to see. 47 started. Yes, we had the one retiree basically instantly in the opening 10 laps or so. But as of late, not many retirements in Ewan. 39 machines are still out there and running.
That's a pretty good rate for keeping cars out there on the circuit. I mean, we didn't even get that I know that Spa was 3 times as long as this, but it was also a single-class GT3 race, and the attrition rate was a lot higher after 6 hours, I would say, of that one. Mainly down to the start, I suppose, but even so, if you remember that. So it's a good rate of cars actually that's still in the race, and that's a good thing. And I think plenty of cars as well have just kind of soldiered on from problems in this race over the course of the day. I mean, I saw Eric Newman in the chat a few hours ago of SimCity Racing said we've been taken out in the same corner twice so far this race, and that was about 3 hours ago. So goodness knows what's happened to them now. They are still in the race at least, SimCity Racing. 24th for one of their cars, and I can't find the other one. 22nd, there they are. So they're still soldiering on as well, despite being taken out a couple of times.
It's not a bad race, I will say, and we've seen our fair share of longer, or rather, say, I didn't mean longer. I meant endurance races with more cars in them. That's what I meant. Of course, in the likes of the World Endurance Championship. But I don't feel like this is necessarily a race that I've actually ever seen be run in the real world before, and so it's quite interesting from that perspective that Lewis and Cam were talking earlier about history of events, both in the sim and real worlds. This is effectively going to be us building our own little bit of history if this event continues year on year. And I think based on the better than expected turnout, based on the relative level of cleanliness of the driving that we've seen, the way the strategies have played out, sign me up for edition 2 of this one. I think people behind the scenes know that I wasn't such a fan, Ewan, of the Suzuka 10 hours.
Well, I did enjoy it last year, I've got to say. I thought the Suzuka 10 hours was a lot of fun. But yeah, by the way, when you say or a better turnout than expected, do you mean than you expected, or the people as well?
I think Lewis was pretty shocked as well, to be honest. We were talking about it just before we went live.
See, you lot are so negative. It's unbelievable.
But so let me go back over to my entry list for IMSA Esports, because I was just working on that while I was doing some of the production behind the scenes as well for the broadcast. But Alessandro Bico, Daniel Lafuente, they're running in 4th position. Tomorrow they got to focus on IMSA Esports after what was a pretty wretched start to their campaign after both cars got involved in the tussles early doors. So, you know, splitting the focus, it's difficult. I'll give them full credit. Same with Grid and Go. Sven Haas and Nicholas Rubelar, they'll be in a Ferrari tomorrow rather than the Lamborghini that they're currently running at the front of the field. Go Vanchini, I got word, by the way, on what happened to him. He had a technical. He had a hardware failure. So he's suddenly out of the IMSA Esports competition tomorrow, and they've had to draft in a replacement driver. So this is what I mean when I go to say it's a busy time for us in the comms booth. It's busy for the drivers as well.
Yeah, it is. And I suppose that may have contributed to your thoughts that, you know, none of the top drivers would actually be here because they're focusing on tomorrow. But realistically, if you're in the GTD class tomorrow, I would be very tempted to do this race because personally, I always found that being comfortable with a car was really vital in terms of a championship. And I know that sounds so obvious to say, but you reach a point with a car that you, not only in your head do you think that you've got this, but it feels like, you know, I've got a hand on this car now and I know what it's going to do. And doing that, even if you're sharing with someone else, you do 4 hours of this race, for example, that's 4 hours of practice. I know that this circuit won't be crossed in the IMSA Championship this season, or probably ever, but you know, you're still getting practice with that car, and that is really important, I think. And maybe other people works differently. But I worked in this way when I was a driver. I needed to be comfortable with the car, and it didn't matter on what track I was focusing on. I would always feel more comfortable going into a race if I could get a handle on the car, and then the track can sort itself out, because you can learn that.
Let me put it to you this way, though. How many hours of practice did you used to do per race back in the day?
Varied terrifically, but...
what was your max?
Oh, maximum. I wouldn't like to say.
Come on.
Well, see, this is the thing. Once when one of the F1 games came out, I played that for like 12 hours in a row for the first 2 days of release. So that was me, 24 hours of getting used to a car, and that wasn't even with a race in sight. So I don't know.
So yes, so that's my point, though. You appreciate what it's like for these drivers to prepare for one race. Now imagine having to prepare for 2 races, especially having to dial in setups for both of them. Yes, you may in some cases be in the same car. Remember, Sven Haas and Nicholas Rubelar are having to drive a different car tomorrow. But yeah, for me, it's more just the amount of investment that the drivers make in each of the races. That's where I often wonder just how much they will end up being in each. So Lucas Perez comes in the Astra Racing car, so he's guaranteed to need one more stop no matter what. Driver change going in there. It's Carlos Maria de la Chica that will jump in to the number 33. What do you think the magic number is, Ewan, in terms of time to be able to make it to the end? I've been saying it's probably around 41, 42 laps, but what does that mean for you in terms of the clock?
I would be comfortable with an hour and 9. That was the... I know that's very oddly specific, but that's what I'd be comfortable with. Although you've got to factor in as well, I guess, the time that you could run on at the end of the race, so probably knock another couple of minutes off just to be absolutely ultra safe. That was the kind of equation that I was thinking about earlier on. If you're going to do 7 stints today, which we're presuming Matti Sieppela and Sontech are going to, then you've got to sort of divide that hour up into separate minutes, if you like. So, but as I said earlier, 60 divided by 7 is not an easy equation. It comes in at just under, around 8.5, doesn't it, if you do that dividing. So I would bump that up to 9 just to be on the safe side. I was saying in each stint, they've got to do an hour and 9 every single time. So Matti Sieppela has been doing that, and I think if he pits on that point, he'll be absolutely fine. I think, unfortunately for Williams and the likes of them, they're going to pit with, hour 12, hour 14 sort of to go, and that is going to be too far for anyone, never mind them.
We'll just be counting down the minutes, basically, until we hit that magic mark. And we'll know. We obviously feel pretty confident for Sontech. It's everyone else that there are the questions about. I still think that the way the margin is built up, it's only 19 seconds between the two, and I know that right now Haas has got a bit of a lighter car compared to Matti Siepela, who's only been on track for about 13 laps at this point in the running, but just keep that in mind. That's definitely something to play its part out in this Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 hour. As mentioned, next weekend we have another special event, the Formula Ford 1600 Festival, and then the weekend after that it's the Winter Derby, and then a couple of weeks off the Chili Bowl, the final one of the special events. And I've got to say, if you've never done any dirt racing before, go try the Chili Bowl, because your mind will be blown. I don't think there is anything quite like it, and quite frankly, words can't truly describe what that's like.
Well, what is it then? Because I don't know what the Chili Bowl is. So describe what it is.
So let's go.
Because I'm imagining a plate with some chili in it. I don't know what.
Does sound quite tasty right now that you got me thinking about it. But let's go inside to a basically a shopping mall kind of equivalent. Let's go into an arena, as you might call it in the UK. Let's build an indoor track. It's a quarter of a mile in length. Is I believe what we build inside of the Tulsa Expo Center to give it its full and proper title. And then let's break out those midget cars, which have power to weight ratios of something like 4 or something, so that you're basically driving on one wheel at times, the right rear, as you carry yourself through the corner on it. And somehow they can drive 3 and 4 wide while doing lap times in the 11-second bracket.
It's the one with the. I wouldn't know how to describe it, but it's got the weird thing overhead with the sort of. I would not know how to describe this at all, but it's.
Are you thinking about the wings?
Yes, I am.
No. You're thinking of Knoxville, I think, which is the wing sprint cars. This is even more small than that. Even smaller than that.
Okay, yeah, I can picture them now. Yeah, okay.
This is the thing, for someone who doesn't know what a dirt midget is. It's hard for me to just say it's a dirt midget. So maybe some Americans are going, "Oh, Junior, just say it's a dirt midget." I can't just say that. I'm trying to explain it.
Yeah, that's what I was picturing. Cam just sent me a picture of it. That's what I was picturing. I got there in the end. I'm sorry for my lack of dirt knowledge, but it's really not a thing in England.
Well, this is the thing. I only really found out about it because of the iRacing special events. And so, again, you may not think much about it, but go try a Daytona 500 next year if you've never thought about it. If you're an Oval fan watching this, come join us for the Daytona 24. Find a team. There will be someone I'm sure that you can team up with.
Yes,
probably a couple
someone
more.
needed it.
Yeah, you need. Should we say 4 people, you and minimum?
I think 4 people will be a minimum. If you're going casual about it, I mean, these guys will probably do 3. To be honest, these guys will probably do 3 drivers. But if you're being casual about it and you're just getting into iRacing, 4 is an absolute minimum. Yeah, and there will be a team who needs members, so don't worry about that.
Hey, I mean, you can also post on like what I did 7 years ago at this point or whatever. Post on Reddit, find your team, create a team, and go from there. Whatever the case may be, join us for it. So many special events next year. I encourage you to branch out. I mean, we had the Crandon Championship, back in August, which is kind of the end of season celebration for the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. You got to experience the World Championship for the first time. What did you think about that? I know you quite enjoyed was it 10 wide start that you got to experience?
I can't remember what. Yeah, well, I didn't think anything that I saw was unusual because it was the first time that I'd seen it. So it was hard for me to put that into perspective, if you like. But I did enjoy my first time basically looking at that kind of dirt racing. I've seen rallycross before, obviously, because that's more of a European. Well, it's not a European thing, but it is a thing in Europe. I mean, and that kind of dirt racing is not. And it was good to experience something a little bit different, something new. It was quite exciting.
In my case, you may run an iRacing Indy 500 and then find yourself spat into the world of commentary as a result of it. The world works in mysterious ways, and for Brody Kostecki, it works him down onto pit lane for, again, what will most assuredly be the penultimate time. Probably expect him to have a 40-odd minute time clock to come down to the pit lane for his final stop in this race. So, 1 hour and 43 minutes to go. We're still just keeping an eye on the likes of Sven Haase, Matti Sieppula when they're going to have to come down on towards the pit lane. But let's go look at some of the other drivers that continue to fight their way on forward. Parker White in the Apex Racing number 99, down in 20th position. And we were talking about the big names. We knew we would see the Apex Racing team. We just weren't sure exactly who. Parker White's going to be a part of the 2024 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup after a quite impressive rookie campaign in the 2023 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, and has continued to go from strength to strength, I think it's fair to say, after joining up with the Apex Racing team. And it's, I think, quite impressive to see someone who we've seen be quick on ovals, Ewan, really master the road courses as well.
Yeah, I think so. But unfortunately for Apex, I don't think it's been a very good day so far. But I always respect drivers who are able to do, you know, more than one discipline. I feel like sometimes, especially in the past on iRacing, drivers got good at a very specific thing just by doing it a lot, and I like to see drivers who are very adaptable and can really put their hand to multiple disciplines, and certainly applies here. So I appreciate that a lot, because if you've ever tried both of those disciplines, you'll know that they are very different indeed.
I just realized that we were talking earlier, weren't we, about fake car numbers. Yeah, dirt racing, Ewan, is where they'll have the 21A, 21B, 21C, 21D, etc., because they have so many cars entered that basically you have what they call the alphabet soup, which is you have to fight your way up to get into the main race itself, which is crazy fun. But yeah, it's always interesting just trying to keep up with the action, especially in the sim world where you just go back to back to back to back. So Sven Haase off and out of pit lane after a sequence, and I mean, most curiously and most obviously is it's not a full service, and he doesn't need full services anymore. It's about splitting the remaining time into equal manageable chunks to get out into clean air. And Haase now directly in front of him doesn't actually have driver's full position. Those are cars laps down and traffic to work through.
Yeah, they do. So that's going to be a bit of another sticking point for them. Sven Haase 41 seconds behind. He is getting closer to Matti Sieppula, and with every pit stop he generally does. But look at the pit stop time there, 34 seconds. They're not going to have that late stop that I was talking about, where they really don't have very much fuel to put in at all. That's not going to happen. It's more, you know, it's been done slowly over the course of the day, where they've slowly been taking that time out of the pit stop, and it's getting them closer to Sieppula. But as you said earlier, I just don't see how they can cross that 40-second gap at the moment. It's going to be very tricky for them to do it, surely.
Still pushing, though. That's the reality. Lights flash as he tries to work past traffic, but my assumption would be that based on the fact that it was the 30-something second stop, that's probably going on. So send up the inside. So he shaved off about a quarter of the time on fuel, so instead of doing a full hour, he'll do 45 minutes. There's still the potential that they could do a driver swap and put Nicolas Rubelar in for the final hour, but I would wager that Haase is probably going to stay in there and be given the charge to push to the end. Quintin Vialate is now going to work past the Wave Italy racing car that works its way down onto pit lane as well. And this car, again, I was reading through the qualifying order, and some of the names down there really surprised me. None more than this number 98. Started down in 41st position, Ewan.
Yeah, and that is well, one of the good things about this kind of a big field and a lot of people in the same class is that these kind of things can happen. But yeah, it's a great job. I mean, you would kind of expect it. That is the only thing that I would say in opposition of that, but even so, you've still got to do the work, and so it's still a very impressive job. Maybe there's a top 10 here for Apex coming up, although it's hard to work out. People are probably all over the place at the moment with strategies, with about 100 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, everyone is all over the place. This is the one with the red highlights, the red accents, so and they're trying to make things a little bit easier for us, but at least they've got a paint, unlike the car directly behind them. In that Ferrari 296, you can tell by the headlights, by the way, that it's a Ferrari, not a Lamborghini, just I think because there is a single bar if you've got the Lamborghini, whereas the four various dots on the front of that 296 GT3, these are the weird and sometimes unnecessary things that as a commentator you know and you keep an eye on. We're also just very aware of the fact that as Matti Siepler is now onto the 19th lap of his window. He's only halfway through his fuel run, and so give him another 19 laps. He will be right around that magic number, I feel. He's in a pretty good spot. The track's cooling off, though. It's getting more difficult to save. And with that margin closing, like you say, to Sven Haase, and the one thing that these drivers cannot do in this number 13, and you'd expect that potentially Sami-Matti Trojan is going to get in for the final hour for this car, you've got to make sure you're just working to your number and not fighting with a car that's potentially not running the same race as you.
Yeah, that's the real key and difficulty, because the longer this goes on as well, the higher up the order he's getting in terms of putting people a lap down, and that's going to be a bit more difficult. You close up to them a little bit more incrementally, and those increments are slightly smaller than you get from those at the back of the field. And then when you get there as well, they're not quite as willing to get out of the way, because they are fighting for bigger positions, and they deserve to be on the racetrack as well, and all that kind of thing. So that's the problem for you. That's the thing that Grid and Go are hoping for at the moment. They're hoping Siepler gets caught up a lot here in these kind of traffic moments, because, as you said, there's still plenty of people out there to trip the leaders up.
You're not a combat sports fan, are you, Ewan?
Oh, well, no. I know you like UFC, and I've never watched a UFC a single round, never mind a match.
I'm impressed that you called it a round and a match. I mean, you got at least some of the terminology there.
Thank you.
No, we got a pretty fun evening coming up, and that's another one where it seems like a lot of the... there's a lot of overlap in the communities for some reason, much like golf and motorsports, and sometimes golf and sim racing as well. But I wonder if it comes to Siepler's perspective here. We've talked about the difficulty so much with traffic, and especially because, again, plenty of these machines that he's working past are in the same McLaren MP4-12C. We saw the Grid and Go 002 get a little bit punchy in traffic. That's the one thing in this race that I don't think Sontech can afford. They need to stay out of trouble. It might cost them a couple of tenths here and there with traffic, but ultimately, those are also times that they might be able to gain a little bit more in terms of fuel.
Maybe. That's the advantage they've got. And we've been speaking about this all day in terms of them using that very smartly. There is a way to do it, of course. When you are behind someone, you can really fuel save a lot more, especially on your way into the corners. The concertina effect we were talking about early on in the race as well, that you can benefit from. It's been used very well by them so far, and I think that they've done a good job, of course. But how much can you afford to do that in this kind of situation here is my question, because they're a long way down the order. These guys, the two McLarens in front, the 78 is going to get out the way here shortly, but not on the way down towards turn 10 by the looks of things. It's going to be a problem for Siepler in the final sector, I would imagine. And now this is the problem. He's saving fuel into there, of course, but there's not big fuel saves to be made into these next corners in the final sector. What does he do about these in front? How can he be more forceful? But as you said, he can't really afford to be any more forceful. It's just going to cost him time. Can't get himself into any contact with anyone, that's for sure.
So the Alastaro Esports green car that ran a 140 flat last time by, it's almost half a second slower than what Siepler punched in at the line a lap ago. He just works on the exit though, and look at that run off the corner. Might be running a little less wing as well based on the way that it drafts its way inside, and now stalls out slightly as the 78 still has the draft of the fellow lap machine in front. But again, blue flag's informational only. No one wants to really stumble over the leader though, and Siepler's going to get on through. But again, half a second time lost there. He punched in his first 140 of the stint for quite a while. We'll be keeping an eye on that. The Precision Racing Esports team is up against Impulse Racing. Dominic Olivier goes heavy on the defense, and Philip Oldak can't get on through. Switchback coming down maybe through turn 1 though.
He's not really got the right line for that, I don't think. It's a pretty difficult corner to do a switchback on anyway, because it's slightly odd hairpin, if you like, but not on this occasion. You're going to have to follow through turn 3, where they do get over that curb again. Now around 100R, very tricky way around here, but just look at how smooth these guys on the way through they are. They weren't adjusting the angle of the steering all the way round, just smoothly round and expertly done. But no way through for Philip Oldak on this occasion, part of Impulse, I wouldn't imagine. stay behind here in the new Ferrari and look for another way through in another time, really. It's not going to be possible in the final sector, I wouldn't imagine.
Not going to be impulsive and go for the move. That was bad, I know, but I had to. Impulse in that Ferrari, by the way, will be competing in tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship. You'll see them running with the pairing of Chris Shorter and Matteo Victorino, neither of whom I think are lined up for this particular race as we near on 90 minutes to go. See some questions about the flames out the back of the McLaren, and it's a beautiful sight. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to impact their fuel economy too much over the course of these races. Otherwise, it would be a much more concerning topic of conversation, you'd have to believe. Is Dominic Olivier going to go defensive again? He's not going to get the chance to. Up the inside, Oldak gets on through and doesn't slide too wide down off of the opening corner as they run through towards Coca-Cola. It's a swap around, and this is for 31st position.
And I get the feeling that Olivier was always quite pleased about that, really. He didn't enjoy the he didn't enjoy the Ferrari being quite so close behind him, I get the feeling. And he can now get on with his own race and watch that Ferrari get away from him at this stage. Slightly surprised to see Impulse back here, to be honest, but I think a fair amount of the bigger teams in this race have had difficult afternoons for whatever reason. For, well, one reason and another, of course. They'll all have their separate reasons for it, but it's been difficult for some, for whatever reason. I mean, these two teams, 31st and 32nd, is a bit of a surprise, in all honesty.
I think the interesting thing is, as well, for some of these teams, we aren't seeing all the top drivers. Again, we looked at Parker White, for example, in the number 99 Apex Racing team. He's alongside Maxence Godino and was meant to share that car with Alex Dunn, who hasn't actually gotten into the car just yet, so I assume we're going to see him at the end of this race. The other of the Apex cars, Violate, Fazui, Valero, but you know, we're missing some of the notables. No Salvatallons, Alejandro Sanchez, who won't be racing tomorrow, and will be replaced, but excuse me, got myself wrong. Alex Dunn's not racing tomorrow. It's Jimmy Antunes that's jumping in there. Alejandro Sanchez and Luke McEwen in the main defending champions 101 Apex Racing Mercedes, going to still be focusing their attention on that. Be curious to see as well now as we move on forward through the rest of the season. There's not too many more conflicts for those drivers. December the 3rd, the penultimate round. December 16th is the final round of the championship. That's on a Saturday rather than on a Sunday. These are 2 hour and 40-minute races, Ewan, for IMSA Esports. They're short, but yeah, drivers do a lot of practice to get ready for them.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say that people do a lot of practice for even shorter races than that, so you know it doesn't really matter in that sense, and in some ways as well. 2 hours 40 is a relatively long race. It's, you know, good hour long, longer than F1, for example. So it's quite a long race to some people, but it does seem like a lot of practice for not very much of a race, especially in sports car racing, where generally races are more like this one, and it feels sort of more worthwhile. But I always get the feeling, or got the feeling, during endurance racing and longer races, that actually the practice didn't end up mattering it too much, because by the end of the race you're actually better than what you started the race with, because you've practiced during the race, if you like, and you've got better during the race.
Yes. I'm just trying to figure out how you... That's part of it, yes, but when it comes to, you know, the big races, if you're not prepared enough and you show up at the start, you're going to be in some trouble. So don't do that. Don't do that. This weekend as well is an interesting one. We're here at Fuji, but you know, lots of the eyes of the motorsports world are going to be focused on another street track that I did hear Lewis and Cam talking a little bit about. But of course, it's a return to Macau for plenty. And, you know, you contrast this track with its wide runoff areas and everything that it has to the tight confines of Macau, and it doesn't get much different, does it? Well,
no, not really. Paul Ricard and Macau, I guess. Anyway, yes, I know what you mean. Is that the first time it's returned, though, since 2019, I guess, would have been the last time?
Well, I think they've run there. It's just been more local stuff, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, that's true.
It's the first year that it's, like, you know, been opened back up to more people really to come in, yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously been under tight restriction for obvious reasons over there for quite some time. So, Be good to see it back. I always enjoy Macau. I've got to say, I know it does have its critics every year, doesn't it? But it's a historic place in terms of motorsport.
Hey,
there's no doubt about that.
There's no other track where there's a corner with a permanent yellow flag.
Baku Castle section, I guess.
No. That's not a permanent yellow flag.
No, it isn't.
There is a corner at Macau where you're legitimately not allowed to pass. Like,
no,
just not allowed.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and it does look bizarre. It's bizarre
tight.
to get your head around.
It is tight, so yes.
It's to get your head around when you're just thinking about it. You think, well, how's that going to work? But actually, when you watch, it does make sense. So I'm sure if you've seen it, it will make sense to you. It's a historic place, though. I was watching a video turned up on my timeline the other day on a famous social media platform that of a 1990 Eddie Irvine driving around there, and it was of course exactly the same layout. It's the street track after all. But it just looks a bit different because it was 33 years ago, and
right.
It was just great viewing, and it's a historic place. Now people forget that somewhat and just complain about the racing around there, which sometimes isn't great because a lot of the races are held under red flag.
I mean, there has been some great racing there. It's also led to some of the most memorable commentary clips ever. Do you know the one I'm thinking of?
Maybe I do, but I can't think of it right now.
It's the infamous "How do you do?"
No, I can't remember that.
Oh, was it Vanthor and Bamber? I think it was Vanthor and Bamber fighting through turn 1 and 2, and someone got through.
Vanthor in his Audi days, by the way.
Yes. Oh, back in the day as well. Yeah. In what legitimately felt like the golden era of GT drivers because just everyone was too quick to really fathom. But yeah, Move gets on through. It's the fast right-hander that's turn 2, right? Or was that turn 1?
No, fast right-handers 2. Yeah.
So they get through turn 2, moves happen, and I think it was the car behind that's just got loose, slammed hard into the wall, and it would have been Vanthor then in the Audi that flipped upside down. And so it's just the commentator goes, he was trying to say, how do you do that, right? But he goes, how do you do? And as he's saying do, car flips upside down, how do you do?
Yeah, 2016, I think it was, if you want to go and find it. I'm sure you'll be able to. You probably don't even need the year. You just type it in. But, yes. And Bamford actually won that race, by the way, because it got red flagged and he crossed the line first at the last timing line. So he did actually win.
Oh, that's right. That is true. These are the things that you think about as commentators there. Like, that is an iconic moment. And it's just about reacting to what's in front of you. How do you do? It's so simple. Anyway. How do you do, Parker White? You're being chased down by the Door Academy car, and it's been interesting. Door, we've seen them mostly in Porsches as part of the Falcon Sim Racing team. They've raced in some BMWs and Mercedes as well, but they're showing they're quite adaptable. They can drive a McLaren as well.
Yeah, I'm on board at the moment with Door Academy in one of those McLarens. Yeah, I've got to say, I think this car sounds pretty good. I know people maybe don't. It's not one of the people's favourites in terms of sounding wise, but it's a good sounding car, I've got to say. And not a great handling car from what we've heard, but it may well be on its way to a race win here in the Fuji 8 Hour. We've got to say, so fair play to it once again. The McLaren has shown that it's not dead. It's still not dead, and it's being revived once again at this race.
Can we burn it with fire already, though? Like, seriously, please?
I love it.
No, you don't. You just like being different. It's why you don't like Sebring.
I don't not like Sebring because I'm trying to be different. Yeah, I can't believe Cam Roger finally understands what I'm trying to say.
No,
I was so happy to hear that.
He took your quote out of context, is what he did.
No, he took it in exactly the context I meant it. He's the only one intelligent enough to comprehend it.
No, he's the only one intelligent enough to not read between the lines. Anyway, poor Ewan gets teased relentlessly about his incorrect opinions on...
incorrect opinions?
Was that to bounce over the curve for Team PG said, yeah, your opinions can still be incorrect, Ewan. They can be opinions and still be wrong.
Well, I don't know if that's...
If you told me 2 plus 2 is 5...
Yeah. Well, that is wrong. That's maths.
There you go.
but yes, I've never been a fan of Sebring really, and it's just one of those things. People don't like some of the most well-liked circuits, and I can't comprehend that other people don't like Interlagos and Silverstone, some of my favourite tracks.
Silverstone is just not. It's good, but it's not as great as people make it out to be.
Well, I think I enjoy it, and I think racing's decent around there as well.
No,
and some
decent.
of my favourite races have been around there.
Is it the best track in the UK?
Contentious, that one.
No.
People seem to fight for their local racetrack quite often, which I find a bit weird.
If Will Chadwick was here, he'd be arguing for Alton Park. We know that, yes.
Yes, up in the northwest. I guess Donington I would have to fight for, wouldn't I? Which is a good circuit, don't get me wrong, but is it the best in the UK? Maybe not. I'll probably, actually, for driving-wise, pure driving, I'd go Cadwell Park, probably.
Ooh, I mean, not a bad shout. I was going to say that, if I'm thinking about where in the UK we're going racing, on iRacing in particular, where I'm commentating, I'm looking forward to it. It's Brands Hatch.
Brands Hatch.
I do love myself some Brands Hatch. And Mike DeTurk has just agreed with me in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, so clearly is also a very intelligent person, just like myself. So, there's just something about Brands that works for me. I don't know what it is. It's simple, but it's deceptively simple.
Yeah, Brands has never really struck a chord with me for whatever reason. I don't know why.
It's like, hey, you're wrong about something else.
I did race a lot around there actually as a driver. It was quite because I obviously raced a lot of other English people, and that's obviously so on the calendar fairly often. I've done my fair share of racing around there, but I never fully. I don't mind it, but it's not favourite.
You know what the most overrated track in the world is, though, right? Especially in sim racing.
Spa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Still good, but
it's good. Oh, but can we not have it like every 3 weeks, please, on various broadcasts? It would be very nice to have a break.
Every other day in July and August.
Oh yeah, no, let's not do July either. Yeah, there was legitimately a month. It was a July. I was trying to figure out what year it is. 2021, where Lewis had 4 consecutive Spa 24s.
I think I was on most of them as well. Or I was on 3 or 2 or 3 of them.
You would have been at least 3 of them. Yeah. I don't know if you would have done the official one.
Oh no, I definitely did that one.
Not iRacing, I mean. The official one.
I think maybe I.
Were you already doing your stuff with Mike Yao back in the day?
Yeah, yeah. Because I was with Lewis. Yeah, so
to
yeah.
endure the rain and stuff.
I didn't do a lot of that race, to be fair. So it's pretty minor, but yeah, I think I was part of 3 of them probably. I can remember 3 anyway.
I'm trying to think of what you would have missed then. Anyway, that's beside the point. We're almost into the crucial hour, though. And I say hour, it's realistically an hour and 10 minutes, where we're now waiting. We're counting down the minutes to see who can make it to the end without needing the splash and dash. Still waiting for Matti Siplo, Alessandro Bico, and Lassi Urano at the front of the field. Although, having said that, Alessandro Bico is 36 laps into his run as the ATRS car slides past the Alistaro Esports number 78. I don't know. I'm getting a sinking suspicion that Alessandro Bico is probably due to the pit lane in the next handful of laps.
I have a feeling that is the case as well. This is lap 37 of this stint now for Bico. And we've not... when was the last time you saw him go above 40? I don't know personally. So I think he'll be in very soon. He'll have that awkward splash and dash towards the end. Where's that going to put him out towards the end of this race? I think it's probably going to be 8th ahead of Vlad Kimichev, maybe.
Something like that. You can see the draft playing its part as well as directly in front of Bico. There are some cars jockeying in and amongst themselves. That's going to be White, I think, off to the pit lane. Yes, indeed. The Door Academy car will scramble into 15th as a result, but I think that guarantees us that the 99, another one that's going to owe us the splash and the dash at the end of the race as that sun continues to set. And the interesting thing is, of course, it is winter, fall/winter here in virtual Japan. And that's somewhat being reflected as well in the way the sun's setting quite early, 3:30 p.m. And it's noticeably getting darker and lower, at least when it comes to the sun's glimmer over the horizon.
Well, if this was, put it this way, if this was in England, then it would be dark by the end of this race. I mean, probably dark, but Japan's a little bit lower than us, so maybe it's all right, I guess. It is a bit lower than us, yeah. Well, I haven't got an actual globe. I've only got Google Maps.
That's a good point, actually. I hadn't actually. The UK is higher than people think it is.
It's not at all level with America in I don't think any region of America, apart from Alaska, obviously.
No, yes, no. It's basically Canada level for the most part. Is the UK? You're right. Japan is actually probably a little bit more comparable to me in San Francisco than anything else.
Yeah. Also, it's very long ways, so it depends what part of the country you're in also.
Yes, no, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the Earth is flat, right? So this is all a lie anyway when we talk about the sun, how the sun sets, the Earth being round. So, you know, flat Earth conspiracies go wild in the chat. But
And here's Biko.
here's Pico with the flat Earth conspiracy theories.
Well, I thought he was coming in, but he's not. He's just following someone for some slipstream. Maybe he is a flat earther.
Oh no,
I don't
let's
know.
not do that. Let's not do that to them.
Sorry.
I still remember my day. What was it? It would be like grade 6 or grade 7 in high school or middle school, whatever we called it back in those days.
1999.
Oh, dagger in the heart. But when your geography teachers try and convince you, that the world is actually flat. I still remember that distinctly.
Hey.
Did
your
you not have
geography teacher
that?
did that.
Oh, we had. It was like it happened in the entire school. There was like a part of the school curriculum was on one day they try and convince you the Earth was flat, and that at the end of the day, at the end of the class, I guess instead, they turn around and say, "Haha, we tried to fool you."
That is quite a good way of attacking conspiracy theories.
It was not bad actually. It was quite fun.
It's not bad.
I really
Inventive.
enjoyed it. Yeah. I did go to a decent school, as much as I was not a decent student, Ewan.
Well, they do say you can't turn a donkey into a racehorse.
Why am I catching all of this? Look, Lewis.
Yeah. he's not here.
He's
You're
not
getting
even
all
here
of
to
it.
defend himself, and you're just like, Arjuna. Okay, anyway, we'll deal with this insubordination later behind the scenes at RaceSpotTV. But yes, you're not wrong when it comes to the sun and stuff like that. The gap between Grid and Go and Sontech's held constant since Sven Haase has come out of pit lane. Again, you pointed it out, 34 seconds or so was the pit stop time for Haase, so going probably a good 10 seconds shorter than a full service for that car. So he's probably going to be due for a pit stop at the top of the hour as well. Yeah, I still feel confident. I'll stand by my prediction. Sontech Racing might be on for their very first iRacing special event win.
I think they are odds-on favourites to do so. You mentioned earlier that you gave them the 100% chance of winning. I wasn't willing to go that far on the line, and I'm still not, if I'm honest. But only because there's a long way to go. I think they're in a really good position, fuel strategy-wise. They're on lap 34 of this stint. We know that they can go beyond 40, and right now they probably don't need to. 6 minutes to go until they're safe, although they won't be worrying about that. They'll just be going as far as they can. Maybe they can even take a lap or so out of the fuel for this final fill-up, or maybe they'll just decide not to fuel save this time.
I would be a little bit careful about that, just because, again, it's a time-limited race rather than a distance-limited race, and so the teams are going effectively to the clock and then to complete the lap that they're on, rather than anything else. You want to make sure that you cross the line with the appropriate amount of fuel to complete all the laps. I don't think that's going to be an exit down towards the pit lane. It's still just running around. Last time by, we'll say 1:39.581 for Seepala's 13 was the second fastest car on track. Lost about 4/10, but did have to deal with a bit of traffic as it continues just to run his way on through. You're talking a bit earlier about favorite GT3 cars. I didn't realize that Lewis was saying that his favorite GT3 car is an Acura. Was that you?
That wasn't me.
It was him then, yes.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice actually. I do like the Honda or the Acura GT3. It's a good car, but it's no Z4. Just say that. As Alessandro Vico makes his way into the pit lane. Still, as I said, well, at the time it's an hour 14 to go, and that has been correct. I don't see any way in which anybody actually could make it from here. Never mind Williams, who've been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, as the Ford GT also slides into the box, by the way. Let's jump on board and just remind you all that this car is so old that it doesn't have paddle shifters. You see that stick sticking up from the floor? Yeah, you got to take your hands off the wheel to shift it, much like rally cars. So this is effectively a rally car now, I've decided.
It's similar in that sense, I suppose. I wouldn't imagine it's probably H-pattern though, isn't it?
No. I'm pretty sure it's sequential. The GT1s were sequential back in the day, weren't they?
That's true. I think you might be right, yeah. It just looks very low for a sequential one, that's all. Normally it's a bit higher than that. But I see what you mean. Maybe it's the angle, to be fair, as well. As La Fuente comes out right in the path of Apex, which is not a battle for position, but it is an inconvenience to both of them.
Into what I think is technically turn 3 on the track map, which I don't get that.
Well, turn 2 is sort of that jink on the right-hander after the opening hairpin.
Are we really doing that?
Well, they are.
Yeah, corner numbers. A suggestion, aren't they? Really. They really are.
Frustrating is what they are.
Yeah. I am not a fan. Not a fan. This is the thing, though, when it comes to the 155, the car behind might be a lap down, but it does have probably lower fuel, driver that's up to speed and instantly ready to go, and so now La Fuente is just trying to hold station and not let himself get brought on through. This is up in towards the final sector where I've noted just how frequently and how many of the cars are taking the liberties with these sleeping policemen. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with how much liberty they're taking with track limits at turn 3. I'm also not sure about some of their usages of the curbs.
Well, I don't see what else they can do than put curves there, to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of these perpendicular curves to the road, by the way. I'm really not. On the exit of that final turn, for example, in other places as well, I think they're a really bad idea. I don't mind parallel ones that sort of run along with the cars as you get in, past the red and white curbs on the left-hand side, if there's a parallel curb running to the road, but I don't like them perpendicular ones at all in terms of enforcing track limits, I've got to say. But I mean, grass is a better idea than both of those ideas, in my opinion. But drivers are just doing what they can get away with, after all, and so I don't think we can say too much about that. I think this camera angle is making it look a bit worse than it actually is, I've got to say.
I mean, kind of, but it's just the way that, again, I think track limits are. You're either governing them by the strict letter of the law, which is effectively white line, or sometimes white line plus curbs, and you must keep at least 2 wheels within the bounds of the white lines. But look at that there. You're going 4 wheels beyond the surface of the track in some case there, and you seem to get away with it. So, again, drivers will just maximize where they can. It's why last week in our IMSA eSports season opener, there was much consternation about turn 3 and turn 10 at Road America. 2 hours and 40 minutes. We're talking going on almost 150 plus laps, 180 laps or something like that for the GTP machines. And if I was driving at Road Atlanta with iRacing track limits, I'd probably end up with at least 180 incidents, if not 360, with an off track at each point of the track every single lap. Drivers were concerned about it, but once they figured out what race control wanted from them, I think the most incident points that anyone ended up getting over the course of the race was something like 40. So, drivers adapt to what they're told, and that goes for sim racing, that also goes for Formula 1, as it turns out.
Yeah, they certainly do. So, as I say, they're just doing the maximum they can, really, I guess, is the way to look at it, but that's what these guys do. They're very competitive people, as we've all found out, and they're just trying to maximise what they can from absolutely everything. And clearly, you can take a lot out of this turn 3 curb on the way in there. But you're right; they are going 4 wheels off in quite a lot of places around the racetrack. And as I say, we were having this discussion, actually, not me and you, but our group, the 4 of us, in. A few weeks ago, wasn't it, about is it the track's fault or is it race control's fault in terms of telling the drivers what they have to do, and kind of referencing what you were saying there. I kind of feel like putting grass about a bit more on the exits of these curbs would be a better idea, really.
I mean, we have seen just how bad certain sausage curves can be. I think you know what I'm thinking of here.
Absolutely. Well, there are many examples, but yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind. But yes, I think ultimately tracks are just trying to, again, be cognizant of the fact that most of them make most of their money from track days, from people that want to take their cars out and just enjoy the track, and therefore you need to not have anti-cut curbs. You don't want grass, you want tarmac runoff, you want as forgiving situations and circumstances as possible. When the motorsports then get unleashed on those same facilities, though, where drivers are taking advantage of everything, you can't have those same liberties. And yeah, it's not fun seeing drivers try and stick it between white lines at the end of the day, and then when they run 1 inch or 1 pixel beyond, they get dinged and lose a lap time. Pass, though, I think, officially, that crucial point of the race where Ewan, we knew it was going to happen, but Matti Sieppula and Sontech Racing have officially cut a pit stop out of this race. They
have. We suspected they were doing 6 instead of 7 today, and that's transpired. It's the same for the other Sontech Racing car as well. ATR Esports are still out there, Drago Racing as well, and they are the top 4 ahead of Sven Haase. You can see in the 001 in 5th place at the moment. So you can just see what a great job it's been by Matti Sieppula. They've sort of had the best of both worlds in this race. Some of the drivers, I just mentioned 4 teams there, they've had good fuel mileage. Some others have had good pace, and Sieppula is one of them, along with Sven Haase as well. Really good pace over the course of today. But only one team has had both, and that is Sontech Racing's number 13 car with Matti Sieppula and Sami Matti-Trogen. They have had sort of the perfect mix of fuel saving and speed.
It's one of those strategies as well where you have to commit at the start of the season. There's no start of the race. There's no two ways about it. You're not saving this much fuel in the later stint. You only are doing this because you've been committed and doing it stint after stint after stint. Now, hypothetically, Drago Racing as well as Urano's number 90 have done a similar amount of saving as well, because they've just come into the lane. They should be able to make it to the end without an additional pit stop compared to the rest of the drivers, but they're ultimately fighting for maybe top 5s, ultimately probably top 10s. Meanwhile, Sieppula gets ready to scamper on to the 39th lap of the run once more. He's not done with the saving just yet.
No, it's still got a bit to do. Although, to be fair, if I got to this stage of the race, I would just think, well, I've had enough of this now. I want to drive properly. And sometimes, you know, that's a bit dangerous to just start again doing it a different way. But I think he would be more than within his rights to just start using the pace of that car. He's clearly got it, and so he's made the fuel games work. Now unleash it. Maybe he doesn't need to, and that's fair enough, but yeah, I would be arguing the case for just opening the taps on that one a bit more now, and maybe putting all the fuel in that final stop, just so that I don't have to do any fuel saving in that final stint.
Yeah, you would ultimately like to just keep things simple, but at the same time, you probably are going to end up just saving fuel anyway, because that's what you've probably been practicing for the most part, and your muscle memory is just going to end up kicking in over and over and over again. Lassie Urainen Sontech's 113 under pressure from Gabriel Erdely in the ATRS number 7. As they roll their way down through 100R. After, of course, starting from 3rd spot, the ATRS car dropped back early stages of the race, has been able to bring itself back in towards the mix, albeit maybe slightly further back than where it would have wanted to be, and another one of the drivers to have cut out a pit stop. Do we have a rough sense, Ewan, for how many drivers and teams were able to cut out the pit stop over the course of the race? Because based on what I see on my timing screen, it's a not insignificant amount.
Yeah, I'm going to, well, I'd need some more time to calculate. Well, I'm not talking, but it's a significant amount, I would say, and I agree with you. I'm seeing a lot. Although you've got to remember, when you go further down, some others may have had an untimely stop earlier on in the race, an unscheduled one, which is sort of before them a little bit. I think of the leading cars who are still competing for top 10s, I think 4 of the top 10 have cut out an extra stop today. Or sorry, well, not cut out an extra stop, sorry, but removed one. Done 6 stops.
Not a bad number, all things considered, so keep that in mind just to move forward to some of the future special events. But in we come as the pit stops are underway. It's going to be, as expected, Sieppula out, Trogen in, maybe Urainen out, and the teammate Jesse Hilayo will jump back in over there as well. Sven Haase will, of course, retake the race lead momentarily, but 23 laps into the run, there's maybe only 10 more laps of fuel in that Lamborghini's tank.
It looks like it already completed 23 laps in this stint as Sven Haase. And he won't have too much further to go either, as you say. Only 34 seconds in the box last time around, which is a little bit shorter than what you'd expect. Probably a 5/6 of a tank put into that car. I don't know what that is in percent, but that's about the distance he'll be going in this one. And then does he have the time to come in and then come out again having made that final stop? Well, the answer looks to be no, although it's very close between Sami Trogan, who's gotten into that 13, and Lewis Woods in the PGZ car, who is all over the back of him at the moment. I know this doesn't realistically matter, but it's very close.
Yeah, it's uncomfortably close is probably the best way to put it, as they headed out of turn 3 to the inside, and this is where Trogan has to recognize, let the car go, don't fight too much, and effectively, with still 30 seconds between the two of the drivers effectively fighting for the lead, the 001, the 13, there is a full trip down pit lane, not even including the amount of fuel that needs to go into the Lamborghini at the front that separates the battle for the lead right now. This also gives Trogan a couple of minutes, a chance to use the draft to settle in. Remember, Lewis Woods has been somewhat flying the last couple of laps.
Really on the pace at the moment in this Audi, and as you say, Trogan will be able to use this to not only get up to speed in his own pace, which I'm not sure he'll need very long to do, but also fuel save a little bit if he needs to as well. It could turn into a source of frustration for him if if Lewis Woods was a bit slower, then it would be a source of frustration and the fact that he couldn't get through, but that's not the case here. Woods has got a good pace at the moment, and Trogan is, if anything, is going to benefit from this. It's literally been one of those races where almost everything has fallen into place for Sontech Racing so far.
So, still, that final 60 minutes to go as the Williams Academy car of Jersey Glack peels off and away to the lane. Klaxon goes off once more. It's now just with the anticipation of figuring out how much fighting there is still left to come, if Sven Haase has a chance to close this margin down, or if we are going to see it play out in a slightly different perspective. Let's check back in with Drago Racing. There's the #1 machine. Aaron Vasquez is still in the top 10 after his mistake in the first hour. He'll be happy to have been able to bounce back from that. ATRS have got Alessandro Lauo behind the wheel. He's currently chasing down Jesse Hilario, who has taken over in that Sontech car. The way that the strategy has played out, Ewan, has meant that drivers aren't doing equal stints, an equal number of laps over the course of the race.
Or an equal amount of time, or however you want to cut it. It's not even. As you mentioned earlier, 7 stints is not divisible by 2 if you're doing 2 drivers. So that's a bit of a problem. Whereas the guys who have done obviously 7 stops and done 8 stints, that is a lot easier to work out between yourselves. How are you going to split that? It's just a 4 and 4 for most, I would imagine. But that does give you a little bit of a headache as well, especially when you've got 2 very similarly paced drivers. And especially for that final stop as well. I've been a little bit surprised, I've got to say, with the amount of teams changing driver with only an hour to go. I would generally not really think you'd see that, but I guess it's got to happen at some point, hasn't it? Someone's got to do 1 hour, or they're going to do 3, which is maybe on the long side.
Yeah, that's what I meant with the awkwardness of the, I guess, the race distance and the way the stints even have worked out there. Officially, though, 1 hour to go in the 2023 Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8-hour, the final of the iRacing special event Enduros. Of course, still to come. Now, 3 more special events a week from today. The Formula Ford iRacing Festival, the Winter Derby to come a week after that, and of course midway through December we round things out with the Chili Bowl. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait for all of that action. You can catch it here live on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpotTV. So there has been, I think, some more dramas for various drivers in the closing stages of this race. Quick dial-up of the replay, and this I think might have been in front of that Sami Trogan exiting pit lane, just as another car says, no, see ya, I'm done.
Well, I certainly would have done what they did in terms of staying wide there, seeing those 3 diving for the apex on one of them out, then the exit of the pit lane, but I maybe wouldn't have gone back to pit lane. I don't know what that was all about in the end, but maybe, unfortunately, that will be another retirement from the day. I would hope that all of the 39 cars still running in this one will get to the end from here, because they've got this far. They might as well continue on for the final hour.
That's the thing. Figure out how much fuel ultimately is left in the tanks for the majority of them. People loving the flames out the back of the McLaren.
Who doesn't?
I mean, environmentalists.
Well, that's true.
Although, I mean, if you're complaining about virtual flames in a virtual game, I think you've got bigger problems.
Well, exactly. And also, I'm not smart enough to actually understand why there are flames out the back and what environmental damage that's actually causing, but I'm just enjoying it while it's there.
So I think what it is just leftover fuel being ignited out the back of the exhaust.
Right, okay.
I'm not an engineer, but that sounds pretty wasteful to me.
Well, it depends what you mean by leftover fuel, in some ways, because...
Right, no, that's true. Yes.
Because if it wasn't going to be used anyway, then you might as well make a fire with it. Does that make sense?
Right. But
Oh,
so
that's probably more worse.
no,
isn't it?
I know
Yeah,
what you mean. So if the fuel has already escaped the main part of the engine and it's spilling out the back of the exhaust, then yeah, I'm a software engineer. I'm a fake engineer, you know. So I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not an engineer of any kind.
What's your? Yeah, you know, you are just a talker.
That is literally. I'm an engineer of the voice, but I don't even know about that either because I.
No, engineer of the voice is like a throat doctor, right? That's probably the best, the most apt way of describing what they do is engineering our voices. Yeah, that's an interesting job, actually. I've never thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that I've got no idea about it anyway, so I can't proclaim to have particular knowledge.
You know how Taylor didn't like. I have to go and research this one sec before I make bold claims on broadcast.
About Taylor Swift, I think you were going to say.
Yes, well, I thought Taylor Swift like insured like her legs or something. Like there are celebrities that have done stuff
yeah,
like
I've heard
this.
this story.
You know, well, we should insure our voices. You know,
That's a good idea.
it was Cristiano Ronaldo. That's who I was thinking about. I don't know how I got
mixed up all the time.
Identical, same people.
One's actually. I'm not going to say that actually. But that would have started a bit of a rift.
All the Taylor
yes.
Swift fans coming after one certain Ewan O'Leary on Twitter.
Well, no, actually, I was going to be complimentary just because I just don't think Ronaldo is as good or very good. But anyway.
Good. Okay, I agree with you. That's not a bold call at all, in my opinion. He's a hard worker, yes, but let's be honest. Messi is the most gifted of our generation. This is the satellite racing team bouncing over the curb. Oh, Dallas Pataska, no!
Oh, and he's well avoided by everybody, including Apex, actually. I don't know if that was the 98 or 99, but they did a very good job of staying out the way there of very, very wayward BMW.
Oh, it's going to be hidden by the trees, isn't it? Oh, come on. Live broadcasting, it's great. That camera shot, not what we thought it would be. Back over to the live pictures where Sontech still tucked up behind the Team PGZ 034. Yeah, I don't know how I confuse Taylor Swift and Cristiano Ronaldo. I do it all the time. All the time.
Yeah, they're just so similar in so many ways I can understand how it happened. But yeah, I do remember hearing that story, and for celebrities like that, I guess when you're at that level, for either of them, to be fair, it would work. I think Taylor Swift could get away with it as well.
Excuse me, you're talking to a fake award winner. I need to insure my voice here.
Well, yeah, but I don't think the stakes are quite as high, really.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to insure it for insert GIF here, $1 million.
Who is going to be the company in charge? How does that even work? Insuring a leg? I don't know how I'd go about that. Do you go to the post office? I don't.
No, you definitely don't go to the post office. My assumption would be that you pay someone money every month, and then in the hopefully unlikely situation that you hurt your leg, then they help pay for your medical coverage for it. So in our case, or if you're injured and can't work, maybe. You know, imagine that you lose your voice, Ewan. Suddenly you can't commentate. I'm telling you, we need insurance. We need to unionize as commentators.
We need a union. Oh dear. It's going too far.
A union with our own award that won't be fake.
Dear me. Imagine trying to get us to work together, though, as commentators.
Oh.
It's just not going to happen.
It will never happen. It's a total joke, which is why I'm struggling to hold myself together. iRacing Esports Network, by the way, I did mean what I said. I wasn't joking when I said Messi is the most gifted natural player of our generation. I don't think there should be any question about the things that he can do with the ball. Just through sheer willpower sometimes.
Never mind of our generation.
Okay,
of all
no,
time,
you can never make those arguments, because what's going to happen, Ewan, 30 years from now, when sports science has developed even more, and someone who's grown up with Messi as their idol and is now even better than Messi was?
Well, I'm not listening to that.
I mean, you can't. It's why I feel like it's unfair for us to compare Pele and Maradona to Ronaldo and Messi, because they just lived in a different era where we judged people differently in what they did in the pitch, how they played the game, some of the ethics as well.
Here's the thing, right? People always talk about those two, but if you think about the time there was between Pele retiring and Maradona being a big name, it wasn't like instantaneous. And
insert any other big player into the Jared Muller, etc., etc. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but those they're not inserted into those conversations. I think there's a reason for that.
That's where I Gerd Muller, one of the most underrated players. Period.
Well,
what's his record? I have to go back and look this up.
I don't know. We don't normally laud German records in England, particularly.
365 goals in 427 games. And that was in the Bundesliga, which I know you'll think, oh, Bundesliga, oh, look at Harry Kane now. Well, yes, at the international level, he scored 68 goals in 62 appearances.
That's better, yeah.
Yeah.
The international record. The Bundesliga might have been better back then, to be fair, than it is at the moment. I mean, even 10 years ago, the Bundesliga was better than it is now.
Yeah, it is. It's quite counterintuitive, given that the league itself and the teams are the healthiest that they could be from a financial perspective in many different ways, but that the football itself is maybe at its least competitive overall, given the dominance of one particular team.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't always look at dominance of a team, and this goes for any league, actually, or any sport where leagues compete against each other in a way, if you see what I mean, in these competitions. It's that which leagues can produce the clubs that go longest in these competitions, if you see what I mean. And at one time, the Bundesliga Bayern made the final twice of the Champions League in 2 years, and they had an all-Bundesliga final in 2013 or whatever it was. So I would say that's a pretty resounding success for them over those couple of years, but since then, it's not been as good.
Yes, no, exactly. Even Borussia Dortmund somewhat falling off. Well, what happened to the rear wheels there on that Audi? That was interesting. Besides the point, the Dortmund have somewhat fallen off. You've had other teams that have come, somewhat sprung up since then. But yeah, we're talking a lot more about football, a lot more about golf, a lot more about cricket than I think anyone expected when they entered into a stream called the Coach Dave Academy iRacing Fuji 8-hour. This, though, is the crucial stop. Sven Haase in for the final time today.
And where is he going to come out in relation to the rest of the field? That's the really big question here. We suspect it's a race between himself and Sami Trojan, but surely there's only one winner in this drag race with 50 minutes to go. There is the Grid and Go-Kart on its jacks again for the final 50 minutes. It's not going to be as long of a stop as it has been normally, but only 10 seconds in and Trojan is already through. And
so is it going to be closer to La Fuente? That's still an open question. Don't forget that the run for Haas are going to be quite short to when he releases himself from the limiter itself. Not going to give the car back over to Nicolas Rubel. La Fuente is through. Brody Kostecki, who does still owe us a pit stop, through as well. And finally, Haas is off and away and going to be just in front of the second Sontech car. So there's a marker of how the fuel mileage game has worked out. The 113 about 5 seconds behind the 001. The 13 a good 29 seconds in front of the 001.
And this is what I was saying earlier on. It's not just the fuel-saving game that's won that Sontech car the race for Sami Shogun and Matti Sieppele, or got them in the lead of the race at the moment. It's also their speed, because some other teams, at least 3 other teams, have chosen this strategy of only doing 6 stops today rather than 7. But it's only worked out for these guys. Only these guys have finished ahead of the fastest 7 stoppers. That says all you need to know, in my opinion, about where this race was won, if you like.
So it is going to be a small disadvantage for La Fuente, I think, in terms of can Lafuente get to the end or not? That's the real question.
No.
Well,
I'm not giving him a chance.
He can lose 15 seconds on track if he can save enough fuel is the thing.
Well, is he going to be able to save 4 laps of fuel in 15 seconds of track space? There's. You were saying there's a 100% chance of them winning earlier, the number 13. I'm saying there's 0% chance of them making it.
So here's
Williams.
Here's what I'll say then. If that's the case, Sontech are on for a double podium here.
Yeah, they've got a lot around them on track, which could throw that off. But yes, at the moment they are.
So let's say it's going to be a splash and dash for Strogan. Let's say it's 40 seconds in pit lane. He's coming out just inside of the top 10. He's going to be a full 20 seconds back from Jesse Hilario as things are running right now. Alessandro Lauo as well as Aaron Vasquez, hypothetically, have also made their final pit stops. Sontech may have pulled a blinder here, I tell you, and I can't wait to hopefully chat with them post-race because haven't had a chance to talk to them much since this team has been formed. People are linking up with the likes of Urano for the most part in the majority of the efforts over 2023, and yes, I know that people will say, but you know, the red lines, the Coanders may not have been around, but you know, they're doing this with strategy and they're beating some of the best that iRacing has to offer.
Exactly, you know, Urano are here, Apex are here, Williams are here, Grid and Go here, along with PGZ as well. Some of the big teams, especially in GT3 racing on iRacing, and you can only beat who's around you and who's on the track with you after all. So I don't think you can take away that from the position that Sontech find themselves in. They're going to hate the fact we're talking like they've won the race with still 3/4 of an hour to go, but we are doing. And I just think that they're in a really strong situation. I wasn't quite as willing to go with the prediction you did earlier on, but I certainly had them as my favourites. And there's a reason why all 4 of us in the booth today picked them at some stage in the race to come out on top in terms of this strategic game.
And I was the first. I'm just making sure we call that out. the best of the predictors so far today. Still 46 minutes to go, so I should be very, very careful because I do believe in a commentator's curse. As much as a certain 2-time Fake Award winner maybe does not. Alex Dunn is into the Mercedes AMG Team ART machine, by the way, if you were curious. So the Irishman jumps on in for what will be the final stint of the day. The sun is well and truly in the eye line as he looks to the inside on the ATRS number 5 and slides past Alessandro Romanelli, and this now sees him up to 16th position. The highest that realistically they may get is maybe 14th. Dunn has got 7 seconds to close to build up to the back of the Door Academy into the Team Hoising Velt car, and let's be honest, it's been a difficult day for Apex, all things considered.
It has. I mean, they've had some great success in 2023, of course, but this is not one of their races that's going to go down in history books for them. I think they'll struggle even to finish inside the top 10 in any of the classes. Is the 98 realistically going to get there? I'm going to say no at the moment. They've still got a pit stop to make, and I think you're right with Alex Dunn as well. 20th, 14th probably, the most realistic place that they can find themselves in, or the highest place they can find themselves in by the end of this, I would say. So I think you're right on that one. A day to forget, all in all, for a team that you wouldn't expect to be down there.
Well, they'll be hoping tomorrow's a day to remember as they try and extend what is a 100% winning record so far in the GTD class of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. 5 for 5. I mean, Ewan, it still boggles my mind. I've commentated on every single one of those races, and it still baffles me how one team can have won every single race. And yes, they got pushed maybe a little bit harder than they wanted by Redline in the most recent round of the championship, but ultimately, at that level, to be that consistent, it's almost unheard of.
Yeah, but I don't know if being I don't know what to how to phrase it, but I feel like, you know, these kind of things happen all the time, that, you know, someone surprises us with that kind of performance, and you know, we think, well, that could never happen, and then it does, and we're like, well, you know, so even with this level that we're at now with sim racing and generally, I still struggle to say that those kind of things will never happen, because, you know, we can be surprised constantly, and so yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't I don't know. This is why I don't go out on limbs like you did earlier with 100% chance they're going to win, stuff like that. But sometimes it comes off, but sometimes not. And so I tend not to be so surprised by it, even with the level it's at now. But even so, it doesn't take away how impressive it is to manage that.
See, I'm just better at you at predicting.
Better at me.
Or more confident at it. Maybe not better.
Certainly more confident. That's not
more willing to be wrong. That's the way to phrase it, isn't it?
Well, maybe. Yeah, that's probably. But I'm more likely to get lynched for it. So.
Yes. Lewis Woods has pitted from PGZ 034, and he's come out behind Alessandro Lau for the ATRS Esports at number 7, which I think goes to prove that Daniel Lafuente, if they cannot make it to the end of this race without an additional stop, so going on another 29 laps of fuel, and I laugh as I say that because he's already done 18 laps on this run. To do 29 more laps would mean 47 laps. Sorry, son, there's no way. Lafuente is owing us a pit stop.
And for all that I just said about not saying things will never happen, that is never going to happen. Sorry. Sorry,
Look
Daniel.
at you proving yourself wrong.
I am literally ripping apart my own philosophies in front of my own eyes. But anyway, I am doing on this occasion because it's just... I mean, I just can't get my head around the strategy from Williams today. The last... was Petit Le Mans the last sort of special event endurance sports car of this season? I guess it might have been, but
yes,
one of the recent ones anyway. Williams did so well in that to be strategically good and quick as well, which is exactly what Sontech are doing incidentally today. But they've not got the strategy right, and they've not been as quick as the fastest team either. I've not understood what the strategy is, especially today. The pace has been all right. There's been nothing realistically wrong with the pace. They're still second after over 7 hours of a race. That's a good place to be. But I just don't understand why, at the stage where you committed to the strategy of not fuel saving, why they'd begin fuel saving only to fall short of that target anyway and splash and dash. So you've not maximised the pace and you've not done the fuel saving strategy either. You're sort of caught in this no man's land in the middle, and they're going to get a way worse result as a result. They should have gone for that strategy of just pace and stopped fuel saving right from minute 1, as they seemingly set out on doing at the start of today. They should have committed to that.
And again, I think it's partially just been the fact that Sontech did commit so early that maybe goes to show that they have probably dialed this in as a pre-race strategy, done the data analysis, done the numbers, crunched it all, and yeah, the fact that Williams didn't see it, maybe it's not that they didn't see it, Ewan, maybe they thought like grid and go. Maybe they thought that would be faster, and for whatever reason, we got into the race itself, and boom, they do the math on the fly and figure out, wait, we got to adjust this right here, right now.
And for me, that's even more reason not to change the strategy. If you've gone into the race with a plan and knowing of the other strategy, then stick to it. You've got to see it through. Even if you're not going to win, you've got to see it through. You'll get a way better result that way. And I think they could have finished on the podium if they had have stuck through with it, because I think they would have kept way closer to Sven Hasse. I know that gap opened up of about 5 seconds almost immediately in the race, didn't it, as the big battle for third commenced in the first 20 minutes. But even so, they could have been, 5 seconds behind Hasse. That would still get them roughly third in this race, or around that. They'll be in a battle for a podium right now. And as it stands, they're in the bottom end of the top 10. So I've said it before, Williams have had a great year in 2023 generally. They've had a really good special events year. There's no doubts about that. They've been the best iRacing special event team for me in 2023. But they've got this one wrong catastrophically, really. And it's especially a surprise considering the great showing they've had at Petit Le Mans and winning the major 24-hour races of the year. They've had a great year, and that's why it's so surprising to see what we've seen today.
I just wonder, I'm trying to play devil's advocate, if you can't tell, not for any specific reason, but other than just to kind of talk through these possibilities. The grid and go 1, 2, and 3, maybe that was part of things as well, because when you get to a situation where there's one team running 1, 2, and 3, it's very easy for them to then control the pace and either A, save fuel, or B, allow 2 cars to break away and for one to hold up the rest of the pack. I'm not implying that's what happened. It just naturally seemed like the third of the grid and go cars was just naturally a little bit slower, and so the 002 was holding up the pack, and 5 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but it was enough to make the difference, it would seem. Team PGZ's 034 gets in front though of the ATRS car, so as much as we're talking about the start of the race, right here, right now, there's still stuff going on.
There is. And this is the kind of thing we were expecting from the final hour. Maybe we were expecting it to be a bit closer for the race win, incidentally, but while that's not happening, we are seeing other battles out there on the circuit for other places, which is going to be good to see towards the end. I think I could see one maybe developing for sort of 9th on backwards at the moment. Straight Matter is not that far ahead of the 77 of Williams Esports Academy and all of those around them, so that's another group to keep an eye on, although there are still plenty of pit stops to figure out here. I reckon about a couple of the top 10 maybe. I think Apex maybe have another stop, don't they, in 10th place. They might just be slightly short, but other than that, mostly we've got the final pit stops out the way and the battles are commencing.
It's slowly starting to cool on, or rather pick on up in some ways, it feels. But klaxon goes off, I heard the pit entry alarm sound for Impulse Racing, so still plenty of drivers trying to figure things out. So, Team PGZ's number 2 has just come out of pit lane, and this is the car that I have been watching on with Brody Kostecki and company working their way on through. They were about to get into a fight with the Mercedes-AMG Apex Racing team, but nope, straight down to the pit lane, and Racine Fazui has his final pit stop underway as well. So now we just wait for Daniel Lafuente, for Door Academy in the 20, for the number 99 Mercedes-AMG Apex Racing team. And I think that's it. I think everyone else, at least inside the top 20, is probably good to the end.
Other than Williams, I guess, yes. I would agree at this stage. It does seem that those who have gone for the 7 stop today have sort of known that, you know, they've sort of got caught half in the middle. Instead of doing a splash at the end where you don't change tyres, of course, or you lose time if you end up changing tyres, they've decided to even it out a little bit more, if that makes sense. So they've taken a few laps off the fill throughout the day, so that they've had a bit more evenly, and so their final stop is just long enough so that they can change all 4 tyres and still only be limited by fuel. You know, in V8 supercars they call it covered by fuel, don't they? When even if there's a fumble on the tyres, if the fuel's still going in, you've actually not lost any time because you would have been there anyway. So they've all made sure of that, and that means that actually these pit stops are figured out quite early compared to where if they were changing tyres and doing fuel at a different time, then you would probably see a lot less people with their final pit stop complete at this stage in the race.
Yes, I think that is probably a fair way to look at it as well. All of these teams as well, for the most part, do have not just the drivers working on strategy, they'll also often have a helping hand, whether that is just another one of the team members or another one of the team members being drivers or a specific dedicated strategist engineer. There are some people that contribute to these bigger teams outside of just the driving. It's a true operation, and knowing how to work together is part of the challenge that everyone kind of has to get up to speed with when they are focused on the tasks at hand. So Sven Haase was just trying to watch and see if there was any chance of them closing, but it's a 27-second gap with 34 minutes to go. The grid and go 001 is just now hoping and waiting to see if Lafuente is going to have to come down pit lane. If you look at the lap times for Lafuente, they have been relatively consistent, so it's a pretty encouraging marker for the Mercedes-AMG Williams camp, albeit an encouraging marker that the splash and dash will be an inevitability.
It will, but yeah, look at that consistency. That is consistency that I could only dream of. Look at lap 254 in the next couple. Unbelievable. That's within half a tenth of each other. Absolutely amazing. But I guess it's just normal for these guys, isn't it, really, to see that level of consistency over the course of a race like this. Only 1 minute 40 so far in this entire stint, which is quite remarkable. So he's been doing a great job, Daniel Lafuente, in that respect. But as I say, they're on a course to well outside the podium places, which is probably less than they deserve realistically with their driving, but unfortunately that is where they're going to end up.
Motorsports is maybe the most cruel of sports in general, and I
controversial.
I don't think it is. In the Premier League, for an example, you have.
I wasn't about to argue football's the cruelest of sports, but
I truly think it is. Even go to tennis as an example. Tennis is probably a more close analogy than this, right? Because you'll get, let's say, 100 people entering a tournament and only one winner. It's the same way in motorsports, right? Yes, in a multi-class race there may be multiple winners, but you break it out to all the drivers, the team members that contribute to making that car go out there. There are so few people that actually enjoy winning success week in, week out, that most people have to recognize and remember that, you know what, I may not have won the race, but I got a top 5, I got a top 10. And in fields as strong as this, sometimes that's a result that you can be proud of. I look at the IMSA esports field, and I go, if I was in the top 5, if I was in the top 10, no matter how I got there, of any of the races, I'd be pretty satisfied with the performance I had.
yeah, I know what you mean in terms of it is a bit different to other sports, quite a lot of other sports, where you are literally 1v1 all of the time, and there is one winner and one loser, or maybe a draw in some sports, but not. It's a bit uncommon. In this, yeah, you're right. You can effectively lose. Effectively, anyone who doesn't finish first loses, if you want to look at it harshly in that way. But you still be happy with that. So I see what you mean in that respect. It's not, of course, the only sport like that, and so that's where you can have, I suppose, the argument about the cruelness of that. But yeah, you are right. It's different in that respect to think about on a day-to-day basis. Where I think today some of the Apex teams, for example, will be happy with the top 10, and they might not get that even. So I see what you're saying about all these different positions and whatever, and being pleased about finishing wherever.
It's less of a factor, I guess, on the sim as well, but maybe it partially plays its part. But, in the real world, even if you're both in Mercedes, look at the Williams and the Apex cars as an example, one will just be faster than the other. Maybe one has less wear and tear on it, one has got an engine that needs a revamp and therefore is maybe down on power or whatever. In the real world, two cars are never the same.
No.
If you come to the track with a car that you think should finish in 5th, and you finish in 1st, you should be thrilled with yourself. Congratulations, my friend. Take a bow. You got the most out of the car, you got lucky as well, and guess what? It doesn't get much better than that. If you finish 5th in that car, great. You maximize the performance of that car. You should also be happy with yourself. The only time you should really be disappointed is if you think, okay, I had a 5th place car, but because of something I did, we didn't finish in 5th. And that's where, if I look back on my racing career, that was basically every race that I ever did.
Well, and I think the cruelness comes into it is where you don't achieve that 5th place result because of something not in your control. That's where it's harsh in that respect, and that happens plenty of times as well. I'm sure it happened to you. I'm sure it's happened to everyone at some point around you. You don't get through any sort of racing career, or sim racing career, no matter what level you got to, without bad luck going against you that's put you a long way back compared to where you should have been. So it's something worth thinking about, and so I see what you mean. But so I guess you just readjust your targets, I suppose. But in the same way, that is somewhat the case in other sports as well.
Yes. If the problem is every athlete thinks that they're the best, and rightfully so, right? You need that competitive mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you also need to be realistic and not too harsh on yourself. I guess there's the two sides of the coin. 30 minutes left to go then in this final endurance race of the 2023 iRacing Special Events, the Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 hours. Don't forget to go and check out everything Coach Dave Academy has to offer. It's not just setups, but it's little tips and tricks. And I was doing my own research for this event, Ewan, just trying to understand a few different things, and I searched iRacing Fuji 8 hour, and guess what popped up? A nice little helpful article from the folks over at Coach Dave Academy to get you primed for your first special event, if that's what this is. I was really impressed at some of the different resources available for people to go and learn from.
And I think that is, really important when you're just starting out as well. It's a bit daunting sometimes. Long race, a lot of different things to worry about going on, not least setups and all that kind of thing. And so it is good to have a sort of calming something to read so that you can figure out what is going on here, and you can make your first step forward with a special event like this, because I think a lot of people may have their eye on some of the 24s next year and some of the longer races next year. Some of the more races with a little bit more history than maybe this one does on iRacing, I think it's fair to say. And so it's a good place to start, and maybe that's what a few people in the Fuji 8 Hours in down the splits have been sort of looking at. Get myself into a special event with this one and then go for one of the big ones next year.
Yeah, and of course we've talked a little bit about the fact that rain is coming and it's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fun.
I always used to enjoy wet driving, to be fair, because I just knew that everyone else would be displeased, so I quite enjoyed that.
So you just enjoy misery of others, is what I'm hearing here.
Well, no, but because I wasn't very good, I knew that if I had a positive mindset towards the rain, I would already be ahead of some people that I would otherwise wouldn't have been.
Okay, I get that. Yeah, it's going to roll out slowly, car by car, track by track, and so make sure you keep an eye on the iRacing forums to keep an eye on the latest updates to come to that feature. But that's definitely one that's much requested, I think, is probably the best way to put it. I'd be interested to see the customer service iRacing emails to see how many of them are just emails from people saying, "When rain, please."
I wouldn't like to be on the other side of that account, I've got to say. That's a frustrating afternoon, I would imagine. It's been so widely anticipated, hasn't it, that we're going to be very excited when it's finally, when there's a proper date set on it. Yeah, we're all going to lose our minds, probably.
I do agree with some of the comments, though, where they should just literally flip the switch. Don't tell anybody. Just one day
That'd be hilarious.
In official racing, just every race is torrential rain, and let us all figure it out on the fly.
Sink or swim, quite literally.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, is it?
Well, we're not drivers, so we think it's a great idea, yeah.
I do quite like the sound of that. But anyway, I rip my computer frame rates when that comes out, is all I will say. Yeah, no. The flames out the back of the McLaren aren't too bad for the frame rate of SimCity Racing and Oscar Koper fight with Team Hoisingfeld for 22nd and the 23rd positions. But outside of this, not really much going on in these closing stages, the final 19 or so laps, as we say hello once again to your race leader, to Sammy Matty Trogan. Lewis and myself got a little bit confused in the early stages of the race. Was Sammy Matty still part of Williams Esports? Had he made the switch over to Sontech? Confirmation came from team management at Williams that Sammy's on loan to Sontech, who are one of his real-world sponsors for this race weekend. And so excited to see this partnership has paid dividends. And clearly, for Sammy Matty and for Matty Siepler, they'll be thinking, you know what, we worked well together. Can we do this again?
They might well. And I wonder what the agreements are like with these teams about going out on loan, if you like, for these kind of events. I don't really know what kind of provisions there are for that in contracts and all that kind of thing. Because I've not read one, and obviously we would never know the ins and outs anyway. But it just made me wonder a little bit. How many drivers in the sort of top level would be able to do this? It would be my kind of thoughts around it. Is it just him? Is it everyone, but they choose not to? I've got no idea.
I guess it depends. The thing with Williams in particular is the fact that, they could run 7 different cars and still have spare drivers left over. It feels like sometimes. So, maybe for Sammy Matty in particular, this was just an occasion where it made sense for him to go and link up with his real-world sponsor. We do sometimes see, like, the Tuesday nights Precision Racing League here, and Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims car is teamed up with Lease Esports and Guillaume Levesque and Andrew Carone in a combined team effort there. So, there are cases where we do see this from time to time, but the only way that we're seeing Sebastian Job teaming up with Gianni Vecchio and Diego Pinto at Team Redline, as an example, is if Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing and Team Redline were to link up. Oh, wait, they did!
Yes, that's a scary thought for people, really. So, that was... was I the only one who was not really too, I don't know if enthralled is the right word, but I was kind of like, well, they're sort of like swimming in similar waters anyway, if you know what I mean. Why? And they, I wasn't particularly surprised either. I don't know if I was the only one.
Well, I think it is. There had been some rumblings, apparently. I wasn't privy to these, apparently, but I think it's a big deal just because, again, it was G2 that was helping out behind the scenes, and now it's, going to be Redline that are helping out, and,
Okay. Well,
now it goes from, you've been doing a couple of rounds of ESLR1, right? Now take out Sebastian Jobe from that G2 team, right? Let's say he couldn't fill in. Let's say Robbie Stapleford had to fill out the rest of the season. But now, Team Redline, let's say... Okay, I'm not going to ask you who's been the lowest performing driver on the team. That's an unfair comment. So let me just pick a name out of a hat. Eeny, meeny, miny. Let's say Jeffrey Rietveld. I literally just picked one of the 4 Redline drivers at random. Let's say he's sick and has to miss one of the races. What happens if you put Sebastian Jobe into that lineup? How scary does it become now?
Well, even scarier, yeah. Even though they are already very strong, I would say that they are. So, how do they compete against each other now? Then, in that case, because Jobe drives for G2 in ESL. So, how does that work?
He'll finish out the season with G2 and then officially will no longer be part of the team. Because I'm guessing you made it to the major, right? Surely. Come on,
Did
Sam.
he, heck?
Yeah, good.
He made it about 10 weeks ago.
Good. God, thank the Lord for that, because he almost made it on, what, 3 rounds in the spring season?
Yeah, I think it was 3 maybe, or maybe 4. I think he did 3 out of the last 4, and he very nearly made it. But, of course, the point system was very different back then. I think it's a little bit more difficult to do these days.
Is it?
I think you would have needed just over 100 points this season.
No, you're right, because actually it would have been easier for him because he would have gotten points for actually finishing well in his heats as well, right? Well, I say heats, quarterfinals and semi-finals.
Yeah, but only if he actually did.
But he did.
Well, yeah, in that case then yes, but there is a situation where at maximum you can get through to the final having scored 50 points. At least you can score 16. It's a big difference.
Well, it was irrelevant at the end of the day. He wasn't making it to the major because of the Porsche Esports Super Cup finale. So, moot point. But these are the wishful thinkings that will lead us into 2024.
We do a lot of wishful thinking and sort of hypothetical thinking, don't we? Really?
We've been live on Twitch for 7 hours and 55 minutes. It's been about 7 hours and 50 minutes of wishful thinking. Let's be real.
I don't mean just in this race. I mean generally.
Oh no, that too. Yes, but I was just trying to illustrate for those that are joining us for the very first time.
Oh yeah. We're not normally quite as laid back, but we are at the moment, I suppose. It's also an interesting time, isn't it, to talk about these things? It's November. The season's nearly finished. People are a little bit demotivated at this stage. It's dark outside already, all that kind of thing. It's well, not for Arjuna actually, but.
Well, this is kind of the thing when it comes to sim racing. We don't get an off season.
Not really.
We're basically just go, and we don't stop ever for anything or any time.
No, I would say the next maybe December is a quietish month, but yeah, you're right. It's not that quiet when you consider other sports that have a complete washout.
You say
for
quiet.
Some months of the year.
I look at the schedule and I see. Two rounds of IMSA Esports as an example. There was meant to be a round of 24-hour series that's been rescheduled, so that's going to be moved off from December the 16th as a result of that. And I'm almost 100% sure that I'm doing a broadcast on like January the 3rd for the Lionheart Retro Series or something like that. So yeah, it's pretty relentless, and I know for a fact I've got 2 broadcasts currently provisionally scheduled on the same day as the the real Daytona 24. So yeah, we'll see.
That is true. We were talking about this, and I've got a weekend coming up in December with 5 broadcasts that I had noted down. Not that I was going to do them all, but just so that I knew they were happening, and that's all in one weekend. So I guess you're correct, and I'm.
I mean, no, you're not wrong, because like I was thinking about it. I don't have like a lot of my PRL commitments on RaceSpot take a step back, so we're not doing 7 broadcasts a week anymore, whatever ridiculous number that we have to deal with. I say deal with, it's just a lot of work for us to keep on top of behind the scenes. We always enjoy doing them. Yeah, December is going to be a bit of a quieter month. It doesn't mean that there's going to be nothing happening. Most importantly, Ewan, are you representing RaceSpot?
No.
Oh, boo. Bragging Rights 3 is coming up, and we don't have Ewan O'Leary in the car.
I don't think you'll miss me much.
You said it, not
being
me.
Totally honest. Well, you could have done if you wanted to, because yeah, I'm not a very good driver. Really, it very much would depend on the car and track setup. But the suggestions that are going around at the moment, I would not have done well at.
What are the suggestions?
Oh, well, I wasn't going to say, but.
What are the suggestions? I mean.
Oh, was I seeing this in the right place? I thought people were throwing around the idea of doing dirt stuff and whatever. I was like, definitely not for me.
Oh, we were talking about doing the short course trucks on road courses. Maybe we should bring the Pro 4 trucks to Fuji.
See, this would just not be... That would be a meme race.
It's actually a lot of fun. Like, genuinely, Ewan, a lot of fun. Because here's the thing. What makes a race good?
Well, that's... a lot of things can do.
So if I was going to make a combo for a commentator's race, what do you want to have? What are the things that you need to check off the list?
A good track that's also possible to race on, and a car that is susceptible to a lot of slipstream where people stay close.
See, I don't agree with you on the slipstream one, even though people think that's what keeps people close together.
Well...
I think you want well, look at GT2 as an example, right? As in the GT classes that, you know, are coming out nowadays, where you've got a couple of those things. What do they have? A lot of power, not a lot of downforce. Because what happens when you put an amateur driver behind one of those cars? They make a lot of mistakes.
I know what you mean in that respect, but I don't know. I always enjoyed the style of racing of slipstreaming and whatever. I know it's not for everyone.
Formula 4 cars, which we can do that, and we probably will. But we should also have some fun, you know, and
that is fun.
That's fun too, but that's sweaty racing. That's not fun racing.
Sweaty racing is fun.
No, by definition, sweaty racing is not fun.
It can be.
Do you know what the definition of sweaty is?
I've not looked it up in the dictionary recently. But
we're not talking about the you get drenched in sweat kind of definition.
The perspiration.
No, we're not talking that. Yeah, we're talking that it's a grind to do this, and you're just sweating out every little.
Yeah.
Yes. No. It's the.
Don't miss those days.
It's the EAFC style of gameplay where you're not playing football, you're playing fake football, as I often call it. Iku Marikala is suggesting we do jumpy trucks, so I've just gotten a note about that. So, yes, I think Bragging Rights 3, third time's a charm, anyone but those Aussies. We might have to do some short course. We might have some contact, much like they're doing here. It's Grid and Go, it's Team PGZ. These are two teams with no loss between the two of them. Amuthan just about held on to it. Stripe Matter gets back into line, back up the inside, in towards Coca-Cola, all in the fight for ninth.
Well, it's fierce racing between the two, but so far it's been fair. Is it going to stay that way around 100R? Great side-by-side between them. Right round the outside for the Ferrari of Straight Matter, who's going to send it back down the inside again for the next left-hander. Does he give room on the outside? Yes. And he wants to shut the door, and he just about does. These guys are playing for keeps at the moment, and they know exactly the parameters of their cars, thankfully.
Yep, they're giving each other just enough room. Big send up the inside, gets it stopped in the nick of time. Oh, and that was Amuthan learning from Brody Kostecki. I can only imagine what Brody was saying in the ear of the number 2 there. Go on, get in, send it deep. And Amuthan listening to every little charge he's being given. And
straight through down the inside. I actually thought the Audi was going to go way deep into turn 10, actually, when he got on the brakes there. But he pulled it up fantastically. And this is a great battle between the two. I mentioned earlier on that there was going to be some good fights in this little train here, and it has finally transpired. It's been a little while since we've seen two drivers so unwilling to give up a single place, but that's exactly what we get from this strategic kind of racing, where you have to wait for the final hour, and then stuff like this happens as we enter it.
And And so we get 14 minutes more of racing as we fizz past the line. The static camera perched in a very precarious position if anyone was to run a little bit wide and dip a couple of wheels into the grass. But we're not back in Spa last year, don't you worry about that. The drivers keep their tyres on the straight and narrow, back up the hill and towards that flick to the left through turn 3. It's the ATRS McLaren that again started up rather in third, is down in 8th position, but that's a pretty decent recovery after how it was being somewhat pushed around in the opening hour of the race to be able to bring it home in this spot. Claxon went off. Who's into pit lane? It's the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, I thought they might be. And Alex Dunn has seen his chances, his slim chances, albeit, of a top 10 go away pretty immediately, as Outer Sea Sports, I think, have made a mistake with PGZ and Grid and Go going through there for 8th place and 9th place now. I think there's been a mistake there from Alessandro Leao, or was it a slowdown maybe? Not sure.
I mean, a mistake is technically could then result in a slowdown, so maybe both.
That is true. If you want to be that pedantic.
I was just agreeing with you, Ewan. I was giving you your props, your kudos, and look at you, not willing to take it. I mean, shame. I'll have to call your dad, Lewis McClade, to speak to you. Here's a look on board, though. Trying to cut to the inside. Looks okay so far.
Yeah, this is all fine. It's the exit of this corner I'm worried about.
Looks okay. But he's lifting off, you can hear it.
It might have been turn 3 then, but it's just leftover slowdown, if you like. Like a meal in your fridge.
Let's go. Let's check it out then.
Yeah, leftover slowdown. We're not going to be able to tell, though, because they've kind of been doing this kind of thing all day.
I think we'll be able to tell. I mean,
is that a lot worse than what we've seen so far?
That looks pretty normal to me. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we need to go from up above and slow it down once more? We might need to.
Well, my eyesight's not good enough for that, but there you are. I mean, just compare it to those behind. I mean, is he really that much further over than those behind?
He's dropped off more, you know. This
could be a bigger problem.
So
is he worried about fuel?
The ATRS car pitted 1 lap later than Sontech at the front, stopped for about 2 seconds shorter. Fuel is going through my mind as well.
Yeah, and it's going through his mind at a rate of knots.
Not his car, unfortunately.
No, not enough of it anyway, because that's a real disaster, and it's going to cost them a top 10 as well. It's been a good race from ATRS Esports, actually. I would at the start of the race, I wouldn't have put them in the top 10 in this field, I've got to say, but they're in there on merit right now, and they probably could have been a bit further up. You see, they qualified in 3rd. They've dropped 7 places so far. It's going to be a real shame to see them lose this top 10, but fair play to Williams Esports Academy for gaining so many places to get into it.
The Williams Esports Academy has been, along with Sontech, very committed to the cut out a pit stop strategy of this race, and has on occasion been amongst the last to actually make their way down pit lane. Not seeing the pit stop come just yet, though, for the number 7, so just keep that in mind as it's going to be a look to the inside. Beckham Jasir, after switching over from the team at Fiercely Forward, links up with the Williams Esports Academy, up the inside, grabs that final spot in the top 10 away from the number 7 machine as we flick back on over, and you can already see these two pulled a considerable margin as Strike Matters Amuthan locked in battle once again, and I'm hoping they treat us to more of that same great side-by-side action that we got to see a little bit of slightly before.
I'm hoping so as well. Oh, and they are! Straight down the inside, and that was contact, or it felt like it from on board of the Ferrari, and the Audi just cuts back underneath and goes straight back through again. These two are going to, well, I hope they don't hit each other at any point, because they are just absolutely going for it, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Through the chicane. I'm just once again looking for some damage. I know you couldn't quite see the damage on the front splitter of that 2 slightly earlier, but
it's even darker.
It's so difficult to tell anyway, and I don't see anything right now. So I think they both have relatively clean cars, but we see how much of the curbing that they run, how much of the sausage curbs that sometimes they take as well. They got to be careful of those track limits. How many laps to go? That's the question. The Sontech number 13 is not far away from that battle for 8th and 9th position and putting them a lap down. He's coming into the final sector right now, so correct me if I'm wrong, as Sammy Matty Trogan heads up towards the 1.3, 1.4 kilometer long main straightaway here at the Fuji International Raceway.
Close.
Is it 5? Is it 4 laps? I can't do my math.
It's 5 or 6,
It's
I would
5 or
say.
6, that's what I meant to say, yes.
5 or 6, and I think it's quite close as to which one it's going to be. And Daniel Lafuente's still there. I mean, he's hanging on for a while here, making us wonder a little bit, but surely not. I'm actually surprised he's made it this far, and here he is.
He's on to the 38th lap of his stint, and he's peeling off to the right. He's into pit lane. He's coming in.
Yeah.
So that will mean Grid and Go's 001 will grab the second step of the podium. Expect Jesse Hilario and Sontech's 113 and to grab the third step of the podium, but Lafuente 8 minutes short. It's going to be a quick pit stop. Where's it going to put him out?
Yeah, it's going to be a very quick pit stop. I reckon he's going to be ahead of Lewis Woods in 6th, or 5th, sorry. I guess he'll be, won't he, Daniel Lafuente? Or indeed, there may well be a fight for the position that he finds himself in very quickly. The Sontech car now makes its way through. The number 1 for Drago Racing also going to go through here to put that car into 4th place. And then it's going to be Lewis Woods. It's actually going to be a bit closer with Lewis Woods actually than I thought.
So it is still maybe going to be a top 5.
Yeah.
But there's Lafuente back into some clean air, fortunately. Finds a brief pocket to drop himself into. And now a quick blast at the end of the race. 25 seconds the margin up front, though, between Sontech and gridandgo.com. I think it's clear that if you executed the strategy perfectly, one of these strategies was quicker than the other. As Sontech's other car, though, proves if you lost a bit of time, the push, the pedal to the metal strategy from the drop of the green flag did work out pretty decently, all things considered.
Exactly. It's striking that balance between pace and strategy, as we've talked about all day long. It's striking that balance, and you kind of got to. You feel like you kind of got to do extra when you're going on to that other strategy. You're going for the six jobs. You feel like you've got to do a bit more. And basically, something like Shogun and Matty Siepel have been the only team on that separate strategy who have been able to do that. It's been, when you're on the pace that you can do at maximum, like Sven Haase has been doing in the 001 all day long. It's different for when you're on that fuel-saving strategy. You've got to do something a little bit extra, and the 13 car for Sontech has been the only car in the field able to do that, despite not being the only car to go on that strategy.
It was all about, as well, that first cycle, that first pit stop window, dropping directly back into those behind and being able to use them as a bit more of a tow. Kind of set the tempo, set the mood for what we were going to see from that point forward. The rear brakes glowing on that McLaren. Yeah, you can always kind of tell which end of the car is doing a lot more of the stopping in these GT3s based on how the brake rotors light on up, but coming back towards the line is still very, very close as to how many laps we're going to be left with at the end of this race, and that's a number that some of these drivers have got to keep an eye on because they're fighting. Alex Dunn just inside of the top 20 with Door Academy, SimCity Racing hot on the heels, and they fly through turn number 3. They're all once again just maximizing the track limits. No such concerns about incident penalties this late on.
No, you can use them up if you want a little bit as well, if you're not particularly close to the limit, but I'm sure these guys won't really be tempted to do that. It's these final little scuffles that are being sorted out now, really. And as you said earlier, there aren't many of them. There is that one for 8th that we were watching earlier on, this one as well. This is the last train in the field, if you like, of more than 2 cars, because there is a fight for 27th as well. SimCity Racing's both of their cars actually involved in fights, weirdly, in the last 10 minutes.
I won't be complaining too much about that. There have been a couple of slips up. That's definitely a word. Yeah, slip-ups is what I was trying to say. Involving the likes of the Wave Italy racing car, and I'm not sure exactly what's happened to them, except to say that they've lost a whole bunch of the front end. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
It's taken us a long time to see one of those today.
Yeah. Well, the good news is the Ferrari's got an easy to reattach front end, from what I understand.
Yeah, it's it all comes in one. Oh, that's horrible though.
Who was the other car though? Oh, it's
ATRS.
It's their Academy car. It's been a difficult day for the number 14.
It's well, Porsches generally do have a lot of weight over their rear end, and it certainly reared its head there. It's different to a properly bad rejoin, isn't it? But they could have dealt with that a bit better.
Question coming in: is the 7-stop strategy the winning strategy? No, it's It's a 7 stint strategy that is the winning strategy. Technically, it's a 6 stop strategy, isn't it?
If you wanted to be confused, then there you are.
Yes.
Yeah. Six stops versus 7 stops. It was 6 that won out eventually. But as you were saying, Arjun, it's not only about that strategy, is it? It's about the speed of Sontech as well that has sort of won this race. But as you were kind of making the point, the 6 stop, if you maximise it, is better than the 7 stop, even if things can go wrong there, which, well, not necessarily go wrong, but you can be not quick enough, as is the case for the 113 and also the number 1.
The thing with I get myself confused about stints versus stops. The thing to think about with stints is you have to include the fact that before you've had a pit stop, you've already done 1 stint, right? The number of stints includes the one before the first pit stop. So yes, it's going to be 7 stints, 6 stops, which will be the winning strategy today. At least, knock on wood. No commentators curse this late in the day, please.
No, that would be drama, wouldn't it? With what we're presuming is maybe the penultimate lap that... oh no, probably not.
Coming towards the penultimate lap.
Coming towards the penultimate lap, probably, for Sontech Racing. But they won't mind that. Bit of a lap of honour, if you like. Less pressure towards the end here, just bringing it home.
Is there pressure right now? You've got 25
Probably
seconds
not.
behind. I hope there's no pressure, because if there's any pressure, they're just putting it on themselves as they come around to take what will indeed be the white flag for this inaugural edition of the 2023 iRacing Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 Hours. It's 284 laps complete. Just 2 more left to go.
Yeah, so not the white flag, as you just said there, but the penultimate lap, yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yes. So you got me really confused. I was like, oh, right, okay, it is. But no, penultimate lap then, and then the white flag next time. What would a white flag for a white flag be? I don't know. But I guess that just Barney doing the 2 symbol, I guess.
Waving 2 flags, that's what he'd have to do.
I don't know. But we're just making stuff up now. But yeah, it's going to be final lap next time around. And I'm still slightly amazed the battle for 8th place hasn't been resolved. Although I think PGZ might just have enough of a gap behind now to call that position their own.
They may. You know who I don't think is so comfortable at this point is, well, back to Alex Dunn with Door Academy and the SimCity Racing car. McLarens do seem to be have a decent step in the BOP equation here today, and so as Dunn tries to hold off this fight in his Mercedes, it's not just, of course, Doors Academy entry, but Oscar Coper in that SimCity Racing car that runs their way in towards turn 1. Remember, 1.3, 1.4 kilometers, this main straightaway, and it's onto the brakes with a half reactionary move, to be fair to Dunn. The Door Academy McLaren is going to try and set up the Mercedes down the hill, and it's going to be in towards 100R, where potentially the move's going to be all just about setting up. It's not going to be here at Coca-Cola, surely. How does the mid-engine McLaren work through the long right-hand sweeper?
Especially with someone right in front of them taking air off them as well. We know that it's not the most stable of cars, even at the best of times, but what's going to happen here? It's a good line through there, actually, and Alex Dunn knew it immediately. Look at that. An insane defensive line, and coming from further back, there's going to be a huge run from the other McLaren now. This is an amazing battle, using the full width of this very wide circuit.
And this is where the real-world racecraft of Dunn's coming into play. He knows that he's got to be ultra defensive. Oh, 3 wide! Who's going to back out of it? SimCity Racing first, then Door Academy. And Dunn holds on. Onto the white flag, though. Top left of your screen, you can see. After 7 hours and 59 odd minutes of racing, it's remarkable to think that you and these 3 teams have found one another. Door with the send up the inside, and Dunn can't slam the door shut in the nick of time. He loses 2 spots as SimCity Racing gets on through as well.
He might be able to get them both back, though, on the main straight here. He's going back down the inside of Oscar Coper in the SimCity Racing car. And by the way, Team Hoistingveld in Jan Sama is right there as well now. This is a 4-car battle as they go on to the final lap. It's a drag race as well, and there's slipstream being given at the moment to the Oscar Coper in the SimCity Racing car by Door Academy. So that's pretty rude for Apex, and now they're going to have to go on the defensive.
Here we go. Is it 3 wide? It is indeed. Door Academy, oh goodness, parks it on the apex, allows no momentum for Dunn.
Oh.
Big wiggle there for Koper. The hoisting Velt car is in the mix as well. And again, they've got a full lap with which to fight. But as they work their way into the middle sector, it's coming to the line. And it's victory for Sontech Racing. A breakout victory as well. A strategy that they mastered. And Matti Siepola, Sami Matti Trogan are the inaugural winners of the Coach Dave Academy iRacing Fuji 8 Hours. Contact and drama in this fight for 20th position. It's SimCity Racing that get on through. Door Academy lose out a couple of spots. Alex Dunn still trying to hold on in this middle sector of the lap.
Yeah, Door Academy very much shoveled out the way there and losing 3 places in one. Alex Dunn's stern defence of that position ahead of Team Huizenveld. I think Oscar Koper, though, has dealt with this the best, and he's gotten through on 2 cars in the matter of laps, and he's going to be the one to finish 19th, although he's gone over the curbs. And there's a drag race to the line for other places.
Everywhere you look, there is some interesting action being pushed on wide. SimCity Racing have no option as Alex Dunn bullies them out of 20th position. Not sure how that's going to be looked at in the post-race aftermath debriefs across all of the different teams. A drag-out brawl to the end, reminiscent of what Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou displayed a couple of weeks ago. It's Alex Dunn with the tenacity to bring home a much more beaten Apex Racing Mercedes than I think he anticipated. Across the line in 19th position, Koper for SimCity Racing in 20th with Huizenveld, and then Door Academy through the rest of that battle. Oh, drag-out fight to the end, sign me up, and the rest of the drivers close their way out to the end of the race, and indeed, in many ways, you into the end of the iRacing special event calendar for these teams and drivers.
Yeah, for these sports car teams and those who race in this category of motorsport most often, then that is certainly the case. But I've got to say, if I was racing Alex Dunn there as I was in one of those other cars, I would be making a few complaints about him there, I've got to say. Especially if I was Oscar Koper, I've got to say, actually, I think he was pushed wide onto I know he got over the first curbs himself. That was a bit silly, really, for someone of Koper's ability through turn 13. But on the exit of 15, Alex Dunn did not need to shove him into those curbs, but he did. And I wouldn't be very best pleased about it if I was Oscar Koper.
So you're going to the steward's office, is what it sounds like right now.
Well, I would have done, yeah, if I was him. But well, it's just my least favourite thing in motorsport when someone doesn't give enough room on the outside in those side of battles, really.
These are some victory burnouts for Sami Matti Trogan and for Sontech Racing. And again, maybe some of the big teams missing, the Red Lines, the Commanders, but don't be fooled. They beat some of the best that iRacing has to offer, and what's a bit of a statement breakout win for Sami Matti Trogan and for Matti Siepola in that Sontech outfit. You'd be curious to see how they take this momentum, Ewan, moving forward into 2024.
Yeah, and you wonder what kind of special events how they can compete against the likes of the Red Lines and Commanders of this world. But as I said earlier, you know, Williams, Urano, Apex were all here today. I know they're all Mercedes teams after all, and so maybe that's held them back slightly in the order today. But Williams still managed to finish 5th, and I think they could have finished on the podium today if they'd have gone for the grid and go strategy of just flat out all day long. So I think they'll do well next year if they can keep this kind of form up. It's always good to end a year on that kind of result.
At the end of the day, I don't think that they recognized early that the strategy was going to play out in the way that it did, but once they recognized it, they tried to adapt and overcome. It was unfortunately not to be. Let's take a look then at those race results, and yes, it was McLaren 1, 3 and 4, but it was Sontech's fuel-saving strategy that ultimately saw them build the margin. What a drive for Trogan and Siepola to grab the victory in the inaugural iRacing Coach Dave Academy Fuji 8 Hours. Sven Haase and Nicholas Rubelar, though, will be happy with their second place effort in the Lamborghini for gridandgo.com esports. Sontech second car third in a double podium for them, while Aaron Vasquez recovers for Drago, and they'll be thinking, what if they hadn't had their early issues in this race? Daniel Lafuente, the last stint extra pit stop meant that he dropped down to the edge of the top 5, but in front of Lewis Woods for the lead of the Team PGZ Audis. It's Alexander Thieber for Urano after they had to climb their way up 16 positions over the course of the race after a poor qualifying performance, and they're in front of the second 002 Grid and Go car, while Williams Esports Academy Beckham Jasir cut out a pit stop, gained 22 positions, tick on both those boxes for them. Team PGZ round out the top 10 in the car that Brody Kostecki, Pablo Arujo and Anjana Muthan shared amongst the three of them. Last car on the lead lap was ATRS's number 7, 1 lap down for the likes of Team Hoisingveld for ATRS Esports and the Alistaro Esports Green Machine. Astro Racing gained 24 positions. Racine Fazui and the Mercedes Apex Racing team car gained 25 positions to finish in front of Carl Jansen for the Mercedes Williams Esports crew. Altitude, another one to make up some big grounds. They were gaining 28 positions over the course of the day, while Dunn just edged out SimCity Racing, although admittedly with the lack of Stewart's review to change the results post-race. Hoisingveld, Door Academy, PGZ, Absolute Motorsport, the Boost in VDS by Undercut team, and then SimCity Racing, Impulse Racing, the Versus Esports team with Drapagy, Door Academy, and Precision Racing Esports cars all make their way through the rest of the top 30 and see the checkered flag, as could be said, for Satellite, Fiercely Forward, Delatraz Automotive by ATRS Academy, the DRS Esports team, Impulse, Wave Italy Racing, and Paceworks, both in their Porsche and in their sole farewell Ford. Retirements for the likes of the 07 Racing team, along with Texaco Racing by TK after a hardware failure for Gustavo Ariel, Boost in VDS by Undercut Mercedes AMG team Urano, 2 Pure Sims cars, and the Grid and Go third entry that had more technical issues for Go Mankini, and Max Monterman for the Leipert Esports team, amongst the earliest of our retirees. So look top to bottom, at the race results, and with hoping and waiting to see if any of the drivers are going to grace us with their presence for some post-race coverage, but it doesn't seem as though Matti Trogan or Matti Siepeler are going to come and chat with us in the immediate aftermath of the race. So instead, we can look on forward to you in a new special event only added a couple of weeks ago. I think one that's going to be quite exciting, the British Racing and Sports Car Club iRacing Formula Ford 1600 Festival, as we head to Brands Hatch and its Indy layout for a multi-phased afternoon, evening, morning of madness of racing wherever you are around the world.
Yeah, it's going to be just early in the afternoon here in the UK by the looks of things, and be very much looking forward to that, because it's going to be a format not often seen in road racing, as we were talking about earlier on. You don't often see that kind of knockout style racing for road racing, but that's exactly what the Formula 4 Festival is, after all, in real life. And so it's going to be coming to iRacing, this kind of format at Brands Hatch, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that pans out.
And so that's, again, same time and same place at 12:30 p.m. UTC on the iRacing Esports Network on RaceSpotTV, that you can catch all of that action. That is, though, officially, Ewan, our endurance special events done and dusted as we take a look at the schedule. Of course, those 3 more special events to come, but look back to the start at Daytona, where all things began in January. We're not far away from getting to do it all over again for 2024.
Yeah, very much not far away. If you look at the date at which we started the special events this year, gives you obviously a rough idea, even without knowing, what we're going to see in 2024. So realistically, you're probably going to have to wait about 4 weeks or a month or so for the next special event calendar to start. And what a calendar it's been. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. There's still a few to go, of course, and a lot of variety. Just look at the last 6 or 7 or 8 or so. Just look through the whole calendar and look at the variety. It's absolutely fantastic to see.
That's the reality of these special events. It's a great way to be introduced into the world of motorsport if you already haven't had the opportunity to dive into some of the sub-disciplines that iRacing can introduce you to. But at least for now, it's, time to bid you farewell. What an exciting way to close things out. 8 hours here at the Land of the Rising Sun, and boy, did the drivers put on a bit of a showcase for the GT3 machinery. 47 ended up taking to the green flag. Only around 39 of them saw the checkered, but ultimately it was the strategy masterclass that decided it all. For the entire team at RaceSpotTV, thank you so much for joining us. For Lewis McLeod, Cam Roger, for Ewan O'Leary and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, we appreciate your company. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time over the next couple of iRacing special events as we round things out for 2023 and our iRacing special event journey. So long for now from the iRacing Coach Dave Academy, Fuji 8 Hours. you.